On the terrace of a house at night, two young people sat outside in silence. The girl wore patterned pajamas and was wrapped in a blanket, while the boy, wearing a hoodie, looked calmly to the side. Feeling the cold touch her skin, the girl tried to run back inside, but the boy stopped her, saying he would warm her up himself. He pulled her clothes, wrapping her in the blanket with him, and smiled slightly as he claimed she could no longer escape. Before she could react, the boy leaned in and kissed her lips. The girl froze. He wrapped her completely in the blanket, but at least she was no longer cold. She let herself go in the moment until she suddenly pushed him away, blushing and screaming. The boy before her was the son of the leader of a famous organization called the New Era Millennium. And by a twist of fate, she lived in the same house as him. Nina hadn't lived in that house from the beginning. It had all happened a week before the new school semester. During an outing with friends, Nina was on her way to her parents' cafe, saying the drinks would be on her. She was very excited about the possibility that the renovation of the second floor of the cafe had been completed, and believed the place should be much more spacious than before. However, when they arrived, they realized the place was closed. She found the situation strange, as the cafe shouldn't have closed so early. She grabbed her phone and called her mother, wanting to know why she had left early, but discovered her mother was at the police station with her father. Nina was caught by surprise. She learned from her mother that they had been scammed by her uncle, who was involved with the construction company president, and fled with the money intended for the work on the cafe's second floor. In the midst of the incident, her mother looked for cheap apartments where her daughter could stay, but the closest one was 5 hours from school. However, the uncle's house was empty. So, the mother instructed Nina to live there temporarily, since it was closer to school. Her parents had taken her bags to the location and asked her to stay there for now, saying they would do everything possible to find the scammers and that they trusted her ability to manage on her own. Without fully understanding what was happening, she found herself living alone in the house of the uncle who had fled. Upon entering, she noticed the place was in terrible condition, messy and full of abandoned objects. She looked around, trying to accept the situation, and wondered if it was all a joke. Before she could understand what was going on, she was already living there permanently. Opening the fridge, she saw there was little food and was unsure what to eat. There was much to fix in that house. And when she thought about it, she realized that much was still too little to describe the state of the place. Even so, she made an effort to adapt, decided to move forward, and left the house determined to face a new beginning. At the train station, the girl reflected on what she could do to help her family and thought the best thing would be to dedicate herself to her studies. She also thought it was a shame not to have a friend to go to school with and wished there was at least one person she knew nearby. As she stretched her body, a boy rushed past and entered the station. He was wearing the same school uniform. The girl watched for a moment and froze when she realized the train was already departing. Inside the train, Nina finally found the boy she had seen before. Without realizing it, she stood next to him, watching in silence. When she looked closely, she thought he was incredibly handsome. She tried to understand what she was feeling, but a strange sensation took over. It was something similar to when a person experiences a moment too intense to comprehend. She imagined that decades later she might remember that moment as if it were a distant memory, the kind of memory told to grandchildren at the end of one's life. Still confused by what she felt, she decided she didn't want to regret letting the opportunity to speak with him pass. With this idea in mind, she touched the boy's shoulder and asked if he liked gummy candies, believing that snacks were a good way to get close to people. The boy turned around surprised, not quite understanding what was happening. She realized too late that she had acted on impulse and felt embarrassed, thinking he hadn't even noticed her presence. Not knowing what to do, she quickly explained that she had only gotten excited seeing someone from the same school. The boy responded calmly, thanking her and saying he also liked that kind of candy. Nina was impressed by the boy. He was not only handsome, but also kind, and she concluded that his parents must have done a great job raising him. As the train continued its journey, the conversation between the two continued in a light manner. She discovered that the boy was also in his 3rd year, just like her, and commented excitedly that she had already imagined they were the same age. Nina took the opportunity to ask if he usually went to school accompanied by a friend, but he replied no. Given this, she asked if she could go along with him, explaining that she found it tiring to go alone. After a brief silence, he agreed, saying he saw no problem. Despite the short answers, she didn't believe he was being cold, thinking perhaps he was just shy and that it would be better to get closer gradually. Realizing they still hadn't introduced themselves, she decided to start the conversation again. She said her name was Nina and asked for his name. The boy replied that his name was Caleb. Hearing his name, she realized it sounded familiar and that it was a curious name for a student, but soon concluded it was perhaps because it had a religious meaning. Caleb remained silent for a few seconds, which caused her to ask hesitantly if his parents were Catholic. He looked at her with some seriousness and asked the reason for that curiosity. Nina became confused, not knowing if she had said something wrong, and began to wonder if she had offended him in some way. Not knowing how to react, she apologized quickly, explaining that she had no negative intention. Feeling the uncomfortable atmosphere, she decided to change the subject and pointed to a poster in the car, commenting on it with enthusiasm. She said that was their school motto and that the words on the poster, "The beginning may seem humble, but the future will be prosperous," always motivated her when she saw them. She thought that phrase was perfect for seniors since everyone needed some kind of motivation. However, Caleb asked if she knew where those words were taken from. It was then that he explained that the verse came from the book of Job, chapter 8, verse 7, and those words had been spoken by a friend of Job to mock him. Nina didn't know how to react, realizing she had perhaps interpreted that message in a way very different from its original meaning. At school, Nina spent the rest of the day wondering if she had been treated like an idiot during the conversation with Caleb. Her friends noticed she seemed down, curious if something had happened, and if her uncle's house was in good condition. She quickly explained that the problem wasn't the house. She assured them that the space was large enough for two people to live comfortably. Her classmates found the idea interesting and promised to visit soon. Nina smiled, but inside she remembered some details she preferred to forget, like the sound of footsteps in the hallways, the noise coming from the ceiling, and the rusty look of the walls. Hearing this, the friends commented indignantly about her uncle, saying they couldn't believe someone could scam their own family. Nina confirmed, explaining that he and his partner had received advances for at least 10 different constructions, leaving several people at a loss. Compared to other victims, her family had still suffered less, but the case was too big to be ignored, and she didn't know for sure how many people had been deceived. During the conversation with her friends, one of them commented that even if people knew what had happened to Nina's family, they would soon forget, as something much bigger had happened to someone else, Caleb. Nina asked what had happened to him. The classmates then called her attention out the window and pointed to a massive building standing out on the horizon. They explained that the building belonged to an organization called the New Era Millennium, also known as the Millennium Preparation Committee. That construction was related to a sect that believed it was preparing the rebirth of the millennial kingdom mentioned in the Book of Revelation. It was the largest religious group in the region and one of the most discussed on the internet. Caleb was the son of the leader of that sect, and no one imagined he studied at the same school as them, much less that he was in the same class. Confused, Nina asked what they meant by the same class. One of the classmates explained that she probably hadn't heard the rumors yet, since she wasn't from that neighborhood and didn't know all the students yet. When one of the students commented on feeling chills whenever she heard something about the sect, the classroom door opened. A student entered calmly and walked to the back, attracting everyone's eyes. Nina recognized him immediately. It was the same boy from the train. As he passed through the aisles, some students began to whisper. They didn't want to have classes with someone linked to that religious group and complained about being placed in the same class as him. Caleb passed Nina's desk and sat right behind her. One of the classmates commented in a low voice that he was the son of the sect leader. Nina replied that she knew. To her, meeting Caleb again seemed like the harbinger of a storm. The next day, the rain fell hard outside. Inside the house, Nina cleaned the environment with enthusiasm. She had reorganized the furniture and put in new plants. Observing the tidy space, she thought that place was finally starting to look like a home. Excited, she commented to herself that there was only 1 year left to finish her studies and that she would stay there until the end of the school period. While she hummed, the sound of the doorbell echoed through the house, interrupting the moment. She found it strange, as she wasn't expecting visitors, but she ran to answer. She opened the door smiling, but the smile disappeared when, by pushing it hard, she hit the face of whoever was outside. Startled, she apologized repeatedly, saying she hadn't been paying attention and that it wasn't the first time it had happened. When she finally raised her eyes to see who it was, she noticed the visitor soaked by the rain, with a hood covering part of his face. An instant later, she recognized the boy. It was Caleb. Nina then remembered her own words spoken 2 days earlier, that her family hadn't been the only victim of her uncle's scam. 10 hours earlier, Nina was watching a religious lecture on her phone. The director of the Adventist Church of the Millennium explained that humanity should be satisfied with the protection of its new God. It was clear that the so-called Adventist Church of the Millennium believed Caleb's father was this new God, an omnipotent being capable of eliminating evil and governing humanity. Although Caleb never appeared in the church's promotional videos, he was known for being the son of this golden figure. For this reason, many considered him a direct successor, someone who occupied a high position within the group's hierarchy. For Nina, that was disturbing. She felt chills whenever they talked about that sect, and it was unbelievable to imagine someone, with that face, involved in something so dark. Nina wondered if the reason he responded so coldly was because he believed they were just gossiping about his life. Despite this, she soon tried to convince herself that none of that concerned her. Regardless of what Caleb was, or what he represented, it had no relation to her. She repeated mentally that she shouldn't care, trying to push away the curiosity and discomfort she felt when remembering those conversations. That morning, Nina was going up the station stairs when she noticed Caleb passing her with a large suitcase. Later in the classroom, Caleb drew everyone's attention by placing a large suitcase next to his desk. Classmates began to speculate. Some wondered if he had fought with his parents, while others questioned if he had left the house or intended to live in the dorms. Soon the rumor spread. They said Caleb had run away from home. During lunch, the subject was still the same. Nina's classmates talked about the topic, trying to find plausible reasons. One of them suggested the motive could have been a fight with the family, but another remembered that he always appeared to maintain a good relationship with his parents. Other hypotheses began to emerge. Maybe it was the stress of studies, academic pressure, or even the expectations imposed by being the son of the new god. They mentioned that he had always been among the top 5 students in the school, and that perhaps the constant pressure had worn him down. Despite the assumptions and whispers, no one knew for sure what had happened. Nina, although curious, tried to convince herself that it didn't concern her, but ended up raising a new hypothesis. Perhaps the reason was the fact that Caleb wasn't actually part of the sect. The conversations lengthened, and the speculations became increasingly dispersed. If Caleb really wanted to distance himself from the sect, he would have denied the rumors. Shortly after, a classmate approached Nina's group to tell them what he had heard from the teachers. He said the instructor responsible for the class had spoken directly with Caleb about the situation, asking if he had really run away. According to the account, Caleb had explained that his parents were aware of his decision and that no fight had occurred. He left the house in their sight, taking the suitcase with him, and that there was no reason for concern. And if the teacher was fearful regarding the family's reaction, he needn't worry, as his parents had more important matters to attend to than a son leaving home. That response, while calm, only increased the mystery surrounding him. No one knew for sure if he was telling the truth or trying to hide something. What remained clear was that Caleb had decided to distance himself voluntarily and did not intend to return anytime soon. After hearing the account of the conversation between Caleb and the teacher, Nina became reflective. Later, at the end of class, the clouds darkened outside, and the sound of rain hitting the windows took over the room. While everyone was leaving, Nina looked at the window, worried whether Caleb would be okay and if he would have anywhere to go in the middle of that intense rain. Watching him from a distance, sitting quietly as if nothing affected him, she wondered what was going through his mind. She wanted to know if he intended to give up on his decision and return home, but he didn't seem to have plans to give up on the choice he made. Opening her backpack, she realized she had brought a broken umbrella and thought that wasn't the best time to deal with unforeseen events. She then decided to go home, feeling a slight impulse to help her classmate, though she didn't know exactly why. Back in the present, Nina noticed Caleb standing in front of her uncle's house, not understanding the reason he was there. He asked if he could come in for a few minutes, saying he needed to talk to her. Surprised, Nina asked the reason for the visit, but he insisted he had something important to say. Faced with the intense rain, she hesitated but ended up allowing him to enter. As soon as she let him in, she asked what brought him there, especially in that storm, and how he knew where she lived. It was then that Caleb revealed the reason for his presence. Nina's uncle had scammed the Adventist Church of the Millennium. The revelation left her completely shocked. She couldn't react immediately, only asking if she had understood correctly. Caleb heard that her family had also been scammed by the same man, that the church was also harmed, and his father was desperate, trying to resolve the situation. In a panic, Nina tried to interrupt the flood of information, unable to understand what was happening. Nina wanted to be sure that her uncle had really received construction fees from the Adventist Church of the Millennium. Caleb answered affirmatively, without hesitation. She asked if he was referring to the huge church building, and he confirmed again. Already in tears, she wanted to know the amount involved, and Caleb replied that the sum was approximately 100 billion won. The number left her in shock, and despite the revelation, he tried to reassure her, as the church members were doing everything possible to find the scammers and recover the lost money. He informed her that as long as certain conditions were respected, her family would not be involved in the case. Nina looked at him and asked what those conditions were. It was then that he explained his true reason for being there. He asked to be able to stay in the house for a while. Nina replied that it made no sense and demanded he leave immediately, but he insisted, saying that if she kicked him out, it would be impossible to capture her uncle. The young woman reacted with indignation, stating that her family would be able to find him on their own, without depending on the sect. However, he remained calm and stated that she didn't need to be so suspicious of him. At that moment, both were on the same side because they had the same goal, finding the man responsible for the scam. Nina remained silent for a few seconds. She didn't want to get involved with someone linked to a sect, as it made her uncomfortable. She tried to calm down and reason. If he needed help, she would help, but she didn't understand why he needed to stay specifically there. While she tried to convince herself to stay calm, Caleb stated that there was a reason for all of it, and that soon she would understand. Nina responded impatiently, saying she didn't want to know, that she didn't care, and that he should leave. But Caleb prevented her from closing the door, calling her by name in a loud voice. Surprised, she froze upon realizing he knew her name. Caleb approached and held her by the shoulders. Telling her to reflect on all of it, Nina reacted immediately, asking where he was touching. He replied that it was the will of the Adventist Church of the Millennium and that it wasn't just a request. Startled, she asked if that was a threat. Caleb confirmed, saying she would regret it later if she kicked him out. And Nina noticed that his face was too close and shouted for him to move away, as she had already understood. Although reluctant, she had felt slightly intimidated when he mentioned the word threat. After taking a deep breath, she asked him not to jump to wrong conclusions and to listen to her carefully, saying he could sleep there since it was late and the rain was heavy. She admitted she felt bad for kicking him out since her uncle had also scammed his family, but he would only stay for one night. However, she made it clear that this didn't mean she would get involved with the Adventist Church of the Millennium. Caleb just agreed. She then sighed and gave in, commenting that there was an empty room on the second floor and that he could stay there for now. While going up the stairs, she decided that, at least for that night, she would let the boy sleep there. When he called her again, using her name, she reacted with surprise and asked what he wanted. Caleb thanked her sincerely, saying he was wrong about her and that he had noticed she was nothing like her uncle. For a moment, Nina was speechless, but quickly replied that it was obvious. That day, allowing Caleb to stay there had been the biggest mistake of her life. The next morning, the day began peacefully. Nina woke up sleepy and stretched, yawning loudly. Going downstairs, she found Caleb already awake, sitting in the kitchen. He greeted her calmly, saying good morning. While she was still trying to wake up completely, Nina realized that the unexpected and weird guest had spent the night in her house. Someone who, until a few hours ago, was practically a stranger. She knew his name was Caleb, the son of a religious leader, and that his family had been scammed by her uncle in a 100 billion won fraud. After leaving his house with only a suitcase, he was now staying there, saying he needed to find the scammer. And in a way, he had forced her to accept him. Trying to act naturally, Nina asked if he had already packed his bags. He replied he would do it after school. She was startled by the answer. Remembering he was supposed to have left that morning, Caleb explained he would come back later to get the suitcase. Nina ended up accepting and commented that it was fine, as long as it was only temporary. Shortly after, she noticed he was having breakfast with a simple sandwich bought at a convenience store, but he replied calmly that it was enough for him. Nina tried to scold him, saying people needed to eat well to live. He replied calmly that he had been eating that kind of thing for years and never had any problems. As he left the house, she remained intrigued, not understanding the behavior of that boy. While cooking, she remembered that his father owned a building and found it strange that someone with so much money was content with having a simple sandwich for breakfast. Later, at school, comments about Caleb began to circulate among the students. A classmate mentioned that it had rained a lot the previous night, but that he looked perfectly fine, as if he had spent the night in a dry and comfortable place. Another added, saying he seemed to be the type of student who was afraid of nothing and that, because of this, he was not an ordinary person. The classmates wondered where Caleb had slept and if someone from the school had offered shelter, while Nina feigned disinterest and just listened. When a classmate directly questioned if she had any guess, Nina was startled and reacted exaggeratedly, asking why they were asking her that. Trying to compose herself, she murmured that she knew nothing, but ventured a comment, suggesting that maybe he had stayed with someone from the Adventist Church of the Millennium. To change the subject, Nina took the opportunity to ask if that church was really influential. The friend confirmed. If they wanted to, they could probably even destroy a business, for example, her family's cafe. The classmate began to tell an old story about Caleb when he was still in elementary school. There were boys who bullied him just because they didn't like him. However, shortly after, the businesses of those boys' families began to fail mysteriously. The girl telling the story claimed that no one knew for sure what had happened, but that it was obvious Caleb's father must have been involved. Nina reacted indignantly, saying that even if the man was protective of his son, he shouldn't destroy people's livelihoods like that, and that he should have a minimum of common sense. However, while thinking about the matter, she wondered what would have happened if she had really kicked Caleb out the night before. She imagined if her family's cafe would have been the next target for revenge, and therefore decided, as a precaution, to postpone the decision to send him away. Later, Caleb returned to pick up the suitcase and asked if he could continue staying in the house. Nina replied that he could stay in the room on the second floor, but asked that he not stay for long. He wanted to know what had made her change her mind, and she replied that it was because they were now part of the same team. In truth, the real reason was the fear of his father. Determined to appear confident, she told herself she didn't believe in any of that, not in sects, nor demons, nor monsters, nor the end of the world. Caleb coughed frequently, and Nina asked if he had caught a cold because of the previous night's rain and decided to check. He tried to reply that it was nothing, but the cough interrupted him, making it hard to disguise the malaise. Nina commented that he couldn't get sick while he was staying there. If he ignored the symptoms, it would end up getting worse. And then she insisted that he change his clothes and put on pajamas. Without being able to protest, he was practically pushed into following her instructions. Shortly after, she forced him to eat a bowl of porridge and covered him with a thermal blanket, ensuring the heat would make him sweat and improve faster. While adjusting the blanket, Nina explained that was a common method for curing colds, at least in her family. He asked if that was some kind of folk remedy. She replied no, that it was something simple and effective. When asked what he did when he got sick, Caleb replied that unless he was in a serious state to the point of needing a hospital, he just prayed until he got better. Nina remained silent, confused, not knowing if he was serious. Caleb believed he got sick because his faith was weak, that the cold entered his body and left him stiff like a jiangshi, a cursed spirit from Chinese tradition. Nina watched in silence, not knowing if he was just delirious because of the fever. Soon after, he asked naturally if there was more porridge. She replied she would bring more food and asked him to remain lying down. Before preparing more, she asked if there was news from his father about her uncle's whereabouts, questioning if there was any progress in the search. But Caleb soon stated he had a headache and wouldn't be able to talk at the moment. The girl sighed, finding the situation annoying, but decided to let it pass, remembering he was still sick. Later, while studying silently next to him, she asked if Caleb needed her to change the damp towel on his forehead. He replied it wasn't necessary, and she noticed his voice sounded better than before. As she watched him rest, Caleb seemed just like an ordinary boy. It was hard to believe he belonged to a sect, as they said. For an instant, their eyes met, and she felt her heart race for no apparent reason. She tried to look away but ended up fumbling and almost dropped the can she was holding. Caleb laughed softly, asking what she was doing. Embarrassed, she responded irritably for him to stay quiet. Nina wanted to understand what was happening to her, why she felt inclined to take care of him that way, even knowing he was someone involved with a suspicious sect, and if something was wrong with her. Maybe she was letting her guard down just because of his appearance, which seemed gentler and more harmless when he was sick. Determined to compose herself, she scolded herself mentally, saying she needed to concentrate. Her family was going through difficulties, and this was not the moment to be distracted by useless worries. The next day, after class ended, the teacher asked Nina to stay a bit longer, saying she wanted to talk in private. Nina received unexpected news. The teacher told her she had spoken with her parents and her tuition would be fully refunded at their request. Confused, Nina asked what that meant and heard that from the next day on she could no longer attend the prep school. Stunned, she could hardly believe what she was hearing. Her parents had made that decision without even telling her, and the only thing she could think was that it wasn't right. Shortly after, during the bus ride, the teacher's words returned to her mind. The woman had commented that she had received news from her parents and had learned of the financial difficulties the family was facing. She further mentioned that the cost of the prep school was quite high and that, considering the semester was just beginning, she believed Nina could do well with just the regular school classes, as they weren't difficult. Although she agreed that the classes weren't difficult to follow alone, she knew that just books and online classes wouldn't be enough to reach the level necessary for the exams. Nina thought her parents and the teacher should at least have talked to her before deciding something so important. As she returned home, she would need to find a solution, because neither the financial problems nor her parents' decisions could become an obstacle in her future. Arriving home that night, Nina found it strange that all the lights were off. She wondered if Caleb hadn't returned yet and approached the gate with caution, noticing the environment was too dark. For a moment, she imagined she had already gotten used to his presence, which made her feel alone, thinking maybe she was becoming weird for missing someone so enigmatic. When she turned on the light, she heard Caleb's voice coming from the kitchen, commenting that she had finally returned. Startled, she gave a scream and replied she thought he wasn't home yet. He observed her reaction and asked the reason for so much shock. Nina, still trying to compose herself, noticed he was concentrated on a yellow book full of notes. She was amazed at the speed with which he turned the pages and exclaimed it was impressive how easily he could solve the questions. Caleb replied there was no mystery at all, that he studied alone, only with online classes and school lessons, without needing to attend prep schools. Nina remained silent for a moment, remembering that Caleb was among the top 5 students in the school and that he probably had a bright future ahead of him. While he solved the questions with ease, Nina had been expelled from the prep school that same day and now didn't know what to do. When Caleb said he could teach her if she didn't mind, Nina raised her gaze with eyes shining. Shortly after, both were sitting side by side at the table, surrounded by books and notes. Caleb pointed to one of the pages and explained they were going to review question number 12. Faced with the disagreement of some answers, she looked confused, asking the reason. He began to explain logically and in detail, solving the equation naturally. Soon after, Caleb asked her to sit closer to better follow the calculation. While he explained, Nina didn't expect Caleb to be that kind of person, someone patient, willing to teach, and calm enough to explain without showing irritation. She remembered how at school and the prep school the teachers used to lose patience with her quickly, and felt a silent gratitude that he didn't act the same way. Gradually, she began to understand the exercises that before seemed impossible and even managed to solve problems she couldn't answer even in prep school. Excited, she lifted her notebook and celebrated, shouting with joy. Caleb asked if there were still questions she couldn't solve, but she replied with a smile that she had finished everything and thanked him, full of enthusiasm. While Nina celebrated, Caleb stated he could help her again if she wanted, as it also helped him review the content. She thanked him once more with a slightly flushed face. For an instant, she watched him in silence and, without realizing it, felt her heart race. Suddenly, she pulled away from her own thoughts and, startled by the sensation, reflected that she had almost fallen in love with Caleb. She tried to compose herself, telling herself it was just a passing impulse and that he must be naturally charming, the type of person who captivates others without effort. Immediately afterward, she concluded that the relationship between them was like the crocodile and the bird that cleans its teeth. Both benefited from the situation, helping each other mutually, without emotional involvement, until finding her uncle. A few days later, the mock exam finally came to an end. While her friends enjoyed the break, Nina stared fixedly at the exam paper in her hands, reflecting in silence. Despite having studied so much, her grades hadn't improved as much as she expected. Maybe she wasn't as smart as she imagined. One of the classmates called her, asking her to put the test aside and join the conversation. Nina apologized and placed the paper on the table. It was then that the cafe waiter approached and delivered a small envelope, leaving her confused. Nina opened the note under the curious eyes of the others and read the text aloud, which was actually just a notice from the cafe asking customers to avoid long and noisy conversations, and that the length of stay was limited. They began to complain about the notice, saying it was an exaggeration. After all, each had ordered a drink. While thinking of a new place, Nina commented that if her family's old cafe were still open, they could have gone there. But before she realized it, one of the friends suggested going to her house, saying it was nearby. The girls began to stand up, gathering their things and asking her to finish her drink. While walking toward Nina's house, she began to break out in a cold sweat because she had gotten into big trouble, as Caleb would probably be home. With no other option, Nina grabbed her phone and decided to try to warn him, mentally asking him to answer. At home, Caleb's phone began to vibrate on the table while he ran the vacuum cleaner through the living room. Nina begged mentally for him to answer, but he remained distracted by the cleaning. With no answer, she began to panic, murmuring aloud that he needed to answer soon or it would be the end. A few moments later, already in front of the house, the classmates declared that from that day on, that would be the group's new meeting point. Nina tried again to send messages, hoping Caleb would see the warning, but it was useless. When the girls entered, he turned around surprised to hear a polite voice apologizing for the invasion. Before he could understand, one of them joked, saying Nina lived alone, and another commented that the door was unlocked. While the friend warned her not to forget to lock the door when she left, Nina stammered an apology, saying she had forgotten to lock it. Inside, she could only think they were doomed. Caleb was home, and it would be impossible to hide the situation for long. For a few seconds, she stood frozen until she decided there was no point in worrying anymore. She thought that whatever happened, she would have to face it. She took a deep breath and tried to calm down, repeating mentally that she would deal with the consequences later. The friends, not noticing her tension, began to explore the place with curiosity. The place was well kept and clean. Nina, still nervous, asked them to wait a bit outside, saying she needed to tidy some things first. As soon as she was alone, She ran desperately through the house, checking every room for signs of Caleb. She passed through the living room, glanced quickly at the bathroom and the bedroom, praying not to find him there. After a hurried inspection, she realized he wasn't visible anywhere, and maybe he had stepped out for a moment. At that instant, she heard one of the friends ask if they could come in, and Nina replied yes. The classmates entered with excitement, praising the environment, saying the house was too spacious for someone to live alone, and that everything looked incredibly clean and well-organized. While the friends admired the place, she looked discreetly around, hoping no trace of Caleb would be noticed. However, her heart almost stopped when she saw his phone on the table, the same one she had tried to call minutes before. Quickly, she grabbed Caleb's phone, trying to act as if nothing had happened. Nina remained motionless for a few seconds, trying to think what to do. She decided to crouch down and look under the table, just to ensure Caleb really wasn't there. However, as she peeked over the table, she noticed a silhouette huddled in the dark. It was him. The shock was so great that she recoiled immediately, falling on her butt on the floor and letting out a silent scream. Suddenly, one of them suggested they move to the kitchen table to check the exam answers. Nina, taken by panic, shouted in despair for no one to approach. Trying to think fast, she invented that she had a strange habit, that she considered the kitchen table as a kind of bed, and that, therefore, no one should touch it. She further said that one couldn't lie down with street clothes, trying to justify the behavior. The friends looked at each other, confused, but ended up believing and decided to stay in the other room. Nina ducked down again and whispered to Caleb to stay quiet and not make noise. He raised his head and asked in a low voice what was happening. Nina tried to explain that everything had happened unexpectedly. She begged him to wait a bit longer hidden, promising she would resolve the situation. Shortly after, one of the friends called her from the living room. Nina stood up hurried, trying to look calm. When she answered, she was surprised by the three who appeared with smiles. They apologized, saying they didn't want to make her angry and that they had brought her favorite candy. Nina was speechless and offered to get drinks from the fridge, asking them to wait right there. Meanwhile, Caleb complained quietly, saying he thought she would have sent everyone away by now, but she ignored him. Time seemed to drag. The minutes passed and the friends continued sitting, talking, and flipping through books. 40 minutes had already passed since the classmates had arrived, and she wondered if he was still okay there, squeezed into that tight space. Considering his size, it must have been extremely uncomfortable to hide like that. Caleb was already exhausted. Time passed slowly, and the discomfort of being curled under the table began to become unbearable. Fortunately, the classmates seemed distracted. They were sitting on the floor checking answers from a mock exam. Nina prayed that no one would get up until one of the friends stood up and asked naturally where the bathroom was. She replied it was right there, trying to disguise her nervousness. Hearing footsteps approach, Caleb huddled even more. Sweat ran down his neck, and he could barely move. He wondered how much longer he would have to endure that, and promised himself that as soon as it all ended, he would make Nina pay for that embarrassment. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of a phone vibrating on the table. Nina turned slowly and saw the lit screen. It was Caleb's phone that had been forgotten there. She approached slowly while one of the friends asked why she didn't answer, and she replied quickly that it was an unknown number, trying to look calm. Disguising the panic, she decided to just decline the call. But to her despair, the phone rang again seconds later. The friends commented that it must be something urgent, since the person insisted so much. Nina agreed, thinking how strange that was, as it wasn't right to answer someone else's phone. Even so, she ended up giving in, murmuring to herself that it would be nothing much and that answering for just a moment wouldn't hurt. So she brought the device to her ear and greeted timidly. The response from the other side came like thunder. A hoarse and threatening voice shouted insults, asking if she wanted to die. The voice continued full of anger, accusing of pretending not to know about some construction and saying he had dared to deceive him. On the other side, in some unknown place, a man held the phone covered in bloodstains. The person shouted, calling him insolent and saying he should have fled better if he didn't want to die. Desperate, she wondered what was happening and let out a muffled scream, imagining it could only be a gangster. In panic, she tried to convince herself it was just a mistake and that someone must have dialed the wrong number. But before she could end the call, the voice returned, this time accusing Caleb of knowing about a secret construction. Nina pressed the button on the phone, but hesitated upon hearing the name Tackman, the same name as her uncle. Startled, she asked who the man on the other side was and how he knew her uncle's name. On the other side, the voice fell silent for a few seconds before questioning who was speaking and why another person was answering Caleb's phone. Upon hearing the firm and controlled tone of the voice, a completely unexpected idea crossed her mind. What if that man was Caleb's father? She reached the conclusion that he must be the leader of the Adventist Church of the Millennium and was amazed at the irony of a priest who spoke like a bully. While she tried to compose herself, he commented that he didn't know Caleb had a friend, and Nina answered with a nervous yes. Then she heard the man say he had been rude before, that he would call Caleb again later, and that she should tell him to answer. She replied yes, agreeing quickly before ending the call. After that, Nina stood still with the phone in her hand, wondering if Caleb's father really wasn't worried about his son. He had run away from home, so she found it strange that the man hadn't asked if he was okay. The friends appeared again, saying they needed to go to the night course, and apologized for staying so long and said goodbye in a hurried manner. When the door closed, Nina was startled to hear movement under the table and remembered that Caleb was still there. Nina ran to the kitchen, wanting to know if he was okay. He said he would survive and asked calmly if the man she had spoken to on the phone was his father. Later, Nina tried to disguise her nervousness by cutting vegetables, while Caleb calmly read a book leaning against the chair. She, still irritated, asked the reason why he had gone to her house, brandishing a knife with an intimidating look. Caleb replied simply that he had nowhere to go, but she countered, saying that wasn't what she wanted to know. She demanded a true explanation. She remembered he had said they would form a team and asked if all that had been a lie. With a direct look, Caleb replied he did only what he could to survive. Nina retorted that he could have gone back home, as his father sounded furious on the phone, and the way he spoke sounded too dangerous to be just a joke. Caleb said she didn't need to worry about that, as his father should concentrate all his energy on the search for her uncle, who was missing, and that the man wouldn't earn a penny going after them. She admitted to herself that it made sense, but still she couldn't understand how he could seem so calm in the face of something so serious. With her gaze fixed on him, she asked why he seemed so relaxed, since, as Caleb himself had said, a gigantic amount had simply disappeared. It seemed that none of that affected him, as if he were fine even if the Adventist Church of the Millennium were destroyed. He didn't answer immediately, just stayed quiet, and after a few seconds, commented that the most important thing at that moment was safety. When he stated that his father wouldn't care even if he lived there, she interrupted him immediately, saying that didn't solve anything. Pointing her finger at him, she accused him of trying to dodge the subject and said his father had spoken on the phone, as if Caleb and her uncle were on the same side, and that she needed to know which side he was really on. With narrowed eyes, she threatened him, saying that if he lied one more time, she would put him out of the house without hesitation. He stared at her with a cold look and asked exactly how she would do that, if she really had the strength to kick him out of there. Before she could react, Caleb leaned in a bit more and Nina's heart raced in the same instant. She realized how close they were and that his face looked even more handsome up close. She got so nervous that she closed her eyes by reflex. Not knowing what to expect, Caleb was intrigued and asked why she had closed her eyes. Nina opened her eyes quickly, blushed with shame, but before she could say anything, he made a confused expression and asked if she really expected him to kiss her. Startled and embarrassed, she shouted, accusing him of having doubtful intentions. Caleb replied he was just trying to stop her from kicking him out, blocking her with his own body, and that he hadn't thought of anything indecent. The two began to argue, each trying to blame the other, until she called him crazy and told him not to approach anymore. Caleb ran to the room and stood still for a few seconds, trying to understand what had just happened. The next morning, Nina woke up still bothered by what had happened the previous night, and furthermore, could not believe he had gone to school before her, swearing she would discover the whole truth that day. Upon arriving in the classroom, Caleb's seat was empty. That made her even more irritated, wanting to know where he was. While she tried to calm down, one of her classmates called her and excitedly showed her something on a phone. An Instagram account dedicated to the school cat named Chaninho. Nina asked who had created the account, and one of them replied it was Legina, the same student responsible for feeding and caring for the cats. They continued talking, praising Legina for her dedication. She even took the cats to get vaccinated and was almost an angel for doing all that. Nina admired her attitude, but noticed that one of the classmates seemed to hesitate before completing the praise. The classmate responded that it was nothing serious, just something hard to explain. She then murmured that only a few people could get along with Legina, and that, in reality, she believed the girl was a follower of the Adventist Church of the Millennium. On the way home, the subway was crowded and noisy. Some students talked excitedly about the BTS concert that had happened the previous night, and others spent the night recording their gameplay instead. Further ahead, another group laughed loudly while pointing at something curious. A classmate turned to see what it was about and noticed Legina standing near the train door. The girl seemed completely concentrated, joining her hands and positioning them toward the light, breathing deeply. It was a movement to feel the spirit flow into the body. Legina maintained her posture, inhaling slowly, until a friend called her, questioning what she was doing. The girl explained that the gesture helped repair damaged parts of the nervous system and heal the body's cells. The classmate, not knowing what to respond, warned that the school cat had run out of food. Legina replied naturally that she would buy more that day. But before leaving the train, she leaned her body back in a sudden and theatrical movement, which startled the other passengers. The friend tried to stop her, but Legina continued the exercise with fervor, repeating the instructions in her mind like a mantra. On the same subway, Nina grabbed Caleb by the shirt and warned him that he was in trouble when they got home. Maintaining his calm, he asked what she would do if someone saw that scene and thought poorly of them. Nina commented that Caleb didn't need to worry, since he was the only classmate from school who took the same train as her. Determined, she guaranteed she would find out what had happened between him and his father and the true reason behind his sudden decision to leave home. There was a place where Caleb wanted to stop before they returned home, and when the train approached the station, he warned her to hold on tight. Caleb exited the subway, making her almost lose her balance as she complained that there was still one station left to get off, but he continued walking as if he didn't hear. Shortly after, she found herself in front of a supermarket and asked why they had stopped there suddenly. Caleb replied calmly that he already intended to go shopping that day and would take advantage of the occasion. Nina commented that he could have at least warned her beforehand. Upon checking the fridge, Caleb had noticed that most of the food was expired, and even the porridge she gave him when he was sick had expired a year ago, and it was a miracle he was still alive. Nina retorted that he was exaggerating, since eating a bit of something expired wouldn't kill anyone. Upon entering one of the aisles, she mentioned she had brought that same porridge from home, when Caleb immediately covered her with a hood and sunglasses. Confused, she asked what he was doing, and he replied he was disguising her just as a precaution. Nina protested that she had never agreed to accompany him on the shopping trip. He just replied that if she didn't want to, she could go home. Offended, she questioned how he could be so cold, reminding him that he lived in her house and should at least try to please her. Caleb then declared that he also had something to say. If she insisted on that kind of provocation, he would tell all her friends that he was living in her house. Nina's eyes widened, unable to believe what she heard, and he further added that he would reveal even the details, including the fact that she hid under the table whenever she had visitors and all the strange habits she tried to keep secret. Desperate, Nina asked if he would really be capable of doing something so petty. Caleb said it was enough to accompany him shopping for the matter to be forgotten. Shortly after, Caleb pushed the cart full of products, and Nina was stunned by the quantity, questioning if he had that much money. Irritated, she began removing products from the cart, saying it was enough to buy just enough for one meal, and complained that despite Caleb being good at his studies, he was terrible when it came to practical things. Nina left only a few packages of frozen food, since in the situation they were in, That was already enough. Nina sighed, saying he seemed like he had never gone to the market with his parents, and that those were basic life lessons, especially when it came to choosing vegetables. Caleb kept a distant gaze, and her words awakened a dormant memory. At that time, the sound of the door made him raise his head. His mother had just arrived, and he ran to greet her. She entered hurriedly, still in high heels, and asked about his father. Caleb replied that he hadn't returned home yet. The woman sighed. Her husband hadn't gone to work for weeks, and even after so much effort to help him, he remained lost. The boy mentioned that the fridge was empty, but before he could continue, the mother threw some bills in his direction, telling him to buy something to eat. That night, he ate dinner alone. Back in the present, Caleb stared fixedly at the market shelves. He murmured quietly that if he could choose, he would have bought meat with that money. The girl, not understanding the context, asked excitedly if he had mentioned meat. Caleb stated they should buy it and pointed to a piece of prime meat, the most expensive in the market. She was shocked, asking if he had money for that, and he explained calmly that the money came from his mother, whose family was rich. Caleb used to save every amount she gave him, not knowing exactly what he would use it for. Now he found it curious that the money served for a simple supermarket purchase. Nina became pensive for a moment. His mother had been rich, and she wondered if that was before the Millennium Church. Trying to understand better, she observed that his parents also seemed to spend a lot of time away from home. He returned the question, asking if she also went through that. The girl laughed, stating that in her family's case, the absence was due to the lack of money. Her parents worked so hard they didn't even rest upon arriving home, taking on side jobs like gluing envelopes, sewing doll eyes, and folding bags. There wasn't a type of job they hadn't tried. When she was in elementary school, she also helped as she could, as her parents didn't have enough hands for the work. With the money they saved, they planned to expand the family cafe, but everything collapsed when they were scammed by her uncle, who took all the savings. Still revolted, she exclaimed that the man had taken everything they had and wondered how her uncle really had the courage to deceive them. In fact, it wasn't the first time they had gone through a situation like that. The first family crisis happened when her mother invested in stocks and lost all the money, and the second when a friend of her father's borrowed money and fled. After a moment, Nina asked about him, what had led him to leave home, and if he also faced difficulties. As they headed to the checkout, she asked curiously what the reason was that led him to leave his own house. He replied that he had already said the day before that people said he looked like someone who wouldn't care even if the Adventist Church of the Millennium collapsed. Confused, she asked what he meant by that, but before she could understand, she turned her head suddenly, recognizing a familiar appearance. With eyes wide, she exclaimed that she had just seen Uncle Perry. Dark hair, disheveled hair, the same figure she remembered. Nina was certain it was him and began to speculate if her uncle had returned to the neighborhood or left something behind, insisting that the two could capture him together. However, before she took another step, a firm hand pulled her. Caleb wrapped her quickly and covered her mouth, trying to prevent her from drawing attention. When she realized it was Caleb who was holding her, she tried to break free, struggling, kicking hard, demanding he let her go. Taken by anger, Nina bit his hand hard, then struck him with her elbow and shouted for the deceiver to stop, jumping away immediately after. Caleb grabbed Nina by the hood, preventing her from running. He insisted that she not go. Nina asked what was wrong with him and why he wouldn't help her, getting irritated by his stubbornness. Suddenly, she had an idea and with a cunning look began to act. Feigning desperation, she stated aloud that she didn't want to steal anything and that, as much as she liked money, she would never commit a robbery. She continued shouting, saying she didn't need the clothes or the glasses and asking them not to be fooled by his appearance, claiming he was a delinquent. She asked them to check his backpack, guaranteeing they would find many 50,001 bills. One of the men approached, asking if he really carried that much money. Caleb replied the money was his, while Nina took the opportunity to escape up the stairs, determined to find the uncle she had seen. While climbing hurriedly, she thought the man she saw was, without a doubt, Uncle Takmajan. Panting, she looked around, trying to locate him, and repeated to herself that she needed to find him. She ran through the corridors until she stopped suddenly upon seeing a familiar silhouette in the crowd. Her heart raced, and she immediately recognized the figure from behind. She was certain it was him. Without thinking, she started running in his direction and shouted for them to hold the elevator door. But before she could reach him, the doors closed in front of her and she fell to her knees, frustrated. While pressing the buttons repeatedly, she began to doubt what she saw. Maybe she was mistaken. Maybe that man wasn't even her uncle. Before she could act, Caleb appeared panting and sweating. He asked her to stop and listen to him, saying that when someone speaks you need to listen before acting, and begged her to let him explain everything. Inside the elevator, as the doors closed, an elderly woman commented that they could have waited for the girl to enter, but the long-haired young man responded politely that his friend needed to go urgently to another place. Immediately after, he asked if that voice they heard wasn't Nina's. Legina responded vaguely that she didn't know. Later, when the sun was already starting to set, Nina and Caleb were sitting in a park, each on a swing. He resumed the conversation, saying that maybe she hadn't heard what he said before, and confessed that he wished the Adventist Church of the Millennium would simply disappear. Caleb explained that he hadn't told his father about the scam they had suffered, as he knew he wouldn't bear the truth. Therefore, he lied saying he would stay in the school dormitory and left home. The man he spoke to on the phone was furious because he knew he had discovered the scam and admitted he believed he would be beaten to death if his father found him. The Adventist Church of the Millennium was an extremely closed group that rejected any external interference and maintained a strong union among its faithful. Caleb believed he could bring down the church with the help of an informant, and it was at that moment that Nina's uncle appeared. If the church didn't recover the 100 billion one lost, it wouldn't survive, and that her uncle, the man who committed the scam, ironically held the fate of the church in his hands. Finally, he looked at Nina and said he knew she didn't care about the situation of that sect, but stopped talking upon noticing she wasn't paying attention. Caleb, already out of patience, asked the girl to at least pretend to listen to him. Then, Nina responded that now she understood the reason he had stopped her before. The boy confirmed, stating he had had no other choice, and that if she knew more about what was really happening with the Adventist Church of the Millennium, maybe she would understand him. She didn't interrupt and asked if Caleb would let him escape if her uncle appeared. At the moment, the two were living in the uncle's house, and there was a possibility he would return there. So she wanted to know if Caleb intended to prevent her from capturing him again. He replied yes, that he would have no choice but to stop her, since the Adventist Church of the Millennium was what mattered most to him. After a brief silence, she stood up from the swing and declared that if it were so, that ended everything between them. Caleb watched her confused and asked what she meant by that. Nina said she was speaking literally. She wanted him to leave the house where they were living. Surprised, Caleb asked if her attitude was related to the money, mentioning that the amount the uncle had taken was the same that would be used in the cafe expansion. He commented that she herself had said they would be fine even without that money, and that the amount could save many people. Nina questioned what he wanted her to do, if she should donate the money for the destruction of the Adventist Church of the Millennium. She couldn't do that and opened the gate forcefully, trying to end the conversation. Caleb, watching her with concern, wanted to know the reason for so much anger. She continued walking without responding, but when he asked if it was for having stopped her from capturing her uncle, she stopped suddenly and replied it was that too. Turning to him, she shouted that she was furious because everything he had said until then was a lie, and asked if he really believed she would let him continue living in that house. She stated she had never thought about the risk she ran by sheltering him, and if someone discovered he was staying there, be it a friend or his own father, she would be in a dangerous situation. Nina commented coldly that even after saying all that, he only thought about the Adventist Church of the Millennium. He tried to justify himself, saying that if he had told the truth from the beginning, she would have kicked him out of the house anyway. She replied that, in fact, she would have done that. Caleb stated she was acting as if he had betrayed her, accusing her of having been kind only out of fear of the church. Nina insisted it wasn't that, but Caleb wanted to know why she put herself at risk by letting him stay in that house, stating it could only be because she was afraid. Nina admitted that part of it was indeed fear, but stated there was another reason behind it. When he pressured her to know which one, she just returned the question, asking that he himself try to guess. The gaze of the two crossed in silence, and the longer they stared at each other, Nina felt her face heat up and her heart race. She would never tell the reason. Looking away, she said she knew nothing, but Caleb insisted, stating she was lying because she was about to say something. Exasperated, Nina opened the door forcefully and told him to get out of her room, saying she didn't want to live with him anymore. When she entered the room, she was surprised to find a pile of colorful packages that looked like macarons. Caleb explained that all those macarons were for her, as since he moved into that house, he felt bad for only receiving and never giving anything back. He only knew she liked macarons because he remembered an occasion when her classmates gifted her the sweet and mentioned it was her favorite. So, he decided to buy several to thank her. She was in shock at the quantity and commented that must have cost a fortune. Caleb replied that if it were to save money, then it couldn't be considered a real gift. Nina held the box tightly, not knowing what to say. In silence, she thought to herself that letting Caleb live in that house had been a truly dangerous choice. A very dangerous choice. In the past, while writing concentrated in a notebook, Nina scribbled verses about love, comparing it to a grenade. At that moment, her uncle entered the restaurant, greeting his sister and asking how business was. She replied quickly, asking him to look after his niece for a while. Sitting next to Nina, the uncle commented that she pretended not to see him and asked what she was doing. She replied she was doing her homework. Curious, he wanted to know if she was writing a poem. Nina explained she was writing about love. The uncle laughed, saying he didn't do homework even when he had it, and Nina called him arrogant. He commented that, although he wasn't good at studies, he considered himself a sensitive and emotional person and took his niece's notebook to read the poem. When he read aloud the first sentence, "Love is a grenade," he burst into laughter, amazed that a 9-year-old girl would write something like that. Between laughs, he asked his sister how she had raised a child with such intense thoughts. Nina's mother asked him to lower his voice, as there were customers in the restaurant. The uncle promised to read the rest calmly, still trying to contain his laughter. Love is a grenade. When you pull the safety pin, it's only a matter of time. While it starts to catch fire, it explodes with a bang. And that's why love is a grenade. Finishing the reading, the uncle was surprised by the intensity of the text and admitted the poem was actually good. He asked if she had written it alone, and Nina explained that a customer had helped, a man who had apparently just been left by his girlfriend. The uncle analyzed that the safety pin represented what prevented love from exploding, and when it was removed, the feeling ignited. Nina asked if he thought she could win a prize for the poem, since the contest offered several gifts. He replied excitedly yes. Then he looked at her fixedly and said she understood about love, but the most important part of the poem was still missing. Curious, Nina asked what it was, and the uncle approached, asked her to write it down, and began to dictate. Finally, he leaned in and whispered something in her ear. The girl's eyes widened, shocked by what she heard. He smiled slightly and concluded in a low voice, "That is what love is." In the present, Nina held the hamburger with enthusiasm before taking a generous bite. While chewing satisfied, Caleb asked if that would be enough for dinner. She replied naturally that a hamburger was also food. He sighed, saying that if she were happy, then fine, but soon showed concern. The fridge was empty, and he asked what they would eat the next day. Nina froze for an instant, trying to think of an answer to kick Caleb out of that house. However, in her mind, a choice was forming. If she sent him away, she would live alone and struggle to pay expenses, while waiting for an uncle who might never return. On the other hand, Caleb split the costs with her, helped with studies. They took care of each other when they got sick, and since he started living there, she no longer felt afraid of sleeping alone. Weighing the two sides as if they were a scale, she concluded the choice was obvious. She couldn't kick him out of the house. Determined, she raised her arms and declared they would go to the market the day after tomorrow, since it would be closed the next day. However, as she stretched, Caleb noticed something alarming. Her arm was bleeding. Later, while tending to the wound, She commented that she had probably scratched herself when she ran after her uncle. Then she changed the subject and asked if he knew Legina, a classmate. He replied no. She then commented there was a rumor that Legina was part of the Adventist Church of the Millennium. Caleb said it was the first time he had heard of it and added that he didn't even attend churches. Nina became pensive and asked if he wasn't bothered by people associating him with something like that. He replied calmly that he was already used to it, and it had been a long time since anyone commented anything. Still intrigued, she said he could become more popular if he cleared up the misunderstanding, but Caleb stated coldly that he wasn't interested. The reaction took Nina by surprise. She widened her eyes, indignant, asking if he had really said he wasn't interested. When he tried to explain himself, she continued to tease him, hinting that he must think he was already popular. Finally, Caleb sighed and said that if it wasn't with the person he liked, he saw no point in being popular. The words left her in silence, and Nina, after thinking a bit, agreed he was right. Reflecting on what she had heard from Caleb, she realized she had never stopped to think about the possibility of him liking someone. The idea of Caleb having someone special surprised her. He didn't seem like the type of person interested in that kind of thing. During physical education practice, while classmates played table tennis, she observed Caleb sitting in the back, studying alone. She thought he was very good at keeping secrets and wondered if he would be different when he was in front of the person he liked. Later, while watching from afar, she imagined if he would be the type of person capable of expressing his feelings openly, or if, behind his reserved and cold way, he hid a kind and warm side. On the way back, inside the train, she observed in silence, sitting a few benches away. And now, she asked herself, why was she so curious about him? If there were anything dangerous about Caleb, it would only be the rumor that he was part of a sect, something she now knew was not true. After returning to the room, Nina heard soft knocks on the door. It was Caleb, asking her to come out for a moment. Upon opening the door, Caleb pointed to the bandage on her arm and said he would fix it, as it seemed to have been placed carelessly. She raised her arm, observing the colorful bandage, and commented that maybe it would fall off since it hadn't stuck right. Caleb approached and asked her to let him know if it was too tight or too loose. The gesture caught her by surprise, leaving her slightly embarrassed. The next scene brought back a childhood memory. Nina listened attentively when her uncle told her that love was a struggle against one's own desires and the impulse to merge completely with another person. Before he could continue, Nina's mother scolded him for saying such strange things in front of the girl. The uncle then laughed, giving up on explaining, and said he would tell her better when she grew up. Before leaving, he gently squeezed the girl's face and asked her to just remember one thing. The words remained engraved in Nina's memory, who now, years later, looking at Caleb, felt her heart race. Approaching Caleb, Nina recalled her uncle's words. He said their family was incredibly weak in the face of desire. If nothing contained them, if there were no barriers in their path, they would simply move forward without hesitation.
Without realizing what she was doing, Nina leaned in and kissed Caleb's cheek. For a few seconds, no one said anything. Then, suddenly, she let out a loud scream, pushing him hard. The blow was so unexpected that Caleb fell backward, feeling the impact on his face. Nina put her hand to her mouth, gasping. She tried to say, still in shock, that she had just kissed him. Caleb asked back, with his face flushed, if she was implying that she liked him. The question only made the situation worse. Nina's heart raced. Faking desperation, she exclaimed that her arm hurt and that it felt like it was going to break. And before he could say anything, she stood up quickly and ran to the bedroom, stumbling along the way. Nina threw herself onto the bed, covering her face with the blanket and thrashing around in pure despair. She asked herself why she had done that, why out of all the possibilities, she had decided to kiss Caleb. Grabbing the sheet tightly, she admitted that she had suddenly found his face dangerously close and defenseless. Her heart beat fast, and she remembered his gaze, the distance that vanished between the two of them. It was like looking at a field of untouched snow, something so pure and irresistible that she simply could not avoid leaving her mark. But the more she thought about it, the more desperate she became. Whenever Caleb got close, her reason vanished completely, as if it flew out the window, and she wondered if there was something wrong with her. But deep down, a persistent thought troubled her, the one that if she were completely honest with herself, Caleb's reaction after the kiss hadn't been that bad after all. The next morning, Nina spent the day distracted, with a lost gaze and her mind far away. When one of the girls noticed, she asked in an amused tone what was going on, saying that she was way too out of it. While watching from afar a couple exchanging affectionate gestures in the courtyard, a thought slipped out without her noticing. What if you have a crush on someone and that person suddenly kisses you? One of her friends stated seriously that kissing someone without permission was wrong. If it happened to her, she would report the person or maybe even hit them. The friends explained that if the feeling was mutual, it was fine, but if it wasn't, it would be truly horrible. The thought struck Nina like lightning, realizing how wrong it seemed when she put herself in his place. Nina felt that she should apologize, but the simple idea of saying it out loud left her desperate. If she brought up the subject, she would be bringing up the kiss with her own words and her own lips. Just thinking about it, her face was on fire. Later, during cleaning time, she was still distracted. She had gone the whole day without being able to concentrate on anything. Earlier, she and Caleb had been sitting so close that she could feel the heat from his body. Trying to pull herself together, she mentally asked who else was scheduled to help with the cleaning that day. And to her surprise, the answer appeared right ahead. It was Legina. Nina sighed in despair, thinking that of all possible people, she just had to be the partner for the day. She tried to hide it with a forced smile and an animated wave, greeting her with a friendly hi. When her classmate did not respond immediately, Nina insisted that she would take care of the lower parts, preferring to keep her distance and work in silence. While sweeping, she remembered that Caleb had said he didn't know Legina, but she was almost sure that Legina knew who he was. Because Caleb was the son of the leader of the Millennium Adventist Church, he must be someone special to Legina. Maybe he even liked people like her, and that idea bothered her more than she would like to admit. Suddenly, a real nuisance pulled Nina out of her daydreams. The dust from the upper floor began to fall on her. She called out to Legina, asking politely that she sweep in the opposite direction to prevent the dirt from falling. Legina responded coldly, suggesting that she simply clean faster and come up there. The rudeness left Nina indignant. Normally people apologized when something like that happened, but Legina didn't seem to care one bit. Forcing a tense smile, she replied that she would clean faster, but inside she wondered why her classmate seemed to have something against her. After a lot of effort, Nina concluded that the cleaning was good enough and said she would leave. However, Legina questioned if she really thought the work was finished. Before she could respond, Legina suddenly slipped. The wet floor made her lose her balance and she fell awkwardly. The fall caught the attention of everyone in the hallway. Some students laughed, commenting loudly about how embarrassing it must be to fall like that, especially in front of so many people. To help Legina, Nina had an idea. She took a step forward and on purpose ended up slipping as well. For a moment, silence reigned and then the laughter returned even louder. Some students found it all hilarious, saying that now they would only remember how she had fallen. Still on the ground, Nina asked if she was hurt, saying she thought she had broken something, lamenting that she hadn't fallen in a more graceful way. However, Legina looked at her with silent anger, asking if she was mocking her. Nina didn't understand, denying it quickly, but Legina muttered in a bitter tone that it was bad luck to have someone pretending to be kind around. Legina walked away, convinced that Nina had thrown herself on the floor on purpose to be funny, that she only wanted to show off how kind she was before everyone. But that, in truth, she was mocking her. Legina wondered if the girl really thought that was the first time something like that happened, being a target of laughter and humiliation. Suddenly, Caleb appeared in front of her and asked what she had said to Nina. Caught by surprise, the girl panicked, stammering that she hadn't said anything. Caleb insisted, explaining that Nina had only slipped on purpose because she didn't want Legina to feel embarrassed alone and asked why she hadn't thanked her. Caleb commented that you only had to look to understand how displaced she felt and asked Legina if she had any idea what was going through her classmate's head. When someone received help, it was an obligation to say thanks. That made her reflect for a moment. After a brief silence, Legina responded firmly that he was right. Right after, she went to Nina and said with an intense tone and a penetrating look, "A simple thank you." The sudden, intense way she spoke left Nina completely confused, not understanding if that was irony or sincerity. Before she could ask anything, Legina turned her back and ran off. Caleb observed that Nina clearly had not understood anything. He himself was surprised that Legina had followed his advice literally. At the same time, another classmate found Legina in the hallway and tried to talk to her, asking if she had finished the cleaning. But she, still embarrassed and reflecting on everything, muttered disconnected phrases to herself, mentioning Caleb's name and saying she was learning from him. The classmate watched her walk away in silence, not knowing what to think. While Nina tried to recover from the tumble, she noticed something terrible. The bottom part of her clothes was completely wet because of the water that was on the floor. Desperate, she thought that anyone who saw her like that could interpret it in the worst possible way. She shrank back in shame, imagining people laughing and saying that she had peed her pants. The simple idea left her in a panic. She was sure that if the misunderstanding spread, she would be a laughingstock until the end of school. Before she could think of a solution, someone pulled her hand suddenly. It was Caleb, who was just trying to help her so that no one would get the wrong idea. Embarrassed, she explained hurriedly that it wasn't what it looked like, that she had just fallen in some water. He replied that he knew that and that she didn't need to justify herself. Still self-conscious, Nina commented that his coat was too big and that everyone noticed it was men's clothing. But Caleb said that it was no problem, that she could roll up the sleeves and tie it at her waist, and that she could just give the coat back to him later, when they were at home. While Nina tried to adjust Caleb's coat, she commented that if she rolled it and tied it, it would get all wrinkled. The boy looked up, and for a moment, the two were very close. Without realizing it, Nina leaned in a little more, making his heart race. Caleb pulled back sharply, trying to hide his nervousness, while Nina stood there confused, not understanding the reason for that reaction. She stared at him with irritation and asked why he was acting that way, avoiding her as if he were afraid to touch her. Agitated, she complained that he was treating her like an insect, which really hurt her feelings. Caleb tried to explain, saying it wasn't that, he just didn't want to go through another embarrassing accident again. But to Nina, that sounded even worse. And feeling offended, she asked if he had hated what happened that much. Caleb was speechless, realizing how she had misinterpreted him. Sulking, Nina admitted that she had been wrong to kiss him so impulsively, but she still thought it was unfair to be treated that way. Determined, she decided to apologize in her own way. She threw herself to the ground, banging her head as a form of repentance, saying she would apologize until he felt satisfied. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the window. It was Suno, smiling as he finally confirmed his suspicions. He had seen them together at the market, and now that he saw them there, he was sure it was indeed Nina who was with Caleb that day. When Suno mentioned the yellow coat, Nina confirmed it, remembering that she really was wearing that hoodie that day. Surprised, Caleb commented that she should have lied and denied everything, but Nina replied that it wouldn't help, since Suno had seen them. Suno, having fun with the situation, suddenly asked if they were going to tell everyone about this, about the fact that they were dating. In unison, Nina and Caleb shouted desperately that they were not dating, which left Suno open-mouthed. After all, they shopped together and had even kissed. Nina asked if he had also heard about the kiss, and Caleb, already tired of the subject, just wanted to know if he intended to spread the story. Noticing Caleb's sharp look, the young man guaranteed he wouldn't tell anything and that he just wanted to confirm what he had seen. He had no reason to interfere in their lives, and as he walked away, he joked, calling them the secret couple. After he left, Nina commented that at least it was Suno who had caught them, since he seemed like a reliable guy. During the train ride back home, Nina sent messages to Caleb, commenting that, thinking about it, Suno and Legina were always together. She asked if he thought it was possible that Suno was also part of the Millennium Adventist Church. He replied no. He was sure that Suno did not go to that place, though he admitted not knowing about Legina. Nina wanted to know how he was so sure, and Caleb explained that he had known Suno since middle school, as they had studied in the same class. The two suggested going back home separately, in case they ran into Suno on the way, and so they sat at a certain distance from each other. Nina said that she felt relieved that he seemed so confident and commented that she would wash his coat before returning it. Caleb, however, asked if she was doing her Korean language exercises. Without understanding the change of subject, she deflected, trying to change the topic until she pretended she couldn't read the messages, saying her phone must be having problems. Right after, the train slowed down, and when the doors opened, Nina stood up suddenly and ran out. However, since the two lived together, running back home to escape doing the exercises made no sense. That night, Nina was in the bathroom when she heard a strange noise coming from the faucet. Scared, she leaned down to look closer, grumbling that the noise was creepy and wondering if the faucet was broken. With a sigh, she complained that the house was always having problems and soon remembered she still needed to wash Caleb's clothes. While trying to turn the water on again, her phone vibrated. She picked up the device and saw unread messages from the city hall. They warned that the water supply would be interrupted for repairs and that before the shutoff, the water could come out rusty. Then, a new noise echoed from the laundry room, and she noticed the washing machine running on its own. Suspicious, she opened the door and asked Caleb if it was him who turned on the machine. He replied calmly that yes, saying that he usually separated her clothes from his, but since there were few pieces, he had put both uniforms together. Nina froze. The words rusty water echoed in her mind. Her face turned pale and her gaze fixed on the vibrating machine, muttering that she thought they were in trouble. When Nina and Caleb took the clothes out of the washing machine, it was already too late. The school uniform of both was completely stained. The rusty water had ruined everything. Curious and hopeful, she picked up one of the pieces to smell it, but soon regretted it. The metallic and sour odor made her pull back, almost gagging in disgust. Nina asked what they would do now, since they had class the next day. Caleb suggested that the uniform was dark enough to hide the stains if they washed them over, although he admitted that the neighborhood laundromat probably faced the same water problem. Nina sighed, dejected, but Caleb suggested with naturalness that they use bottled water to wash. She was shocked, screaming that he must be crazy. After all, who in their right mind would waste drinking water on clothes? The best thing would be to go to the 24-hour laundromat in the next neighborhood. Caleb crossed his arms, responding that she had asked for his opinion but seemed to have already decided what to do. Nina laughed lightly. She just wanted to argue a bit. He then argued that buying water would be more practical. If there was any left, they could drink it, and going to another neighborhood at that hour would be a waste of time. But Nina didn't give in. They needed to save money, remembering all the expenses they had, from notebooks and school supplies to electricity bills and food. Spending money unnecessarily was unthinkable. The two stayed in silence for a moment, separated by an imaginary line of stubbornness, each one convinced that they were right. Even without contact with her parents, Nina still received a small allowance, but Caleb, unlike her, lived only off savings and one day that would run out. His parents probably wouldn't help, since they even seemed relieved to leave him on his own. After a silence, Caleb reflected and admitted she was right. Then, without saying much, he grabbed the bike key and stated with determination that they would go to the automatic laundromat. Right after, they were already on the street. He pedaled hard while complaining that they would have arrived faster if they had taken the bus. But, according to Nina, he was exaggerating because not even 10 minutes had passed. As the bus passed them, she huffed that they were going exactly to save money and that riding a bike also served as exercise, two benefits at once. While she protested, trying to continue the conversation, he made a sharp turn and she screamed in fright, almost falling. With her heart racing, she accused him of doing that on purpose, and he looked away, faking innocence. While pedaling through the city, Caleb said calmly that she should hold on tight, warning that it would be dangerous if she kept leaning like that. A light blush rose to her face when he added that he was getting nervous with the clumsy way she was holding on. Embarrassed, she stammered, asking if she should really do that, and he responded naturally, trying to hide his embarrassment. She laughed and warned him before putting her arms around his waist. Her face turned even redder when she realized she was hugging Caleb, while she heard him say that if she felt uncomfortable, she could simply imagine him as a rock. Nina didn't understand. That made no sense at all. Why would someone hug a rock? She preferred much more to think she was holding him for real and got a bit irritated that he didn't notice how she felt. While hugging him, she noticed how his body was different, more rigid, different from the soft touch of her friends. Without a doubt, a man's body was very different from a woman's, and that fascinated Nina. She imagined that the male build must be distinct, but she didn't believe everyone was like that. She thought only Caleb was special. Taken by curiosity, Nina wondered if Caleb's abdomen would be soft and, without thinking much, ended up squeezing it lightly. In that same instant, he tensed up and shouted her name out loud. She tried to justify herself, saying she was just joking, but he kept complaining, asking if she wanted to go running instead of continuing on the bike. A few minutes later, they stopped at a crossroad. Caleb asked which direction they should take, and she replied that they needed to go straight and turn left when they saw the convenience store. While giving directions, she thought to herself that she needed to talk to him about something normal. Lately, everything between them seemed strange or out of the ordinary. She also realized she knew almost nothing about him, didn't know what he liked, or if they had interests in common. The only conversations she remembered involved serious subjects, investigations, sometimes safety, money, and absurd situations. Sighing, she concluded that even trying to be his friend seemed difficult. Then, determined, she decided to change that, turn to him, and ask suddenly if there was anything he wanted to do. He looked at her curiously and responded with another question, asking what kind of thing. She thought fast and explained that even with everything so confusing and complicated, the important thing was to enjoy the moment, and asked again what he would most like to do. After a brief silence, Caleb responded calmly that he couldn't think of anything. Nina was shocked. That was impossible. After all, why did he work so hard at his studies if there was nothing he really wanted? Caleb remained in silence for a few seconds, looking at the horizon before responding that if in the end everything worked out, maybe it would be worth it. But in the next instant, he seemed distant, as if he doubted his own words. Even if everything ended well, he didn't believe it was possible. His father was an obstinate man, someone who never gave up on something once he decided to pursue it. Sooner or later, he would find Takmajan. Caleb knew that, but he couldn't tell the truth to Nina. Still, there was something that disturbed him, a strange sensation, as if his father and Takman were reflections of each other, two opposite sides of the same mirror. Takman had chosen to attack the Millennium Adventist Church. And of all people, his father was the one who fell into that trap perfectly. For Caleb, all of that could only be a coincidence or a mistake made by his own father. He remembered an old metaphor that his father told him once, that when someone mounts a horse, the animal sees who the person really is. The horse feels if the person has a disciplined soul or not. If the one who leads it is weak, the animal will recognize him as an enemy, but if strong, it will consider him worthy of respect. The same applied to people. Just as a horse is able to recognize the character of its leader, humans could also perceive the true nature of each other, even without knowing each other completely. Despite the doubts and the fears, Caleb knew he had no choice but to believe, even if there was only one chance in 100. What was clear is that the future of the Millennium Adventist Church depended entirely on Takmajan. Later, while they waited at the laundromat, Nina warned that they would have to wait about 50 minutes until the clothes were dry, and then they would go home. Taken by curiosity, Caleb asked what kind of person her uncle is. Nina showed surprise, but responded calmly that she imagined how curious he must be too. Then she became thoughtful for an instant, and said then that that man was a true mystery, even to his own family. She began to notice her uncle when she was still in middle school, when he created a way to cheat in online games. During high school, he disappeared suddenly, and the family even filed a missing persons report. But before they gave up looking for him, he reappeared, saying only that he had spent time in a juvenile detention center. Over time, that repeated itself several times. The man vanished for long periods and always came back with a new excuse. None of them good enough to justify his absences. All the reasons he gave sounded shameful. Caleb commented that, given how much she knew about her uncle, he imagined the relationship between the two was not so bad. Nina responded that, in truth, they were only 10 years apart and that her own mother had been the one who raised him. Still, no matter how much she knew about all this, Nina admitted she didn't understand the reason why her uncle had run away, taking the family's money. Although she didn't understand the circumstances of adults, she believed there must be a reason, and for that reason she still chose to trust him. For her, it didn't matter if he was a scammer or something worse. He was still part of the family, and even if she found him and he was guilty, she would probably forgive him. However, as much as she tried to believe, Nina still felt betrayed. The disappointment weighed more than the loss of the money. What tormented her most was the doubt about what family really meant to that man she called uncle. Nina began to look dejected, and Caleb noticed the discouragement in her face. Shortly after, she leaned on the table, exhausted, until silence filled the room. Worried, he called her softly, trying to confirm if she was okay. When he called her again, he heard a light murmur, followed by a trembling breath. Caleb noticed that Nina was shaking slightly, with her face hidden between her arms, and not knowing what to do, asked if she was crying. She, however, continued to murmur confused phrases, questioning why the family needed to save so much if the money would end up lost anyway. Her voice sounded increasingly shaky while she confessed her fear of the future. If she couldn't find her uncle, maybe she would need to work in a factory. And she wondered if that destiny was inevitable. Caleb tried to calm her, stating that this wouldn't happen and that he would do everything possible to stop it. Even so, she murmured that she wouldn't have the strength to continue, that she was just a student and didn't know how to handle all of that. Caleb felt completely lost. Nina was about to break down in tears, and he had never consoled anyone before. While trying to find a solution, he noticed that Nina was whispering her mother's name in an almost childish tone, as if seeking comfort. Meanwhile, two people were approaching the laundromat, complaining about the rusty water. However, as they looked through the glass door, they were shocked by the unexpected scene before them. In that instant, taken by an impulse, Caleb held Nina's face carefully, and without thinking clearly, he leaned in, bringing his face close to hers. In truth, it wasn't what it looked like. Caleb hadn't kissed her. He only got close enough to say that he would take responsibility. Nina stared dazed, not understanding what he meant by that, until he pulled back, realizing how much he had let himself get carried away by the moment. Embarrassed by his own attitude, he tried to correct himself hurriedly, saying that what he wanted to say was that he would take responsibility for the money, not for her. Nina thought he really meant he would do it for her, while she heard Caleb say that he wouldn't allow her to work in a factory and that he could get a part-time job to help. There were many jobs that paid well, and he would find a way, all so she wouldn't need to worry or cry anymore. From the outside, some people watched the scene through the window, hesitating to enter the laundromat. Caleb, noticing the curious looks, lowered his head in embarrassment while Nina wiped her tears. Nina knew that he was not in a good situation either. Those high-paying job openings he mentioned were probably internet scams. And even if working in a factory was hard, at least it was something honest. After a pause, she added that he was smart, but still had much to learn about the world. Nina smiled, wiping the last of her tears. Even if everything he had said were just words, that was enough, and with a sincere smile, she thanked him softly. Caleb remained in silence, unable to look away from Nina's smile. While his mind wandered, Nina called him back to reality, asking if he had brought money because she had forgotten hers. In a relaxed way, she said that, since he had made a mistake before, it was only fair that he be the one to pay. Caleb replied that he already intended to do that anyway. Shortly after, the two left the laundromat together, and Caleb asked if she had already put all the clothes in the bag. Nina confirmed with a brief nod. The way back was downhill, so he asked her to hold on tight to him and took the chance to warn her to be more careful with her surroundings. remembering the day she got hurt while cleaning the school hallway. He didn't want anything like that to happen again. She just smiled and responded in an amused way, as if his concern was exaggerated. She got on the bike and hugged him from behind, asking him to start pedaling. Caleb took a deep breath before starting the journey. As they went down the hill, the night wind blew strong and Nina opened her arms, laughing out loud, saying the sensation was like being on a roller coaster. That night, while silence took over the room, Nina rolled in bed, hugging her phone. After a few seconds, she opened the browser and began to type a question. What does a boy do when he is with a girl he likes? While searching, the memories of that moment came back to her mind, the moment when Caleb said he would take responsibility. Nina turned over in bed, imagining that someone as direct and closed off as Caleb wouldn't say something like that without a reason. There was a reason behind those words. Determined to find out, she told herself that she needed to turn to the internet gurus. She opened YouTube and began to watch videos with titles like the 10 things a man does when he is in love, and when a man shows interest and the woman doesn't notice. While Nina watched the video, the first sentence caught her attention. A man in love always wants to help. She sat up suddenly, surprised, while the narrator continued explaining that, according to evolutionary psychology, the act of helping another person could be a way to show affection and closeness. Almost without realizing it, she murmured that the description fit him perfectly, since Caleb always appeared when she needed him, even without asking. However, she shook her head, trying to convince herself she couldn't jump to conclusions. That was only the first item on the list, and she would need to confirm the others before believing in anything. The screen showed the second point. He will come running to you whenever you call him. Curious, she decided to test it and called his name out loud. To her surprise, Caleb appeared at the door a few seconds later. She stared at him shocked and stammered something about him having arrived too fast and even asked if he had superpowers. Caleb replied that he just came down to drink water and wanted to know the reason for the call. Not knowing what to say, she faked it, stating that it was nothing important and dismissed him. As soon as the door closed, she murmured to herself that it couldn't be a coincidence and asked in thought if that was destiny. While reading the third item on the list, Nina murmured softly that that one was about men who would do anything, even when the request was absurd. Intrigued, she decided to test again, calling Caleb again. And a few seconds later, he appeared at the door, asking what she wanted. Then, Nina asked him to give her 100 million won, which made Caleb freeze. Nina was already preparing to end that story when she heard his voice ask if she needed the money urgently, explaining that he hadn't yet checked his account balance. Surprised, she hurried to say she was joking and thought that it was completely insane. He really fit all the items so far. Determined to continue the test, she scrolled the screen to the next point, muttering that the fourth item was about when a man smiled naturally in front of the person he liked, without hiding his emotions. For a moment, she became thoughtful, murmuring mentally that that made sense until she realized something. She realized that since she met Caleb, she had never seen him smile, not a single time. The idea left her intrigued, and she began to wonder if it made any sense to see that face every day and never have witnessed even a single smile. The more she thought about it, the more curiosity grew, and she decided that she needed to find out what Caleb's smile was like. If he was really so cold and serious all the time, maybe it would be even more incredible to see him smiling. From the outside, Caleb felt a slight shiver, while Nina promised herself that she would do everything to see that smile, whatever it cost. The next day, Nina remained immersed in her thoughts, still reflecting on Caleb's smile, but before concentrating on that, she decided to check the fifth item on the list. With a sparkle of curiosity in her gaze, she opened her phone and thought that, since she was at the halfway point of the total signs, maybe she could have a bit of hope. The fifth said, "He looks at you with affection." She rested her chin on her hand, intrigued, muttering to herself that there were many types of looks. Some expressed excitement, others irritation or disdain, and even responsibility or satisfaction. While observing the people around her, she tried to compare expressions and understand how to distinguish a truly affectionate look. It was then that the classroom door opened and Caleb walked in calmly, holding a glass of water. In that same instant, Nina stared at him intensely, as if she wanted to decipher every movement of his eyes, the look number 5 on the list, the one showing affection. Caleb noticed the penetrating look and arched an eyebrow, confused by her intensity. Nina stood firm, but the more she watched, the more she realized there was nothing there. No special sparkle, no sign of emotion, just nothing. For an instant, she thought he must be hiding his true feelings. After all, they were at school. It made sense, Caleb was a good actor. At home, she always saw him a different way. And, if she were honest, maybe even kinder, remembering the moment when he looked her in the eyes. Even so, her analytical mind concluded that at that moment his eyes showed 55% confusion, 40% embarrassment, 5% shock, and 0% affection. Dejected, she sighed softly, but soon cheered up, convinced that the next step would come naturally. If she could make him smile, that look of affection would appear on its own. The priority now was item number 4, the smile. Meanwhile, Caleb watched her in silence, reflecting that he needed to clarify what he knew and planned to tell her everything as soon as they got home. Suddenly, a young man walked calmly into the room, asking to borrow a PE outfit. At this moment, Caleb looked at Nina, who seemed surprised to see him. When he looked back at the young man, he noticed the serene expression with which he greeted Nina, showing a tranquil smile as he entered. Seeing him approach, Nina gets startled and tries to hide inside her hoodie, lowering her head onto the table. The boy comes closer and pulls her hood, saying that if she heard him, she should at least greet him, asking why she was hiding. Nina complains, asking him to stop because the hoodie will end up stretching. He laughs at her reaction, finding the situation funny. Soon 2 classmates watching the scene comment curiously, asking if there was something between the two and if they were close. The young man responds smiling that yes, but Nina soon corrects him, stating that they are not that intimate. She tries to justify herself, saying she is telling the truth, that she only knows Michael because they studied in the same class in freshman year. The young man pretends to be offended and comments that if they aren't close, then he probably has no friends. Nina doesn't know what to do. If she admitted they were close, her classmates would tease her even more. She had already been questioned if she liked Michael. Although he was handsome, he was the complete opposite of her ideal type. Her type would be someone with a gentle and welcoming look, but his eyes somehow left her a bit apprehensive. While teasing Nina, Michael notices the presence of Caleb and comments, "Look who's here." Right after, he approaches and asks casually if it's true that Caleb's church was a victim of a scam. The whole room reacts with surprise, and Nina is shocked, not understanding how he knew about that. Michael continues saying that the situation must be ruined, which leaves everyone even more curious. He explained that the church is administered by the Vatican, and therefore, cannot act in just any way, although he admitted he has no idea how the Millennium Adventist Church works. Some classmates murmur surprised that he said that in front of Caleb, and others remember that the construction of the church had not yet been completed, confirming the rumor. Nina despairs, realizing that the rumor was spreading too fast, while Michael, with a provocative smile, comments that this is the result of acting without thinking, and that maybe the church is indeed doomed to bankruptcy. In the background, the other classmates begin to whisper that maybe that is the reason Caleb ran away from home, but wouldn't it be better for him to stay with the family in this difficult time? While the room discussed the scandal, Nina realized that the opinion of her classmates was starting to change. Maybe that was the ideal moment for Caleb to have a new chance at school without being misinterpreted by the others. However, Caleb remains calm, without showing any reaction, and Nina despairs, thinking that he didn't realize the opportunity he had in his hands. If he told the true reason he had run away from home, everyone would believe and understand his situation. It would be a chance to recover the youth he had lost because of his own father and even be popular. But soon she changes her mind. Maybe she was wrong. Caleb didn't want the spotlight, just to live in peace. Still, she gets frustrated thinking that he is much better than everyone imagines, but no one seems to notice that. Suddenly, Nina has an idea. She decides to speak with Michael, calling him insistently, believing that maybe there is a way to resolve the misunderstanding. The friend, initially reluctant, asks why he should listen to her, but she holds him by the shoulders, determined. Nina explains that Caleb probably doesn't even believe in the Millennium Adventist Church and tries to convince him to discreetly spread this information among their classmates, hoping that Michael accepts helping her. He stares at her and asks if she is a religious fanatic. Nina denies it immediately, saying it's nothing like that and promises to explain the reason later. In exchange, she asks that he do this favor for her. As a form of persuasion, she promises to return the favor in the future, saying she would do anything for him. Not her, but Caleb. Michael accepts with a half smile, confirming the deal. She returns the gesture and guarantees she will listen to any wish of his later, as long as he helps now. Meanwhile, the students continued commenting on the rumor. Some wondered if Caleb really was part of a sect, while others doubted what they had heard. There were those who said the Millennium Adventist Church was indeed in decline, and that no one knew where Caleb was living since he ran away from home. Suddenly, Nina is surprised by her friends, who pull her hair while whispering about the subject, trying to understand what was happening and if the rumor about the church being cheated was true. The bell rings and Michael stands up, saying he had already picked up the PE clothes. Leaving the room, he thinks there is something strange between Nina and Caleb. After Michael revealed the truth, the information about the Millennium Adventist Church spread quickly among the students, and the reactions were divided into 3 distinct groups. The first group hoped that the scammer wouldn't be caught. Many thought he deserved to escape, since the sect was nothing but a nuisance. The second group wanted the responsible party to be arrested, arguing that not only had the church been cheated, but that all victims deserved justice. And there was still a third type of reaction, more curious and personal, formed by girls who began to approach Caleb with ulterior motives, looking for a way to get involved with him. While Nina was in the bathroom, she heard some students commenting that they already knew Caleb was not a follower of the sect. He simply didn't have that kind of behavior. Between laughter and whispers, one of them added, saying that, in truth, he was even quite handsome. Nina was in shock hearing another girl state that it was impossible for someone like Caleb to belong to a sect, and that she intended to confess to him that morning. Laughing, the girls said it wasn't just her. Almost the whole class had a crush on Caleb, and that was the reaction Nina didn't expect. Later, already at home, Nina knew that Caleb would attract attention, but she didn't imagine he would become so popular like that, although it was something positive. She couldn't avoid the strange sensation that this caused her. While putting away her things, she heard a voice calling her name. Caleb was in front of her, saying he needed to talk. Surprised, she responded that she had just arrived from the market and asked for a moment to put away the groceries. He begins by saying that he knows they need to talk about what happened at school, but he prefers to leave that subject for later. Instead, he states that the priority now is to define exactly what kind of relationship they have, which leaves Nina confused, asking what kind of relationship he is referring to. Caleb explains that he decided to continue living in that house, and for that reason wants to divide the expenses equally between the two. It would be better that way than leaving her paying for everything alone. She agrees, since she had also been thinking about proposing the same. While cutting some vegetables, Nina reflects that the money sent by her parents is not enough. Dividing the costs with Caleb seemed indeed the best solution, even though she thought it curious he had touched on the subject so suddenly. Right after, Caleb adds that he intends to focus only on taking care of himself, saying he will be too busy to worry about other people, and that he hopes the cohabitation between them doesn't become more complicated than it already is. Nina, distracted cutting vegetables, stopped suddenly. She realized that the conversation was taking an unexpected turn and wasn't sure if she was understanding it correctly. In thought, she questioned if Caleb was implying that she liked him. Then, denying any misunderstanding, she responded directly that she felt nothing for him. Nina didn't know at what moment he started to believe that she liked him, but it wasn't true. However, Caleb reminded her that she had kissed him. She tried to explain herself quickly, saying that had just been an impulse, without any intention, and that she had already apologized. So, she saw no reason for him to continue bothered by it. Irritated, Caleb asked if she did this kind of thing with just anyone. Nina reacted in shock, but thought that if she said he was the only one she had kissed, it would sound like a confession. Nina clenched her fist, trying to contain her frustration. She thought to herself that she also had dignity and wouldn't accept being rejected even before declaring herself. Suddenly, Caleb asked if she acted like that with others, like with Michael. Nina questioned the reason he brought his name into the conversation, but Caleb insisted, saying she seemed to not even remember the things she did, since she did them all the time. Frustrated, Nina didn't understand why he pressured her so much, especially being someone so reserved. But Caleb, with a serious face, only concluded that she was strange. Surprised, she wanted to know why he called her that. He responded with irony, saying that no one else would be proud of going around kissing just anyone. Offended, Nina retorted that he had no right to judge her and that it was up only to her to decide who she wanted to kiss. While speaking, she wondered why he seemed so bothered. Caleb then stated that freedom and self-satisfaction were different things, that it was easy to act on impulse when you don't feel responsible for the consequences, criticizing those who confuse freedom with a lack of control. He continued saying that these days, many people treat relationships like a game, seeking only the thrill of the new instead of truly loving. But true happiness comes from awareness and self-control, not from acting on a whim. Nina watched in silence, not believing what she heard. Caleb proceeded, saying that a person who lives running after new loves is just trapped in a foolish fantasy, and that desire exists to be controlled, not followed blindly. Whoever lives only by their own impulses is no different from an animal. Irritated, Nina clenched her fist hard, and before he could continue, exploded with rage and threw onion peels at Caleb's face. She screamed, asking what was going through his head, what he meant by calling her an animal, and why he cared if she kissed someone else. She kept throwing onions at him, demanding to know what he really knew about her, and calling him obsessed with self-control. Caleb tried to respond, but she interrupted him, saying she would never let him touch her again and that she preferred he stay alone for the rest of his life. He was left speechless while she walked out, closing the door hard. In the room, Nina was still furious, calling him crazy and complaining about the things he had said, and thought that, in the end, the strange one there was him, not her. Among confused thoughts, Nina remembered that she wanted to see Caleb smile, but now she admitted that had been a foolishness on her part. She believed that if he really saw her in another way, he would never have said those words. It seemed that to him, she was nothing but an immature and impulsive girl. Upon receiving a notification, she picked up her phone to see the message, still reflecting that she preferred anything over having been rejected that way. As soon as she read the content, Nina stood up hurriedly and left the house without explanation. Right after, she found Michael at a cafe and greeted him in surprise, not imagining he would appear in person after a simple message. As he approached, he explained that he came as soon as he finished class. And Nina, still confused, thought she didn't expect that, since she only wanted to talk via chat. On the inside, she sighed, wondering why exactly at that moment no one else was available to listen to her. Her friends were all busy. During the conversation, Michael asked if she had been scolded by her parents. Nina explained that she no longer lived with them, trying to hide the embarrassment. With a forced smile, she commented that she was living at a cousin's house, although she feared he would think it strange that she wasn't with her family. Michael observed that it must be uncomfortable to live at a relative's house, but Nina wanted to know if he wasn't curious about the reason. He responded calmly that every family has its own problems and that there was no need to force the subject. The response surprised her gratefully. Nina said she didn't even know if they were close enough to meet at that hour. Michael responded that she had said something quite painful. Then he asked if she remembered the school trip to Neverland when they were much closer. She responded in a confused way, saying that only happened because they studied in the same class. He joked, saying she could deny it all she wanted, but the mood soon changed. Nina became visibly dejected, and Michael realized that something was bothering her. He wondered what could have happened. Maybe the cousin she lived with was a difficult person, since she seemed so tense. Meanwhile, back at home, Caleb looked at the clock and noted that it had already been more than an hour since Nina had left. With his head in his hands, he regretted the things he had said. He thought that to her, he must seem like a complete lunatic, maybe even a crazy fanatic like the ones she so despised. Imagining that maybe he had hurt her, he felt a tightness in his chest. Nothing seemed to have changed since the day he left his own home. Regretful, he admitted to himself that he shouldn't have said those words, especially to her. Decided, Caleb stood up suddenly. He needed to find her before it was too late. He imagined that somewhere Nina must be crying alone at that moment. Back at the cafe, Nina smiled, showing Michael a funny photo of herself. Because of it, she had earned the nickname of Crazy Scientist. While they ate and talked, Nina began to feel lighter and more alive. When he asked if she was feeling better, she confirmed with enthusiasm, saying that putting it all out had relieved her heart. Still, inside, Nina thought she needed to talk to Caleb and resolve everything once and for all. The cafe was almost empty when Nina realized only she and Michael remained at the place. Not wanting to take up any more of his time, she apologized, saying it was time to go. He asked if her house was far and she responded that it was close, just a short walk. The two left together, and Nina thanked him for everything while Michael thought he had forgotten to ask about Caleb, but decided to leave that for another time. When he offered to walk her home, she tried to refuse as she didn't want to bother him. However, he responded with calm, saying he just wanted to ensure she arrived safely. Nina reflected how much Michael seemed different when they were alone, calmer, more attentive, and even a bit sweet. Without realizing it, she thought she really liked the Michael from that day. But soon a doubt hit her. Wasn't she being too unstable? It hadn't even been long since she had admitted liking Caleb. Even so, she remembered something that made her hesitate. Caleb was the son of the leader of a cult. Maybe it was natural to feel more at ease with Michael than with him. It was painful to hear what Caleb said, but despite that, Nina decided she would try to talk to him when she got home, because she was no longer sure she could still sustain those feelings. While Nina walked back home, Caleb looked for her in the streets. Time passed and he began to worry. Nina didn't answer her phone and wasn't anywhere. Restless, he wondered how far she could have gone at that hour of the night. Suddenly, a voice called him. Turning around, Caleb faced the older man who recognized him immediately. It was his uncle. The woman with him commented that he had grown a lot, and that his bearing reminded her of the sect leader. The uncle, surprised, noted that Caleb still called him that, and trying to stay calm, Caleb responded that calling him uncle was just an old habit. While they talked, he realized that those people still referred to his father as the leader. This meant there were still faithful followers, and that realization bothered him deeply. The man then commented that he wanted to introduce him to someone new, someone who had recently joined the family of the new god. Caleb was in shock, not understanding what he just heard. He couldn't believe it. The Millennium Adventist Church still held services, and he asked if that was true. The uncle, realizing his reaction, smiled discreetly and said that faith had never vanished, that the Millennium Adventist Church would never fall. Next, he asked the child at his side what they had learned in the sermon that day. With enthusiasm, the boy repeated the words of the service. The temple will become the cradle that will protect the faithful from the end of the world. The castle of the Millennium Kingdom will be the building under construction, erected under the promise of salvation. When the temple is completed, disasters will take over the world, and the new God will resurrect the Millennium Kingdom, and the believers will inherit the sacred kingdom.
While listening to the boy, Caleb remembered himself, pronouncing those same words when he was the same age. Suddenly, he advanced without hesitation, delivered a dry punch to his uncle, and with a look taken by rage, said he had waited a long time for that moment and could no longer bear all of that. Caleb grabbed him by the collar and asked how that man had the nerve to talk about the temple in front of him, as if nothing had happened. He wanted to know until when they would continue trapped in illusions, believing in empty promises that said salvation and true happiness came from the Millennium Adventist Church. For Caleb, salvation might even exist, just not in that place. The words true salvation echoed in the mind of the old man, who then asked if Caleb no longer had any dreams. He looked at him with a provocative smile, remembering that the young man used to have nightmares every night since that day, and asked if those nightmares had ceased when he began the rituals of worship. The man even commented in an ironic tone that maybe it had been good Caleb had left home. After all, the boy who before never reacted was now capable even of raising a hand against someone. Amidst the provocations, the old man continued laughing, asking where the boy had gone who cried every night in fear. His voice echoed like a whisper inside Caleb's mind, questioning who it was that made him sleep. Suddenly, the memory came to his mind. He was lying down, sweating, when a gentle hand touched his hair. Opening his eyes, he saw Nina standing before him, but the uncle's voice didn't stop, insisting that that person could be at his side now, but wouldn't stay forever. Caleb's scream broke the trance, ordering the old man to shut his mouth, and asked if he really believed himself to be a good person just for having memorized the whole Bible. Caleb pushed him against the bridge railing, remembering that the blood of that man also ran in his veins. Half of him came from the same man the uncle so venerated. With a dark look, he asked if he really knew what kind of temperament that man had, and if he wanted to find out in practice. Before anything worse happened, Nina and Michael ran to him, pulling him with force. Scared, they shouted for him to calm down, saying they didn't know what was happening, but that he needed to stop. Michael asked if he had gone crazy, if he really intended to kill someone, while the old man was supported by other members of the church. While Nina tapped lightly on Caleb's face. When she looked back at the older man, she recognized him. It was the same one who had appeared in the video of the Millennium Adventist Church that she watched. The woman with him murmured they should avoid the confrontation. Then, the old man stared at his nephew with contempt and stated coldly that he would see him again. And when that moment arrived, he would pay for what he had done. Upon hearing this, Nina was furious, took a step forward, and shouted that that would never happen, that Caleb would never return to the Millennium Adventist Church. Firmly, she stated that that cult was about to collapse, and that she wasn't afraid of people like them. 20 minutes before all of that, Michael walked beside Nina when his phone began to ring, but he decided to ignore it and put the device in his pocket. During the conversation, Michael asked if her cousin bothered her frequently. Nina got a bit muddled to respond and explained quickly that it wasn't exactly that. They just had different personalities. She said the cousin was a reserved person, and for that reason they ended up disagreeing sometimes. But inside she felt guilty. The lies were accumulating, and she felt bad for deceiving Michael once more. Even so, she decided she needed to resolve things personally and promised herself she would talk to her cousin as soon as she had the courage. Michael asked if she really wanted to express herself. Nina responded excitedly that yes, and he commented with a slight smile that he was also good at that, maybe even too much, according to her. With sincerity, Nina said that as a friend she thought he should be more careful with his jokes, remembering that they were about to become adults and were no longer children. She asked that he be a bit kinder and less impulsive. Suddenly, Michael leaned in and put his arm around her shoulders, bringing his face close to hers while asking if that was the way she wanted. His firm gaze left her completely without reaction. Right after, Nina pulled away abruptly, shouting that what he had done wasn't a joke, it was something too intimate. He tried to argue, saying that as friends he saw no problem with that type of joke, but she retorted indignantly that no friendship involved that type of physical contact. It was then that a distant scream caught their attention. Upon hearing the voice, the two fell silent immediately, recognizing whose it was. And that was how everything had begun. Back to the present, Michael believed that Caleb just stayed neutral in relation to the sect, but now he realized he was totally against it. Even so, he couldn't understand why Nina was helping Caleb, since he was sure she wasn't part of that group. Meanwhile, the agitated woman defended the boss, saying Caleb had started the fight and that the man hadn't said anything wrong. The subject with gray hair looked at Nina with attention, praising her boldness and asking her name. Nina hesitated for an instant before responding, but was interrupted by Caleb and Michael, who pulled her abruptly back, saying that he didn't need to know. She was dragged by the two young men, protesting for them to let her go, but was completely ignored while they went down the express stairs. Already on a more remote street, Michael commented, relieved, that at least no one had followed them. Nina, however, was worried realizing that the man had asked only her name and not Michael's, and began to wonder if her identity had already been discovered by the Millennium Adventist Church. Michael grumbled that that old man reminded him of a 100-year-old cunning snake and said that if he were in his place, he wouldn't have managed to stay calm in front of someone younger trying to attack him. Curious, he asked if that man was some relative. Caleb responded that they had no blood ties, but that he called him uncle because he was close to his father, and that now, that man meant nothing more to him. Looking fixedly at Caleb, Michael thought that his desire to distance himself from that cult seemed truly genuine. Nina, still trying to understand the situation, asked if the people with the older man also were part of the Millennium Adventist Church. Caleb responded that probably yes, stating that everyone must carry the mark of the seal. She was confused by the term, and Michael explained that, according to the Book of Revelation, there were 144,000 people marked with a seal. He had already heard of that when he attended church, commenting that sects used to distort passages of Revelation to justify their beliefs. Caleb confirmed, many of the practices of the Millennium Adventist Church came from those passages, but they were distorted in an absurd way. The seal mentioned by Michael was one of them, and they even sold that symbol as if it were a sacred item. Nina reflected on how, even with all the problems involving the sect, those people still existed and continued to spread. While they walked through the deserted street, Michael glanced at Caleb, wondering how much he seemed to walk naturally beside them, as if he always was part of the group. Soon he said goodbye, wishing good luck to Caleb and walking away with Nina on the other side of the street. She commented that that path wasn't right, but he guaranteed they could go by another route. When Caleb also turned, going in the same direction, Michael turned back again, ironizing that after all that was the right way. Nina, irritated, asked what he was doing, and her friend responded that even if Caleb showed he was against the sect, they had still seen the young man try to push someone earlier. Michael didn't understand why Nina defended him with such conviction, but warned her to stop before getting involved in something even more dangerous. Faced with his words, Nina just remained in silence. Sometimes, Caleb's lines really seemed strange and meaningless, things that would scare anyone, and she herself didn't know for sure what was wrong with him. Although she seemed to know everything about Caleb, there was still much Nina didn't understand. Even so, she knew she wouldn't be able to simply give up on him. When she moved to her uncle's house, Nina did her best to make the place more welcoming. She cleaned, organized, and filled the environment with things that brought her comfort. Still, every night, she ended up wondering what the future held for her. No matter how much she tried to find a solution, Nina knew that at that moment there was nothing she could do. Anxiety consumed her little by little, and so as not to go crazy, she sought anything to distract her. Nina wished that there was something capable of pulling out once, and for all those feelings of anguish and restlessness that trapped her. And it was then that Caleb appeared without the slightest warning. He arrived as if nothing had happened, acting in a way so natural that he seemed to consider that place his own home. Despite the surprise, Nina realized that even discreetly, he showed a certain consideration for her. Without needing to say a word, it was possible to feel that Caleb also was uncomfortable with it all, maybe just as confused and lost as she was. Nina understood that sensation well. She couldn't open up to anyone, not even her closest friends, and therefore pretended to be fine, even when her heart was heavy. In some moments, all she wanted was simply to stop, sit on the floor and cry. And then, when she least expected it, she heard a voice calling her name. Looking up, she saw Caleb on the porch, watching her with a calm face, asking why she was still out there. On that day, Nina had returned home after a quick trip to the convenience store. That night she would have dinner with Caleb, something simple, but which sparked a slight warmth in her chest. She called him with a serene and familiar voice, and without thinking much, confessed with sincerity that she liked living with him. Nina didn't regret having let him in on that rainy day, and from then on decided she wanted to live well with him. When Caleb ordered her to come in already, she ended up laughing, realizing that as much as he tried to deny it, both shared the same feeling. He was also attracted to her, even if he didn't yet have the courage to admit it. Back to the present, Nina smiled softly. She knew that, until the moment he realized what he really felt for her, she wouldn't think about giving up. After all, she liked him too much to simply let it all end like this.
Nina wanted to say something important to Caleb, but before she could finish her sentence, Michael grabbed her hood and told her not to say a word. Whatever it was better to stay quiet. At that moment, a young woman appeared calling for Michael and cursing at him, giving him a hard kick in the back. The girl kept shouting and asked if Michael knew what time it was, saying she had already called him hundreds of times. Terrified by the situation, Nina asked in a trembling voice who that lady was, and she replied that she was Michael's sister, asking if Nina was his girlfriend. The question sent Nina into a panic. She began to wave her hands and deny it desperately, saying that no, she was just a friend. Only a friend. Michael's sister was sarcastic, saying that if they were just friends, why were they meeting alone at that time of night? Nina shot back, responding that they weren't alone, that they were with another friend, pointing at Caleb. Looking at Caleb, Michael's sister was shocked to see that the boy was absurdly handsome. Nina agreed, trying to hide her jealousy. Then, Michael's sister said he needed to get home fast, complaining that he should have sent a message letting her know he was already near the house. Surprised, Nina repeated the phrase, asking if they were actually standing in front of their house. Michael's sister explained that if Nina turned right in that alley, she would see the house. Nina was stunned to realize it was in the same direction she had come from. Only then did she realize they lived in the same neighborhood. Michael commented that Nina had said she lived nearby, so it didn't matter whether she arrived early or late since he'd get scolded either way. Because of that, he was going to walk her home first. Nina tried to stop him, saying it wasn't necessary, but Caleb interrupted, stating that he would take Nina home himself, ironically explaining that, unlike Michael, he didn't have a curfew. Michael stared at Caleb and stated that he had seen him almost push someone hours earlier. Caleb replied coldly that if Michael didn't want the same thing to happen to him, he should stay quiet for his own sake. Watching the heated argument, Nina wondered if everything was okay. Michael's sister tried to calm her down, telling her not to worry so much, stating that such behavior was normal. Then, Michael's sister suggested that she and Nina become friends, commenting that their parents loved to share food and make friends with neighbors. Michael interrupted his sister and asked Nina if she was being well fed at her cousin's house, since she had eaten so much at breakfast. Nina explained she only ate like that because the food was so delicious. Michael's sister was surprised, concluding that Nina wasn't eating well, and decreed that from that moment on, she should come eat at their house, since she could eat as much as she wanted there. Nina thanked her for the offer but tried to downplay it, mentioning that living with her cousin wasn't so bad. She added that it was getting late and she needed to go home, thinking that if she stayed there, things would only get worse. She said goodbye to everyone and ran off, asking everyone else to head home too. After she left, Caleb left as well, and roughly passed by Michael, bumping his shoulder. Michael's sister commented that the guy hated him, and Michael replied that she didn't need to tell him for him to notice. As they walked, the sister commented that Nina was very cute and asked if she wasn't exactly his type. Michael remained silent, but soon asked if she really thought Nina was cute, leaving his sisters speechless. When Caleb entered the house, Nina heard his footsteps and noticed he had stopped in the hallway. The atmosphere between the two became a bit uncomfortable. They just greeted each other quickly, passing by one another as if nothing had happened. She considered that, compared to the problem involving Caleb's uncle, their little argument seemed too insignificant to mention. After that, she went back to her room, imagining that Caleb might have something to say. So, to show she was still awake, she left the light on purpose. Even so, Caleb remained standing in the hallway, motionless, making her think he was still trying to organize what he wanted to say. She began to wonder why he was taking so long. When she realized he was about to leave, she panicked and ran out of the room calling for him, saying out loud that if there was something he wanted to say, he could say it. Caleb turned around in surprise as she finished, nervous and blushing, saying she was always ready to listen. No matter how heavy the story was, she would be there as a friend, saying this with an unforgettable smile on her face. Caleb, however, remained thoughtful, telling himself there was something he wanted to say. After hesitating a bit, he gathered his courage and asked why she had been with Michael earlier. She was shocked to realize that was what he was curious about. She then explained everything that had happened, telling him she had only gone out for some air and ended up talking to Michael through messages until he showed up. She also apologized for throwing onions at him, and Caleb replied that he was sorry too. Later, she thought that for now their relationship had returned to normal. They were just friends living together, and even if they couldn't tell anyone, she was satisfied with the situation.
She also reflected that those siblings were a terrifying duo after seeing the fight scene, concluding that since they lived nearby, she and Caleb would need to be more careful. Soon after, she commented to herself that the next day would be the weekend and that maybe she should do a little cleaning to improve the atmosphere with Caleb. The next morning, Caleb appeared confused, asking what she was doing. She explained what she had spent the whole night thinking about and decided that that area of the house was unused, so she wanted to turn it into a study room. Caleb reminded her they didn't have furniture or money to buy more, but she claimed she had already solved everything. When he asked how, she took him to the spot and proudly showed the items she had obtained. She had picked up everything for free, as the house across the street said they were throwing it all away. Caleb was surprised to hear they were discarded objects, but she guaranteed they were in great condition. As soon as Caleb said she had done a good job, the two sat in an awkward silence until Nina asked him to help her carry the things inside. While working, she thought that she had never received a compliment from him before and wondered what had changed, but at the same time, she felt it was a positive change, as if she were one step closer to Caleb. Determined, she told herself she wouldn't waste this chance and would make this weekend worthwhile. When they finished moving the furniture, both were exhausted just from dragging the things. Nina was already tired. She couldn't believe he was tired too. She teased that he was weaker than he looked. He replied that he had just woken up and yet he was the one who carried the heaviest parts. The two remained lying on the floor in silence until she declared they had no other day but today, insisting they get up and finish everything before lunch. Then she ordered him to get a rag and cleaning supplies because she would start dusting things herself. When he opened the storage door, Caleb thought the handle was a bit stiff. He searched for a while and called her, saying he couldn't find the rag. She replied it might be on the shelf. He remained silent. From his point of view, the storage room looked empty. At least the item he was looking for wasn't there. He insisted he really hadn't found anything and asked if she couldn't just use a dish towel, Nina grumbled, questioning the use of a dish towel on furniture. She stated she was sure there was a rag there and asked why he said there wasn't. He replied he had looked everywhere and it wasn't there. Nina told him to step aside, and when she entered the storage room, she found the rag on the shelf and shouted that it was right there, showing the item to him. She commented that there was too much work and she couldn't trust him to help, noticing the mess on the storage floor. When the door closed, they both noticed a clicking sound, and the two became uneasy in the face of the unexpected silence. Nina tried to open the door and, upon turning the handle, realized it wouldn't move. After forcing it several times and even trying to throw herself against the door to open it, she announced that it was really locked. She said it made no sense for that to happen and suggested they try to open it together, so the two started applying force at the same time, but nothing happened. They even tried to kick the door at the same time, but that didn't help either. When Caleb forced the handle, it ended up slipping from his hand, flying across the floor. She started to panic. The door wouldn't move at all, and she asked why it would be locked like that. He replied that the handle was already stiff when he had entered earlier. Nina asked if Caleb had his phone, and he replied he left it in the room. She admitted she didn't have hers either. Then, Caleb remembered in a low voice that there was school the next day. Soon after, Nina began to scream desperately, asking for someone to save them. She knocked on the door and asked if there was anyone outside. Even if it was a thief or a mugger, anyone would do, begging them to help. Later, already out of strength, she and Caleb rested on the floor. They needed to catch their breath before trying to kick the door again, because if they kept going like that, the latch or the hinge would end up breaking. While resting, she thought, relieved, that at least Caleb was there with her. Otherwise, she would have panicked if she were trapped alone. Meanwhile, he reflected on whether he should be grateful they still had access to water, imagining that if they felt thirsty, they could drink. Caleb considered that the worst-case scenario would be the door not opening for a few more days, but he thought at least his father wouldn't find him there. He also thought that Nina's friends might find it strange if they realized both were absent at the same time and that, for that reason, they needed to consider some preventive measure. While thinking about this, he noticed that Nina was curled up in the corner, appearing to be cold. He asked if she was cold, and she replied that her sweat had dried and it was making her freezing. He noted that the room was cold because of the tiles, and wondered why on that particular day she was wearing only a short-sleeved t-shirt, but remembered she had taken off her sweatshirt while moving the furniture. When the sun went down, it would get even colder, so Caleb wondered what he could do to warm her up. Then he concluded that the only warm thing in that room was himself. This made him embarrassed, but even so, he called out to her. When Nina answered, he asked if she wanted him to hug her, explaining it would just be to maintain their body temperature. She was completely shocked to hear Caleb's suggestion. He hurried to explain that there was no other reason for it, that it would only get warmer if they stayed close and that it was only for that. He realized he might have gone too far, but thought the temperature could drop even more later. However, before he could fully regret it, she stood up, still awkward, and said it was okay. Her reaction left Caleb equally surprised, almost stunned. Nina approached carefully, and he hugged her from behind, allowing her to curl up in his arms to stay warm. Shortly after, she noticed his body suddenly went stiff and asked what had happened. Caleb quickly replied it was nothing and asked her not to turn around. Irritated, she thought he was already going back to being the usual Caleb, cold even in his words. Even with her heart racing to the point it felt like it would escape her chest, she tried to accept the situation. However, she thought it would be different if it were a hug motivated by Caleb's selfish intentions. She even wondered if a day like that would ever come. Meanwhile, Caleb tried to maintain the practical justification, saying that the hug was just to maintain both their temperatures. Nina was having an internal collapse. She wondered if he was acting strange because he had eaten something different and why he was doing things he normally wouldn't do. She even imagined she might end up getting it all wrong if he continued that way. When she realized his hands were cold, she wondered if Caleb was also nervous, perhaps as much as she was. Suddenly, Caleb pushed her forward slightly, saying that was enough. Nina soon stood up with him and grabbed him from behind, saying she wasn't warm enough yet. Caleb replied coldly that if she tried to open the door, she would certainly warm up. She replied she didn't want to. Caleb asked her not to waste strength uselessly and pushed her, making her let go, stating she was an idiot and that it was no time for games. Nina was perplexed because Caleb had never acted that way with her. He never made that kind of expression before. She felt embarrassed and thought Caleb's attitude was cute, but still questioned internally if she wasn't getting it all wrong. Nina knew it was in people's nature to be cunning, and until the day before, she would have been satisfied just being his friend, but now she wanted something more. Feeling her heart race, she admitted to herself that she wanted to move forward in their relationship. She was completely paralyzed when she heard, like a whisper from within her, the absurd idea of wanting to touch and become one with Caleb. Overcome by panic, she began to shoo away that thought as if it were an unwanted creature, asking where that had come from. He couldn't understand why she was acting that way again, especially when she started punching the wall without stopping. Upon testing the handle, he realized the door was still locked exactly as he already imagined. While she continued that burst of energy, to the point Caleb wondered if she really wanted to get out of there, he commented that it seemed like she had a harmonious family. Nina found the comment strange and replied not exactly. She explained that they lived together but that harmonious didn't seem to be the right word to describe her family. Nina commented that 3 years earlier, still in middle school, she began to doubt her parents' love for her. At the time, she was addicted to a game her uncle had shown her and spent hours playing on the computer. The game was very popular and she played a lot with friends. But the more she played, the greedier she became within the game, spending a lot of money to the point of spending 1 million OM. He asked how that had happened and she explained that her parents didn't notice because his phone bill was already expensive, so she recharged little by little using their phones. Back then, her friends encouraged her every time she made a recharge in the game, and before she knew it, 10,000 had turned into 30,000, and 30,000 had turned into 50,000. As her character leveled up, she got even more excited until she reached the maximum level and even won a special skin. Since her parents' phone bill took time to arrive, her mother eventually saw the accumulated amounts and discovered everything. She said her mother was furious, so furious she compared her mother's strength to that of a swordsman and that the fly swatter in her hand seemed to have turned into a longsword. After that, Nina cried a lot after getting beaten and, while crying, reflected on everything she had done. She remembered thinking she had committed an unforgivable mistake and, at the same time, wondered how her mother could hit her if she said she loved her. At that moment, she believed her relationship with her parents would never be the same. She explained that her parents probably believed she would truly reflect on herself, and that's why they scolded her so much. Caleb commented that her reflection must have been short, and Nina agreed. He insisted she admit it didn't help much, and she confirmed, asking how he knew that. Caleb replied with a slight smile. Nina said she believed she had already paid for her mistakes when she was beaten by her mother, so she thought she could move to the next target, someone she could take money from without being discovered, her uncle Takmin. But as soon as she tried to use his phone, she was caught instantly. Her uncle told her to sit down and asked seriously if she knew what she had done wrong. Nina went into despair, believing she would get another beating. She thought her uncle must also be furious, especially because he went crazy when it came to money. In her head, he would be even stricter than her mother. She imagined how much it would hurt this time and blamed herself for being careless just because he was her uncle. When he approached, she prepared for the worst, but instead, he just pinched her cheek. Nina was completely confused, not understanding what was happening. Then her uncle said he would let it slide just that once, but warned that if she used his phone again to spend money on the game, he would tell her parents everything. Furthermore, he explained that if she didn't have enough allowance, she should let him know because he would give her money. And he stated he trusted she wouldn't repeat it, even if he left the phone there. Hearing this, she realized, almost in disbelief, that he wasn't mad at her. Nina said she had uninstalled the game after that day and never played it again because, for some reason, she didn't want to disappoint him. Her parents still thought she felt guilty about the incident, but she explained that what really made her change wasn't fear or physical punishment, but affection. Even so, she confessed that, remembering the situation, she still felt a slight sense of betrayal. Then, she approached the door and thought that if she treated it with affection, maybe it would open. To her surprise, she heard a click and the door actually opened. She stood still for a moment, perplexed, commenting that the door had finally unlocked. Seeing the door actually open, she couldn't contain her excitement and grabbed Caleb, saying it had worked, that there was probably a specific way to open the door. Caleb ended up letting out a bigger laugh, commenting that the power of affection seemed to be so strong that even a jammed door had given in, calling it a superpower. Nina was impressed to see him smiling like that, something unprecedented until then. When she excitedly accused him of laughing, he quickly denied it, but Nina insisted, saying she had seen it. Full of energy, she asked him to laugh again while he said he didn't want to and tried to leave. She still tried to stop him, reminding him they hadn't finished tidying the study room, but Caleb replied he didn't want to do that at that moment either, as he was tired. Even if it seemed the two had wasted time and energy for nothing, Nina felt she had gained something important, a moment where she saw Caleb smile. After that weekend, the two began to act differently. So much so that their classmates soon noticed. They were always together, seemed to have a more intense connection, and sometimes bumped into each other and got embarrassed, trying to hide it in an exaggerated way. After the incident where they were locked in the pantry, something changed in their relationship, even if in a subtle way. Every time they touched, even unintentionally, Nina felt as if she received a very strong electric shock. Furthermore, those who didn't usually like Caleb now made it even clearer that they didn't like him. She imagined that was happening because of the weakened influence of the Millennial Adventist Church, to which Caleb had links until recently. However, it wasn't just those who disliked him who made things more obvious. A classmate approached Caleb and commented that there was dust in his hair. She tried to show where it was, pointing to several different places, joking. In the end, she approached even closer and admitted there was no dust at all, that she was just joking. Caleb stepped away for a moment and asked that next time she just say directly what she wanted. This made all the girls around freak out, getting excited by his response. A classmate commented to Nina that he had studied with those girls for 3 years and had never seen them laughing like that, asking what was so funny about it. Nina commented she understood his feeling and that she never imagined being so in sync with him. The classmate replied she had taken the words right out of his mouth, saying they were the only normal ones in the school. In the front desks, Suno heard the conversation and commented that Nina and Caleb matched, but the friend next to him shot back, saying that was totally ridiculous. She added that for someone like Nina, the ideal would be a silly and impulsive man like Michael. Even so, Suno commented that even surrounded by other girls, it seemed Caleb was always looking at Nina. He said he hadn't noticed this before, but that now his gaze seemed different and stated that certainly something had happened between them. Still that morning, Caleb seemed exhausted. The night before, he hadn't been able to sleep. He kept tossing and turning in bed, restless and sweating, until he decided to go down to drink water. While drinking, Caleb noted the absolute silence of the house. He imagined Nina must be sleeping well since she never seemed to have trouble sleeping. He observed the walls and realized they were too thin. Maybe he should put a curtain on the door because it was too bright. Suddenly, he imagined that if he opened the door, he would see Nina there. Right after, he despaired at his own thought, crouched on the floor and mentally questioned what he was doing. He felt embarrassed, telling himself he had probably caught some kind of cold when they were stuck in the pantry, and that only that could justify the absurd urge to open Nina's bedroom door. In the end, Caleb couldn't sleep all night, and now he was completely wrecked. Nina watched him sleeping on the desk. She imagined he must be exhausted after everything that had happened, remembering she hadn't been able to sleep fully either the night before. Actually, Nina couldn't sleep because her heart beat fast remembering Caleb's hug, and she told herself she wouldn't be able to rest. But 10 minutes later, she was already sleeping soundly. Nina was the type of person who slept well regardless of the situation. Going down the stairs, Nina heard other girls commenting how handsome Caleb was. The girls commented he was handsome, but that he was part of the cult. The other replied that didn't matter because she didn't intend to marry him. Nina became even more attentive to the conversation, hearing the girls comment that they even liked Caleb's flaws, because that made him easier to approach. Nina's irritation increased, and she ended up going straight to confront one of the girls. She bumped into the classmate who asked if Nina was interested in love gossip. The friend replied she couldn't say what had happened. Hiding her face in shame, Nina became desperate, questioning why she couldn't tell. The classmate insisted she was too embarrassed to explain. Nina asked if something so embarrassing had happened, but she replied it wasn't exactly that they had only locked eyes while she pretended to take dust out of Caleb's hair. The girl added that he didn't look away, which left Nina in a panic as the classmate commented that she felt something when he looked straight into her eyes. She said a fortune teller told her her luck in love was great that month and that the description she received perfectly matched Caleb, someone a bit strange with a strong spirit. But Nina thought that description sounded much more like Michael than Caleb. Even so, the friend commented that was exactly what made Caleb attractive, and then revealed her decision. She was going to confess to him. Nina froze in surprise hearing that. The classmate commented that it wasn't like she wasn't afraid, but hearing about other girls who had already confessed to him made her braver. Caleb seemed to be a better person than she imagined, since even those who had confessed continued to like him. Nina could only think that that couldn't happen, that girl shouldn't confess to Caleb. In Nina's mind, she imagined the two walking side by side, matching perfectly, and that only made her even more nervous. She reflected that she could even live in the same house if he were dating someone, but just thinking about it, she felt a deep frustration. Nina was confused. Keeping everything to herself like that wasn't in her nature. She just wanted to scream and let all that anguish out, but who could she talk to about it? About liking Caleb and living with him on top of that? It was then she heard two classmates leaving the room. At that moment, she realized that, yes, there was someone she could talk to. Someone who would listen and keep a secret. Someone willing to listen to everything she wanted to say. While Suno grabbed drinks for himself and his friend, Nina crept up and called him, making him jump. Without understanding, he asked what she wanted, but Nina pulled him by the collar and asked him to come with her. Suno commented they only had a few minutes, and it was better she say what she needed right away. So, after looking around to confirm no one was nearby, Nina confessed she liked Caleb. Suno was startled and soon after let out a slight smile, saying he already imagined it and that she only had 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Nina was surprised to hear he already knew, but started talking quickly about her and Caleb. She told him everything that happened between them, and that a very beautiful girl was about to confess to Caleb, and that was making her very worried. Hearing the confusion, Suno realized she wanted love advice and tried to reassure her, saying she didn't need to worry because Caleb would probably reject the girl. Nina asked if he was sure. After all, no one would reject that girl since she was beautiful and perfect. In his thoughts, Suno knew he himself would reject that girl. But before he could say anything, Nina stated it wasn't impossible as Caleb wasn't dating anyone at the moment. Facing his friend's attention, Suno stayed quiet, thinking she really didn't need to worry, but also knowing she wouldn't listen regardless of what he said. Nina then said she wanted a way to confirm Caleb's feelings for her. She remembered it was he who mediated her feelings first and started the conversation about it. She even thought he would finally define their relationship, but in the end, they only ended up talking about life expenses. Suno listened attentively while he opened the soda and offered it to Nina. She thanked him for the kindness and continued explaining that either way, she had listened to Caleb and could imagine the conclusion he would reach. She knew Caleb wanted to make sure his relationship remained only as landlord and tenant, that they would just be roommates, as they really were. Surprised, Suno asked if they were living together and wanted to know if Caleb had run away from home and was now living at her house. Nina became completely immobile, pale and unresponsive. He held her shoulders and commented that that's why he had found the two at the market, while Nina realized she had actually let slip that she and Caleb were living together. When the bell rang, Suno walked off quickly, terrified. Nina asked him not to tell anyone and to keep the secret like before. Smiling, he replied he would only keep the secret if she told him all the details. Nina went after him into the room, wondering how he was running and jumping so fast. Once in the classroom, after everyone entered, Caleb looked to the side, finding it strange to see Nina and Suno arriving together. Sitting down, Nina became extremely stressed seeing the girl gifting Caleb with a bag of peanuts. Soon after, she started blaming herself for telling Suno that she and Caleb lived together. After class ended, Regina thought about eating something before going to the bookstore since she would go to the prep school afterward. However, when she turned to call Suno, she saw Nina dragging him out of the room, clearly nervous. On the stairs of an isolated area of the school, Nina told the whole story to Suno. He lamented and stated her uncle should be arrested. Then, in an excited tone, he said it was true then that she and Caleb were living together. Desperate, Nina asked him never to talk about it at school. Suno stated Nina was in love with Caleb, making her nervous. She said she couldn't help liking him and wondered if in the old school where he and Caleb studied together, there was another girl in love with Caleb like her. Suno just laughed. Suno told Nina she should take what he said as advice from that moment on, explaining he couldn't answer some of her doubts because he wasn't Caleb. While Nina paid attention, Suno added that, contrary to what people imagined, Caleb had a negative view of himself, probably because of his father and the Millennial Adventist Church, and since those were things he couldn't change, maybe Caleb simply didn't have enough confidence to believe he and Nina matched as a couple. In shock, Nina asked if he was saying she and Caleb didn't match. Suno explained he didn't mean that. What he felt was that Caleb might think Nina was too good for him, especially since they lived together and Caleb knew her ways well. Suno added that the more we live with someone, the easier it is to notice that person's flaws and that he understood Caleb's fear. Nina replied she was sure she would love even Caleb's flaws. Suno commented that that situation was like homework that no one could do for her. So, Nina would have no choice but to solve everything alone, and added that being rejected by someone for your own way of being was something that marked you for the rest of your life. At this point, Suno ended up getting lost in his own thoughts and remembered the day Regina introduced herself and asked if he wanted to join the same club as her. They became close until one day some boys teased Regina and ended up breaking her glasses. Annoyed, she told Suno those boys were disgusting and she would never be friends with people like that. Time passed and people began to comment that Suno's voice was getting deeper, that he was taller and even more masculine. This made Suno look in the mirror, trying to recognize and understand all those changes. He was still lost in his thoughts when Nina called him, making him jump. While he tried to dodge her, she followed him euphorically, asking him to just speak, that he was the only person she could talk to about it, and asked that they be great friends who kept secrets from each other. As they went down the stairs, they heard someone apologizing. Looking over, they saw that girl asking Caleb to date, saying they could try to like each other, but Caleb, in a cold manner, just said no and apologized. Embarrassed, the girl asked if he liked someone, and Caleb replied that at that moment he had no interest in anyone. Nina and Suno stood still, shocked by the scene. And at that moment, a friend called the girl, asking what she was doing there and if she was intimidating someone again. She walked off, saying it was nothing like she was thinking. The friend insisted asking who the boy with her was, but the girl replied she didn't need to know. Caleb started to walk away, and as he looked up the stairs, he ran into Nina and Suno, watching everything. Irritated, he asked what they had been doing together all day, leaving Nina completely relieved, since it seemed she didn't need to worry. Later, back in the classroom, Suno told Regina he had an appointment after class and couldn't walk her to the bookstore. The friend commented it was surprising he actually had a place to go and asked what he would do, but when she turned to wait for the answer, Suno had already disappeared again. At the scheduled time, Suno arrived at the appointment, Nina and Caleb's house. Entering, he found Nina welcoming her dear guest with several rugs spread on the floor. Meanwhile, Caleb remained further back, leaning against a pillar, watching everything without showing any emotion. Soon after, Nina offered macaron tea to Suno. He thanked her excitedly, and she bowed to him again, saying it was nothing. Nina sat in front of Suno and explained he should wait a bit before eating because the macarons had just come out of the freezer. She also said that while they defrosted, they would have a conversation. Then, with interlaced hands and a firm gaze, Nina asked what exactly was Suno's relationship with Regina. A bit nervous, he replied there wasn't much to say, that they were just old friends. Nina immediately questioned why he was acting so differently at school. She commented that even if it was a long story, Suno should share his weaknesses. He said Regina wasn't his weakness. Awkwardly, he commented it was strange to talk about Regina when she wasn't there. Nina shot back, thinking he had no problem talking about Caleb moments before. Suno then suggested calling her. Caleb and Nina were uncomfortable with the idea. Caleb quickly stated he was allowing Suno's visit only that once and that there wouldn't be a next time, making it clear their house wasn't a cafeteria. In his thoughts, Suno noted that Caleb had said our house and commented that since Caleb had spoken like that, he couldn't do anything about it. Maybe he still hadn't fully taken seriously the fact that Caleb and Nina were living together now. Nina held Suno's hands and said he didn't need to be shy around them, guaranteeing that Caleb was fine with the situation. While Caleb moved away from the table, Nina continued saying he was the only person in the world she could talk to about everything, her trusted friend. Suno looked enchanted and said he was moved by those words, but suddenly Caleb knocked her off the chair and complained that she kept holding Suno's hands, touching his shoulders, and continued grumbling about her behavior. Shortly after, Suno commented he was relieved as he had been worried about Caleb since he ran away from home. Nina, proudly, said all that was thanks to her, and Caleb thought Suno and Nina were having a lot of fun with that whole situation. Then, Nina began to show Suno the details of the space where they set up a study room. She also showed some furniture that was going to be thrown away, but that she repurposed and transformed into a beautiful shelf. Suno praised the result, but suddenly Caleb called Nina and pulled her into a private corner of the house. Holding her by the collar, Caleb asked how far she intended to go with those revelations to Suno. And since when were they so close? He reinforced that Suno was a man and asked why Nina wasn't being more careful and if she didn't realize she was sharing details that were too intimate. He reminded her that a few minutes ago she was touching Suno's hands and shoulders. Irritated, he asked if now she was also going to show him the bedroom. Putting her hand to her chin, Nina said he was right to note Suno was a man, but that she couldn't fully explain. Suno simply made her comfortable. He wasn't like the others. And she was sure Caleb felt that too and insisted Suno was a reliable friend. She asked why Caleb was so worried, questioning if he didn't think it was better to have more friends. Caleb replied he was happy she and Suno got along, but stated Suno wasn't the type of person who liked to hear about other people's dating, and that there must be a specific reason he was such a good listener with her. Caleb explained that's why he was careful with what he said at school. He also said there was no chance Nina would tell everything to Michael, but still she had told everything to Suno. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Suno tried to hear the conversation and hummed softly that Nina and Caleb were a secret couple. Suno watched everything and thought he had never seen Caleb that way. Looking around the house, he imagined it must be fun living with the person you like and also thought Regina had probably already arrived at the bookstore and bought a book. He realized he never imagined he'd be visiting Caleb's house. He wondered what Regina's reaction would be to knowing everything. He thought she would be furious. Lost in these thoughts, Suno let the teacup slip from his hand. Nina and Caleb ran to him to see what was happening. Reaching the kitchen, they saw Suno completely soaked in tea. Nina asked if he was okay. He said yes and asked if they had any paper for him to dry himself. Nervous, Nina said she would clean it all and asked if Suno had hurt himself. He replied no, but noticing all his clothes were soaked, she knelt before Suno and began taking off his jacket, asking if she could dry it with a hairdryer. Her attitude left both boys startled. Suno felt extremely embarrassed, unresponsive, and Caleb pulled Nina by the waist and dragged her away. From a distance, she shouted she just wanted to dry Suno before he went to the prep school and asked what the two were thinking while Caleb said he would lend his own clothes to Suno. Suno said he didn't need all that, but Caleb insisted he change clothes. In Caleb's room, Suno commented that his clothes were a bit out of fashion and Caleb asked why. He explained the pieces in the closet were exactly the kind of clothes his father and brother bought, and that it was rare to see young people like them using that style. Caleb was speechless, as he had never thought of that before. Shortly after, Caleb accompanied Suno to the door and said he should go soon, since the prep school would start in 30 minutes, also asking him to return the borrowed clothes next time. Suno commented that Nina had said she needed to hear about his weakness, but Caleb explained she was just joking, that Nina wasn't really interested in that, and that the excuse only served for them to get closer as friends. Caleb reinforced that everything Nina told Suno should remain a secret, and that Nina wasn't the type to keep things to herself, and that she had probably already flipped out with the whole situation. He commented that she talked to him about those subjects, but that maybe it hadn't been enough. Then Caleb vented, saying he didn't understand what else Nina could be looking for, since she was always surrounded by people. Suno was perplexed. He could understand what Caleb was thinking and thought it had been very good to have gone there, but that he needed to go to the prep school. Before leaving, Suno said Caleb needed to do things he really wanted to do and that he observed keeping so many secrets was hard for him, just as it was for Nina. While Caleb looked at him intently, Suno added that even if it was only inside the house, Caleb should allow himself to relax a bit. Those words left Caleb immobile, completely without reaction. While Nina said goodbye to Suno, Caleb thought if he should try to do what he really wanted. Then, Nina appeared and asked why he was standing in the middle of the stairs. Caleb remained lost in his thoughts and, looking at her, wondered if in front of Nina he should simply do what he desired. After some time, while they had dinner, Nina announced she had prepared the meal and that Caleb would be in charge of washing the dishes. After dinner, he washed the plates and she put the leftovers in the fridge. When they finished, Nina wished him good night. He returned it and went to his own room. Thoughtful. Even lying down, Caleb couldn't sleep. Suno's words kept echoing in his mind. He wondered what Suno really meant when he said he should do what he wanted. Caleb spent a long time reflecting on all the possibilities involving the word want, and reached the conclusion that doing what he wanted meant following his heart and not just reason. Lost in thought, he began to reflect on several subjects at the same time. There were many doubts and mixed feelings inside him, sensations he couldn't fully understand. Suddenly, he heard someone calling for him. Looking over, he saw Nina and asked why she was in his room. But Nina replied that that wasn't his room, it was the school. Confused, Caleb wondered when he had ended up there and why he would be at school, and said everything seemed strange, but at the same time very real. He looked at Nina and knew it was her, yet he couldn't understand what was wrong with the situation. Then he wondered if he was dreaming. Nina leaned her hands on the desk and asked what he was thinking. He replied he wasn't thinking anything inside, yet he questioned if that was real and if she was really Nina. Suddenly, Caleb said she was too close, and Nina asked if he didn't like it. To divert the subject, he stated he wanted to study, and that Nina also needed to, telling her to sit down and study. Furious, Nina took the book and threw it on the floor. She called Caleb a liar and asked if he really intended to study at that moment, if that was really what he wanted. She pointed her finger at him and said she knew Caleb was trying to avoid that subject, that he even ran away from home and that it seemed his specialty was running away. With a provocative smile, Nina stated she knew there was something Caleb would like to do with her and that it certainly wasn't studying, but he replied coldly that there was nothing like that. Thoughts began to invade Caleb's mind. He remembered that the first time Nina kissed him, he was confused, but since then, everywhere Nina touched, he felt a slight tingling. He wondered how he never noticed before that he was looking at Nina in a different way, and that when she returned that special look, she responded with a confused expression, as if she didn't understand the reason. The reason had always been there. When he imagined what it would be like to touch her, when he thought how it wasn't bad to be stuck with her in the pantry, he was startled by his own feelings, but he couldn't help imagining what it would be like if his lips touched hers. Caleb began to wonder if Nina would regret letting him live in her house once she discovered how he felt. He thought it was dangerous to think those things while living under the same roof and decided he could never tell the truth. Even if it was all just a dream, he would keep the secret when he woke up. Then, taken by an impulse, Caleb grabbed Nina and kissed her intensely. A kiss from someone who had waited a long time. He thought she accepted the kiss of her own free will, and that maybe for her it was all too much. But in his head, it was Nina who had planted that feeling, and now it only remained for her to reap what she sowed. It was too late for regrets. At that moment, Caleb woke up startled, his heart racing, hands covering his face, and mind confused. He desperately wondered where Nina was and soon heard small noises from the hallway. It was Nina looking for something to eat in the fridge. She found the egg rolls and wondered if Caleb would mind if she ate some, thinking that if she broke them in half, it would look like she had eaten much more. While devouring the rolls, she murmured they were delicious, soft, and melted in her mouth. The more she ate, the hungrier she felt, until she heard a noise behind her. Startled, she shouted to Caleb, saying she had only eaten one piece, although her thoughts complained he was scary for coming to her just to stop her from eating the rolls. But she stopped immediately upon seeing him and watched Caleb in silence, approaching her. He reached out toward her and began to kiss her. He kissed her forehead, then her cheeks. Nina couldn't understand that sudden attitude, while Caleb thought how that person in front of him seemed different than before, soft and smooth like bread dough. The more he touched her, the more he felt his worries disappear. That made him light. It cheered him up. Confused, Nina put her hand over his mouth, pushing him away, and asked what was happening. She wanted to know why he had turned into a kissing monster suddenly, and asked if he was drunk, thinking Caleb must be completely out of his mind. Caleb tried to explain, saying that since it was a dream, they should continue, but before he finished the sentence, Nina interrupted, stating they should stop immediately, and pushed him with force, making Caleb fall to the floor. Startled, Nina said she didn't want to knock him down like that. Caleb was dizzy for a few moments, and when he regained his balance, he was shocked to hear Nina asking if he had dreamed about her and what kind of dream that was. Overcome by shame, Caleb apologized countless times, saying he was crazy and asking Nina to forget everything that had happened. Surprised and curious, Nina wondered internally if he really had dreamed about her and what exactly had happened in that dream to leave him that way. When Caleb stood up, Nina pressed him, demanding he tell what he had done with her in the dream. Caleb got so nervous he couldn't say a single word, but Nina insisted, saying he needed to speak, that she had the right to know about his dreams. At that moment, Caleb ended up hurting his foot and fell to the floor again. Worried, Nina asked if he was okay, but he got up quickly and ran to the room, locking himself inside. Overcome by shame, Nina remained standing in the kitchen, trying to understand what was wrong with Caleb. Normally, he would flee the conversation in a cold way, but this time he was so confused and agitated that she was the one who ended up getting nervous about the situation. The next day, Caleb entered the classroom and immediately Suno said he had left the clothes he borrowed on his desk. Caleb then asked where Suno's friend was, and he replied that she had gone to the library at that moment. Next, Caleb asked Suno to keep his and Nina's situation a secret and not to tell Regina anything, saying he thought it was better to make that clear. Laughing, Suno asked if Caleb was referring to the fact that they lived together, and Caleb complained, asking him not to speak of it so directly. Shortly after, two girls entered the room because one of them had forgotten her wallet. When they saw Caleb, they turned away, commenting that they had made eye contact with him. Caleb asked Suno to stop talking to him in such a friendly way, since there were people trying to pick fights with him lately. That didn't bother him, but he saw no need for Suno to end up creating problems. Suno guaranteed everything was fine and said he didn't care if people stopped talking to him, as that didn't affect him either. Then he asked if Caleb wanted to go to the cafeteria, commenting that it was good this happened since he had always wanted to be his friend. In the cafeteria, Michael was talking to his friends when he noticed Caleb and Suno entering the place. Michael stuck out his foot in an attempt to trip him, but Caleb kicked his leg, causing Michael a lot of pain, while his friends were left without understanding what had happened. Noticing Caleb's discreet smile, Suno began to wonder if he had done that on purpose. Suddenly, Michael told his friends that Caleb had just passed by and hurt him. Then, Michael's friends stared at Caleb with serious expressions and called him over, making him turn around. Meanwhile, Suno wondered if they wanted to fight Caleb. However, the friends spoke with excitement, saying it was the first time they saw him in person and that up close, Caleb was even more handsome. Confused, he asked if they knew him, and one of the guys explained that they were the ones who told people to shut up when they spoke ill of Caleb in the bathroom. Caleb felt uncomfortable and asked why Michael had done that. He replied that he did it because Nina asked him for a favor. Not understanding, Caleb heard the explanation that Nina had said if he did her a favor, she would grant him a wish, and then he asked what Caleb thought he should ask for. Caleb told Michael not to worry, stating that he would grant the wish himself. Michael raised his leg and asked if he could get a foot massage. Caleb tried to kick him again, but this time he managed to dodge. When they walked away, Suno asked if Caleb needed love advice. He questioned the reason for the question, and Suno replied that he thought of it because he suddenly started caring about dressing better. Suddenly, Michael pulled up a stool and asked Caleb to sit down so they could talk for a bit. He immediately refused and asked why he should do that. Caleb stepped over the stool and left with Suno, exactly at the moment when Anne and her friends entered the cafeteria. She complained to Michael about him blocking the way with the stool and said he was very annoying, which left him bored. Later, Michael was in the car, accompanied by his sister and mother, who seemed confused about driving in that neighborhood for the first time. Looking out the window, Michael's sister spotted school uniforms hanging on the balcony of a house and said, "That must be Nina's house." Michael watched those clothes on the balcony closely until he recognized a jacket. Lying in her bed, Nina remembered the previous night and Caleb's sudden kiss. Recalling him looking so confused and restless, she realized that situation was important and that she needed to think hard about it, but her stomach hurt. Her thoughts were interrupted by Caleb, who entered the room saying he was separating all the expired food into that bag and noticed there was already a lot of it. Leaving the room, he reminded her that she had said she wouldn't die from eating that food and commented that Nina's exaggerated beliefs were a disaster. She then shouted at him, saying she already knew that and he didn't need to remind her. Her stomach hurt again. She slammed the door hard as she entered the bathroom and put on loud music to cover the sounds. Shortly after, the bathroom door opened and she came out crawling, complaining of pain. Caleb asked if she wanted another medicine and she replied she couldn't take anything on an empty stomach. Nina ate a bit of snack thinking it might help but felt sick immediately and ran back to the bathroom. She came out crawling again, saying she was so weak that even with the spicy food hitting her intestines, she already felt on the verge of death. Caleb commented that maybe it was better to make some porridge for her, but he would have to prepare it with his own hands since he didn't have any instant kind. Nina was surprised by Caleb's care and thought that maybe it wasn't so bad being sick since he was taking care of her, but soon felt pains again and ran to the bathroom. While Caleb tried to make the porridge, Nina lay down and lamented being with diarrhea. Even in a girl's bathroom, she tried to be discreet, but in front of Caleb, she couldn't control herself. Caleb looked at Nina lying on the floor, reflecting that she must be in a lot of pain, and wondered why she was there instead of in her room. She then looked at him and said she needed to keep stirring the porridge so it wouldn't burn. Caleb replied that he knew that he had seen it on the internet, and that she didn't need to worry, just rest, because he would take care of the porridge. Until the porridge spilled over and panicked, Caleb turned off the heat quickly. That's when Nina declared that was why she couldn't rest. Caleb remained in silence while he prepared the porridge, and she watched him, thinking that seeing all that effort of his to take care of her seemed unreal. She reflected that they still hadn't talked about the kiss from the night before, and that he couldn't even look her in the eye out of shame. But that when she said she was sick, he worried and went to take care of her immediately. She kept watching Caleb for a few moments until she contorted in pain again, and he asked if she didn't want to go to the hospital. Realizing Nina wasn't responding, Caleb approached and found her crying a lot. He asked if the pain was so strong it made her cry and tried to help her, asking if she wanted more medicine or preferred going to the hospital. Crying hard, Nina replied she was very ashamed, saying her stomach hurt, but now even her heart seemed to ache, stating that this was the end for her. Confused, Caleb asked why she was so ashamed. She then asked him to be honest and asked if he was already tired of the sounds her stomach was making, saying she felt indifference in his tone of voice when he suggested the hospital. Caleb replied that compared to the sounds she made in the bathroom, those were nothing. This made Nina feel even worse and cry more. Realizing the mistake, Caleb apologized immediately, saying the most important thing was for her to stop feeling pain and that the stomach sounds didn't matter. Nervous, he stated he didn't care about that because to him Nina was much more important. Nina was enchanted by what Caleb said while he moved away, commenting that she seemed to not be feeling as much pain anymore, and that he was there worried, looking like an idiot. Caleb decided to focus on the porridge, but Nina stood up and asked if he was being kind because of what had happened the night before. He wanted to know what she was talking about, and she replied if she really had to say it. In her thoughts, she remembered Suno's words, reflecting that she should be more direct and make it clear to Caleb that she liked him. Then, Nina said that despite having been confused, she didn't think the kiss was bad. This left Caleb without a reaction for a few seconds until he replied that she was lying. Immediately, Nina said she had no reason to lie and stated that he could check by kissing her again if he was in doubt. Seeing that Caleb didn't react, she stood her ground, feeling she had nothing to lose. After a few seconds of silence, Caleb kissed her cheek and both felt embarrassed. Nina said shyly that she didn't expect him to actually kiss her. Trying to compose herself, she asked if he had confirmed she was telling the truth. Caleb remained silent, reflecting on a dream he had recently. He clenched his fist and suddenly moved toward Nina, trying to kiss her again. However, she was all wrapped in the blanket, hiding her face, embarrassed because of the previous kiss. Realizing he had kissed the blanket instead of her, Caleb ended up turning his face and falling to the floor, while Nina didn't understand what was happening. Outside, Michael and his sister entered Nina's house, decided to leave some things their mother had prepared for her. When the sister asked if that was the right house, Michael said he was sure, since Nina was the only person he knew who would leave the front gate open. Meanwhile, Caleb kissed Nina again, throwing himself over her and kissing her intensely. She felt in the clouds, leading her to wonder if that wasn't a dream. Even with only his lips touching hers, she could feel him so intensely that, without saying a word, it was as if he were telling her that it was real. After the kiss, Caleb stood up a bit to look at her and asked if Nina's stomach was better. She replied she thought so. Perplexed, she stared at him for a second and soon smiled shyly, saying she was embarrassed. At that moment, observing Nina's radiant smile, Caleb had a premonition that they would always be connected to each other. Suddenly, the two were caught by surprise by knocks on the door. Nina got up quickly, replying that she was coming, but Caleb grabbed her by the collar. Embarrassed, he wiped her mouth and fixed her hair, which was messy, saying she couldn't go to the door like that. When he finished, he started picking up the sheet from the floor while Nina ran to answer. Arriving at the door, she took a deep breath and tried to compose herself. She asked who it was, but inside she complained about receiving visitors at that exact moment. Opening the door, she faced Michael's sister, all excited, holding a bag and asking if Nina remembered her. Startled, Nina closed the door quickly. She turned around terrified and asked Caleb how Michael's sister could be there. He replied he was wondering the same thing. At that moment, Michael's sister apologized for showing up suddenly. explaining that her mother had set aside some things to give Nina and asked if she should leave them at the door. Shocked, Nina wondered what she should answer. She had 3 options: accept and invite her in, thank her and say goodbye, or complain for not having asked for that. So she chose a 4th option. She made up an excuse, saying there were no adults home at that moment and that she couldn't receive them. Suddenly, Michael opened the door completely. He apologized and entered, and even with Nina trying to stop him, he was determined. Although he didn't want to force his way into her house, he couldn't forget the jacket he had seen on the balcony. In Michael's mind came the rumors he heard at school about Nina's family having suffered a scam by the same man involved in the Millennium Adventist Church scandal, besides his mother's request to take those things as a way to help. The sister tried to stop him, saying that nowadays people don't like receiving help that way, but the mother insisted, stating it couldn't be easy for Nina to live away from her parents and with a cousin she didn't get along with that well. Michael called his sister to go with him. She refused at first, but Emily offered money, and she accepted immediately. While getting ready, she said she needed to be quick because she had a commitment that day. Michael replied he just wanted to check something, but that Nina might hate him for it, and for that reason, the sister had to come along. Back to the present, Nina opened the bags, marveled and surprised by the amount of food, while Michael just watched her, thinking he had reflected a lot about Caleb living with Nina before deciding to visit her. The first theory was that Nina and Caleb lived together. Michael had a feeling they weren't just classmates when he saw them together that night. What was between them seemed like a much deeper connection than the one he had with Nina, which led him to wonder since when they shared something like that. He imagined various scenarios. He thought Nina might have looked for Caleb first upon hearing of his situation, since she was a caring person. Or else that Caleb had taken advantage of Nina's situation, saying various beautiful things in an attempt to manipulate her, making it so she had no choice but to let him live in her house. In Michael's head, Nina was in danger and being held hostage by Caleb, which made that a dangerous situation, according to him. Observing the house, he realized Nina might be lying about living with her cousin. And even if he was wrong, the true reason he was there was the jacket on the balcony. Even though other people could have a brown jacket, even Nina, his mind insisted on going back to theory number 1. Meanwhile, Caleb hid in Nina's room and managed to hear when Michael's sister asked why there was porridge in the pot and if Nina was sick. Nina replied she wasn't feeling well. The sister asked if she needed medicine, and she said no, stating those things were already enough. At that moment, Michael looked at Nina and at the pillow on the floor, while hearing the sister ask if Nina could introduce the cousin since they were there. Nina tried to avoid the subject, saying he was probably sleeping. Michael's sister noticed Nina's medicine had run out and offered to buy more. Nina said she didn't need it, but she went anyway, insisting that Nina rest. Before leaving, she cast a quick glance at Michael, a look that made it clear they would be alone, but if he did anything wrong, he would be dead. In the kitchen, Nina thanked Michael and said she was in debt to him. At the same time, she thanked God because the fridge was already empty. With a suspicious look, he said that was nothing and apologized for appearing suddenly. Next, he asked why she had changed her pajamas. Nina replied she had changed because she didn't want to receive them looking messy. He questioned why she did that since she was cute that way. Surprised, Nina gave a slight smile and asked if Michael always called people cute. He replied there was nothing wrong with that, as he only told the truth. Michael repeated several times that she was cute while observing the shadow that appeared discreetly at the door of Nina's room. Suddenly, he asked if Caleb was there, catching Caleb by surprise and leaving Nina shocked, who questioned what he was talking about. Michael took a few steps toward Nina's room and opened the door suddenly, confirming his theory by coming face to face with Caleb. He was in shock to see Caleb in what seemed to be Nina's room, wrapped in a yellow blanket that appeared to be hers. And consumed by rage, Michael just concluded that was the moment to hit him with a fist. Michael's fist was faster than his thought. He tried to hit Caleb, but Caleb dodged quickly while Nina screamed, trying to make him stop. Michael advanced on Caleb, calling him a bastard, and asked if he had threatened Nina to stay there, saying the apple didn't fall far from the tree when comparing him to his father. At that moment, Caleb got furious and landed a hard punch on Michael's nose. While the two fought intensely, Nina shouted that everything was just a misunderstanding and asked them to stop. Approaching to try to separate them, both pushed Nina away, saying it was dangerous and she should stay back. Terrified, she wondered how she would manage to separate them if she couldn't even stand between them. Then, Nina grabbed a bucket of water and threw it on the two of them, shouting for them not to fight inside her room. They stopped and stared at her in surprise. Nina placed herself between the two and asked why Michael had attacked Caleb suddenly. Michael replied that he got hit more than he hit. Nina asked him to leave that aside and not hit Caleb again. Michael retorted, asking whose side she was on, saying he needed to fight for her but cut himself off. He repeated to himself that he only wanted to protect her from Caleb, but couldn't say it out loud. His thoughts were interrupted by Nina, who stated he had no reason to hit Caleb and should apologize first. He refused, saying he had done nothing wrong. Nina then turned to Caleb and asked him to apologize, saying he should have stopped instead of continuing to fight. Caleb replied he didn't want to. Irritated, Nina shouted at both, ordering them to shake hands. Michael commented that he couldn't understand Nina and asked what Caleb was doing in her room, if she had let him stay in her house out of pity or if he had threatened her to remain there. He demanded Nina say something because he wanted to hear it directly from her and didn't believe Caleb. Nina was perplexed, not knowing what to answer. It was then that Caleb wrapped his arms around her and asked if it wasn't obvious to Michael that he lived with Nina because he liked her. Nina was startled and Michael perplexed. Caleb then said that if Michael was so curious, he would tell him what had happened in the kitchen before he arrived. Nina let out a terrified scream and covered Caleb's mouth before he could say anything. Incredulous, Michael asked Nina if that was true and said it made no sense for her to live with Caleb of her own will. Nina got lost in her thoughts, feeling guilty that her uncle had cheated Caleb's church. Because if that hadn't happened, Caleb would be home and his father wouldn't have taken his anger out on him. Even trying to think of a good answer, she knew it would be hard to make Michael understand. To Nina's surprise, Michael said Caleb should stay at his house, stating it was dangerous for Nina if he continued there. Caleb refused, saying he wasn't crazy enough to stay at Michael's house. Michael retorted, commenting that Caleb should be ashamed and would have his own room. Caleb replied he would continue living with Nina. Michael insisted while Nina watched everything, perplexed and afraid that Caleb would be taken from her. Suddenly, Nina and Caleb were startled to realize Michael's nose was bleeding. And at that moment, Michael's sister arrived. She looked at Caleb and asked if he wasn't the guy from that night, commenting it was kind of him to visit her since Nina was sick. Then, she approached and noticed the injuries, wanting to know what had happened to the two of them. Later, Nina took care of the wounds on Caleb's face, grumbling that he shouldn't have fought. He retorted, saying Michael had started it. Nina replied she knew, but Caleb should have just dodged and asked him to apologize to Michael next time. Nina remembered Michael's sister taking him away and had the feeling that would still bring a big problem. She thought about Michael's sudden visit, the kiss with Caleb, and wondered if that kiss meant they were dating now. She stared at him for a few seconds, and overcome by emotion, she threw herself onto Caleb, wishing with all her might to date him. Startled, Caleb pushed her away and asked the reason for that. Nina replied by asking, "Why not?" Realizing his silence, she got irritated and said she didn't want to hear what he was about to say at that moment. Caleb just lowered his head and knelt in front of her. Nina shouted she wouldn't accept that, since they had kissed. She asked if he was going to say they couldn't date at that moment and stated she wouldn't accept that answer because he had kissed her. Caleb asked her to calm down and said they hadn't really kissed. He recalled the moment and explained that only the corners of their lips had touched. Outraged, Nina began to cry and asked if that really mattered. Caleb replied that wasn't what he meant and asked her to listen. He commented they were in the middle of the final school year and if they dated, they would end up even more dependent on each other. He stated he couldn't have a normal relationship with Nina like other couples because their situation was extremely special. Nina asked what he meant by special, and Caleb replied that they lived together. He explained that even liking her, they would need to keep a certain distance to focus on studies, and if it happened that they broke up, they would have to stop seeing each other, which would be impossible since they shared the same house. According to him, liking each other too much would be a problem, and if they broke up, it would become a catastrophe in both their lives. Caleb commented it would be hard to see someone you hate every day and asked if she could imagine how stressful and painful that would be. Nina replied she would never hate seeing his face. Then he asked if the love she felt might just be temporary. Nina replied she was sure it wasn't. Caleb asked if she would still love him even if he did strange things in front of her. He gave some examples which left her shocked, and he explained that even being made-up situations, she already got scared, which proved his theory. Caleb said that if they dated, they would end up forgetting the limits they had established before, and would end up crossing those limits even more if they started kissing frequently, maybe even 100 times a day. Nina said it wasn't possible to kiss that many times in a single day. He was shocked by the answer and asked how she knew that wasn't possible, wanting to know if she had already dated. The girl replied it didn't matter how she reached that conclusion, but Caleb asked if she wouldn't be able to kiss someone she liked very much, many times. She replied that if it were him, maybe she could. Caleb explained that was one of the reasons they couldn't date. They were young, there were many risks, and since they couldn't distance themselves physically, they needed to maintain an emotional distance. Shaken, Nina asked if that meant they wouldn't date. Caleb tried to reassure her, saying that wasn't a rejection, just something they should wait for. Nina asked if this waiting meant he also liked her, because for her, that was the most important thing. After hesitating for a moment, Caleb said he liked her, but added an "I think" at the end of the sentence, which left her furious. She asked him to be clear and say whether he liked her or not. At school, while with her friends, Nina reflected that even though they weren't dating, she didn't feel bad. She wondered if contact outside the house would be forbidden and lamented not having asked that when they were still at home. Nina was so lost in her thoughts that she barely noticed the formation of groups for the project. While the girls planned to go out on the weekend for coffee or lunch, Nina wondered what kind of combination that was. At home, while getting ready to go out, Nina thought if she could go in comfortable clothes. She also wondered if she could leave as soon as the project ended, but concluded the friends would probably want to do something afterward. Leaving the room, she encountered Caleb and asked if he was going out. He confirmed, asking if she was also going to do group work. She replied yes and wanted to know if he was in the same group as Suno. They said goodbye, and Nina noticed she was wearing clothes very similar to Caleb's, but thought there wouldn't be a problem since they weren't going to the same place and wouldn't run the risk of meeting. When they arrived at the location, the friends were shocked, saying they were wearing a couple's outfit. Surprised, Nina asked why Caleb's group was also there. Anne replied that the project topics were very similar, so they decided to do everything together at the cafe. The friends commented on how different it was to dress more casually and said there were still some classmates to arrive before starting the work. Then, Anne pointed to a store on the corner and asked if she could go there to buy a pair of pants she liked very much. The friends offered to go along, and when she asked if Caleb would also go, he agreed, as long as it was for a short time. Nina looked at him with jealousy, wondering if he had accepted just because it was Anne who suggested it. Inside the store, Nina liked a jacket, but seeing the price, she put the jacket back on the rack because it was too expensive. Watching from afar, a friend asked why she wasn't going to buy it since she liked it. Nina made up the excuse that she wouldn't buy it because the days were getting warmer. Anne praised her for being so sensible, saying that when she liked something, she simply bought it. Meanwhile, Suno looked at his phone, reflecting that Regina had read his messages but still hadn't replied. He then went to another part of the store and liked a ring, at the same time as Caleb. To cover it up, Suno said he didn't know Caleb liked rings. Caleb replied he didn't, he was just adjusting the ring because it was crooked. A friend approached from behind and asked why they were looking at rings, if there was someone they wanted to give the ring to. The two denied immediately. Suddenly, a scream echoed inside the store. It was one of the saleswomen who got startled seeing Nina and said recently thieves had passed through there and she was still nervous. Nina asked if clothes had been stolen. The saleswoman replied she wished it had been just clothes, but they had taken a necklace she had waited a long time for. It was a necklace that had been blessed by the Vatican and couldn't be bought with money. She then showed a necklace saying the stolen object was very similar to the one in her hands and that she didn't understand why someone would have taken it. Caleb reflected on what the saleswoman said while Nina commented that if she saw someone wearing the necklace, she would take it to return it. Meanwhile, at the cafe door, Regina waited furiously, wondering why her group colleagues hadn't arrived yet. Leaving the store, Anne asked why no one had done shopping besides her and told Nina the clothes she liked were beautiful and she should have bought them. Nina replied, summer was near and it would be a waste to buy cold weather clothes. Besides, Nina was happy with the clothes she already had because she was dressed in a way that made it look like she and Caleb were a couple. Soon after, her expression changed and Caleb asked what was wrong. She replied that maybe she should have bought the clothes as she felt she was the only one looking ugly among the girls. After a few seconds of silence, Caleb said he liked the clothes Nina was wearing at that moment better. Surprised, Nina looked at Caleb, who moved ahead, thinking he shouldn't have said that. Suddenly, Nina went to him and surprised him with a hug. Shortly after, she ran off to join the rest of the group. Caleb was surprised and embarrassed, saying to himself that even though he had already spoken about keeping distance, she still insisted. When they arrived at the cafe door, they encountered a furious Regina, questioning why they were 30 minutes late. Anne apologized, saying they hadn't noticed the time pass. While complaining about the delay, Regina's gaze turned to Caleb, leaving her speechless. The friends celebrated the distraction and began to enter the cafe. Suno asked Regina if she hadn't seen the message he sent saying where they were. She replied she hadn't gone there because he got along with everyone, but she didn't. She also said they would hate her if she were with them in the store. Suno commented she was mistaken and stated he was sure the friends would be happy with her presence, suggesting next time she should go along. Inside the cafe, Anne was shocked to see Regina's laptop. She picked it up and realized it was light. Besides being very expensive, Regina replied the laptop wasn't hers, but her mother's. Enchanted, Anne asked if Regina's mother visited fortune tellers, and she confirmed. Anne then said she wanted to know when her mother went again to go along and discover her fortune. At that moment, Nina interrupted the conversation and divided the tasks among the friends, explaining what each should do during the project and research. However, Regina pointed out she had already done all the necessary data research. She also stated she had already collected the best presentation models and designs for the project and asked the girls to choose what they liked best. The friends were shocked by such intelligence and speed from Regina, as she had practically done the whole project alone. One of the friends commented they had finished in half the expected time and suggested they take advantage of the free time to eat together. The colleague began to flatter Regina, asking her to choose anything from the menu. Nina said they could eat, but she would also do more research, as she didn't want to be left doing nothing on the project and run the risk of Regina removing her name. Sometime later, Nina was alone at the table when she saw the door open and Caleb enter. He asked if she had already finished the project. Nina confirmed, saying she had finished early and hoped she wasn't bothering. Caleb guaranteed he was also almost finished. He asked if she had already ordered a drink. Nina replied she was waiting for Regina's drink and asked why he was there, if he was also going to order something. Caleb replied, because of her, and she, confused by the comment, asked what he meant. Then Caleb said that since she was there, he had also come out. Nina asked if he was following her. Caleb replied he had just thought about buying a drink, but couldn't hide his nervousness. She commented that even though that wasn't a big deal, she wondered why her heart was beating so fast. Caleb was surprised by the answer, and the two looked at each other for a few moments until a signal informed that Regina's drink was ready. Nina got up to get the drinks, and while Caleb watched her, he realized he was also feeling the same way. In silence, he continued looking at Nina, enchanted with her smile and wanting to kiss her, to the point of squeezing the cushion he held in his arms. Suddenly, Caleb remembered the store saleswoman talking about the necklace, and thought to himself that didn't seem like something done by the Millennium Adventist Church. At the counter, Nina was very nervous about carrying a tray full of drinks and sweets, imagining she could trip and drop everything. Caleb stood up when he heard someone narrating his movements, saying he had stood up to help Nina, who seemed to be in trouble but had stopped, perhaps because he was wondering what kind of feeling he felt for her and that it was probably love. Caleb turned immediately and asked what Suno was doing. Suno replied that was exactly what Caleb was thinking, but Caleb guaranteed it was nothing like that. At the same time, Regina entered through the door and observed their dialogue. She noticed Suno saying something that left Caleb completely shocked, which led her to a ridiculous conclusion. When Suno left the hall, Regina was already waiting for him outside. He was surprised and asked what she was doing there and if they had already finished the project. Regina ignored the question and wanted to know if Suno liked Caleb. The question startled Suno, who after a few moments in silence, asked what she was talking about. Embarrassed, Suno tried to understand the situation and asked if Regina thought he and Caleb weren't just friends. She replied she just wanted to know if Suno liked Caleb in some way, whether it was platonic or as a friendship with deeper feelings. Suno denied immediately and asked her to stop with that. Regina then commented that he had been going out a lot with Nina and Caleb, and that he always approached Caleb quickly, getting visibly excited seeing him embarrassed. She added that even without understanding much about love, Suno looked like the men in love she used to see in books. Suno asked why she thought he liked Caleb and not Nina. Regina replied that if he really didn't like him, then he should just forget the subject and not lie to her. Suno stated he would never lie and then asked if she had gotten closer to the girls since she seemed to be having fun when he approached. Irritated, she said she wasn't a child and Suno didn't need to worry about her. Anyway, she commented that since he didn't like Caleb, she had a small favor to ask. He asked what that favor would be. Then, Regina pulled a movie ticket from her pocket and asked Suno to give it to Caleb. Surprised, Suno asked if she was serious. She explained that one of the girls had said they would meet with his group and that, by coincidence, her mother had given her 2 movie tickets to watch with a friend. According to her, that would be the perfect opportunity to have a date with Caleb and finally become friends. She completed saying that Suno knew that since middle school she always wanted to be Caleb's friend, and that if he delivered the ticket, she would meet Caleb at the cinema door as if everything were just a coincidence. Before she could finish explaining the whole plan, Suno interrupted her, saying that was a terrible idea and asking if she had stopped to think how Caleb would react finding out that it hadn't been a coincidence. He said he didn't want to do anything behind his friend's back and that since she liked Caleb, she should speak directly to him. But inside, Suno wondered why Regina wanted to go to the movies with Caleb and not with him. Regina replied she was asking for that favor precisely because she knew that if she delivered the ticket herself, Caleb wouldn't like it and would end up rejecting the invitation. Suno questioned, asking how she could be so sure she hadn't even tried to talk to Caleb. And he completed saying that in case Caleb refused, she should call someone else, as there was someone who would love to receive that ticket. Regina retorted, stating that person didn't exist. Suno insisted they did, and the two argued for a few moments until she got irritated. She walked away, shouting that if he didn't want to help, he didn't have to, and threw the ticket in the trash, but it ended up falling on the ground. Someone approached, picked up the ticket, and asked Suno if it was his. He replied it wasn't. Moments later, both teams were gathered to eat together after the completion of the projects. The girls praised the food and commented that even being full, there was always room for those delicious desserts. While Regina observed the plates on the table, the others continued talking about the number of people in each group and showed confidence with the project result. Nina observed the scene and thought to herself that she felt relieved to see Caleb interacting and getting closer to colleagues, since she imagined he wouldn't get along with any of them. One of the friends commented to Regina that she was surprised she had accepted the invitation for the afternoon snack, and she replied she just thought it would be a good time to eat. The friend added that day was for everyone to relax, since from the next day they would need to prepare for the exams. In her thoughts, Regina reflected that she had dug through the trash looking for the movie ticket before leaving the cafe, but hadn't found it, and even wanting to ask Suno about it, her pride didn't allow it. Meanwhile, Caleb offered Nina her favorite grape soda and asked if she wanted to try caprese. She accepted excitedly. While he served Nina, all the friends were shocked and asked what they were doing. At that moment, Regina asked Caleb to serve some pasta for her, but Nina immediately stepped up to help her. Nina asked if she liked pasta with mushrooms. Regina replied yes, and Nina prepared a plate for her. Even dissatisfied, Regina accepted and ate, as she got weak when the subject was food. While eating, Caleb dropped a mushroom and one of the girls handed him a napkin, joking that he made a mess while eating. Caleb accepted without understanding, since the colleague herself was all covered in sauce. The colleagues continued eating and interacting with each other, and Suno reflected that food really brought people together. Then, he asked Regina if she wanted something that was on his table, but she replied coldly that she could take care of her own food. When trying to take a plate, Suno pulled it back, making her even more irritated and asking if he wanted to start a fight. In a joking tone, Suno replied she had already eaten too much and should leave some food for Caleb and Nina. Caleb and Nina said they were already satisfied and that Regina could eat as much as she wanted, but Suno insisted, stating they were just lying so as not to make her feel bad. Faced with this, she advanced towards Suno and tried to take the plate, but he resisted. Meanwhile, the other girls gathered to take a photo and found it strange that Anne was zooming in so much. She explained she wanted to photograph someone specific and, showing the image, asked if that person didn't look about to steal a wallet. The girls then observed discreetly and saw a man taking a wallet that was on the counter. This left Nina desperate and she shouted that he was stealing. While the friends tried to hold her back, Nina asked what they should do, if they should catch the thief or call the police. Shocked, they began to discuss what to do and even thought that if they ran after the thief, they could win a Good Citizen Award, which would be recorded in their student history, besides earning a cash reward. Hearing this, Nina didn't think twice. She jumped from the balcony to go after him, shouting she would catch the thief. Caleb jumped right after her, while Suno tried to calm everyone down, saying they should pay the restaurant bill first. Caleb caught up to Nina and she stated he didn't need to worry about the prize, but he replied there was something about that thief she needed to know and asked if Nina remembered the thief the store owner had spoken of. She said yes. Then, Caleb explained that the jewelry store had also been robbed recently, and that he believed it was the same thief or someone from the same group. While running, Caleb commented he thought that could be related to the Millennium Adventist Church, because something similar had happened before. He explained that someone might be desperate for the necklace, believing it was blessed. He wasn't sure, but suspected this link. Nina questioned why they would steal if not for money. Caleb replied those people believed the Millennium Adventist Church was true salvation, and that explained the robberies. Nina asked if the thief would obey if Caleb shouted for him to stop. Caleb replied he had no authority over those people, and reminded Nina of the woman who was with her uncle and who didn't even recognize him. Caleb stated that if he had any power over those people, he would have already taken his father out of there. He himself had once been someone who believed in it, because his father had done missionary work in a detention center the previous year, which made him think for a time that his father really was a good person. However, later he realized everything had been intentional, that the ministry helped during the trial and petitions, and that the children from the center also started following his father after that. The conversation was interrupted suddenly when the man stopped running. Startled, they hid and began to watch him. At the restaurant, Suno and Regina remained. Suno was responsible for the bill, since the girls had run off and said they would send the money to him later and he was still waiting. It was at that moment that Regina tried to jump to go after the thief too, but Suno held her back, saying that was too dangerous. She tried to resist, stating she didn't need help, but he said she wasn't athletic enough to jump. While Regina still resisted, Suno asked if all that was because of what had happened at the cafe. She replied no, returning the question and wanting to know if he really thought she was petty. At that moment, he handed the movie ticket to her, leaving her surprised. He explained he hadn't allowed anyone else to keep the ticket. Suno stated he also liked watching movies and said he wished she had thought of inviting him before even considering calling Caleb. Then he declared himself, confessing he had liked her for a long time and that he didn't want much in return. Just that she think of him too, even if only a little, since they were best friends. Faced with this, Regina got lost in her own thoughts, remembering when the friends commented about Suno participating in the reading club and complained about the fact he always walked around messy. At the time, Regina had stated that didn't matter, that what really mattered was the number of club members. She also recalled how all the friends drifted away after she got close to Suno, and her mind returned to the initial moments of the friendship between the two, the similar tastes and interest in the same writers. Back to the present, Regina was left without a reaction, still completely lost in her thoughts. Far from there, Caleb and Nina watched the thief and thought about how they could capture him. Nina remembered Caleb was good at fighting and commented he had even made Michael bleed from the nose. Caleb replied that had only happened because Michael didn't know how to fight. They decided to continue watching, and Nina said she would get in touch with the others. Suddenly, the thief turned around and Caleb pulled Nina against the wall, hiding with her while wondering if the man had seen them. Nina asked if they should go over there and hit the thief, but Caleb interrupted her, saying they would only watch and she shouldn't even think about approaching. When the thief turned again, Nina and Caleb got tense and stared at each other for a brief instant. Nina questioned him, but Caleb said only it was nothing and asked her not to worry about him, directing her to call the others while he would continue keeping an eye on the thief. They were very close. And Nina commented she had already warned the others about where they were and that they were arriving with their bags. The two looked at each other fixedly, and Nina even lost her speech, noticing Caleb's intense gaze directed at her. Back at the restaurant, Suno asked why Regina seemed so distracted. She replied only that she was thinking. A few seconds later, she commented they still had 30 minutes before the movie and asked if he wanted to go with her. He replied yes, excited. In her memory, Regina remembered the moment she told her old friends she preferred to stay with Suno, since they didn't even like her. One of them replied they did like her and said they wanted to take her to a special place because they knew she liked to read. The person explained it was a church they were sure she would like as soon as she knew it. And that was how she met the Millennium Adventist Church. Meanwhile, the friends were running to find Nina and Caleb. They wondered if they really were there, since they saw no one. A few meters away, in an alley, Caleb tried to kiss Nina, but she placed her hands over his mouth, stopping him. When he asked why, Nina replied that wasn't the place nor the right moment and questioned if he wasn't hearing the girls' voices, stating they were right in front of them. Shocked, she also reminded him that he himself had asked her to keep distance. Nina then ran out toward the friends, asking about the thief and stating he was right there. While talking to them, Caleb remained standing, shocked to realize he had just been rejected by Nina. She asked the girls about Regina and Suno, but in her thoughts, she ended up reflecting on how hurt Caleb seemed. The friends replied they had left the cafe first and therefore didn't know what happened with Suno and Legina, only commenting that the two always seemed to be together. One of the girls even joked, saying Suno looked like a duck because he was always following Legina everywhere, like a duckling following the first thing it saw. While they discussed this, Legina and Suno were preparing to watch the movie. He bought popcorn in 2 different flavors, one he liked and another she preferred. Excited, he mentioned there were still 10 minutes before the movie started and asked if they should go in. While talking in line, some people around them commented that Suno and Legina looked like they were on a date. Once inside the theater, the movie continued to scare the people around them, who wondered how a 14-rated movie could be so terrifying, while the two watched calmly, finding everything quite mild. Back in the alley, Nina looked for Caleb but couldn't find him. Later, at home, Caleb entered the room and looked at a bag. He took the bag and went to the bathroom, where Nina was brushing her teeth. She asked if he wanted to brush his as well, saying she was almost finished. Caleb replied that he had already brushed them, which surprised Nina and even scared her a bit, as she asked if he was going to try to kiss her again since he hadn't succeeded before. Caleb then handed the bag to Nina, who was surprised to see there were clothes inside. He explained that she had seemed to regret not buying those clothes the day before, so he had gone back to the store to get them for her. However, someone had already bought the piece she wanted, so he chose another blouse that she could use more often. While Nina looked at the blouse, Caleb commented that he tried to choose it himself, but because he didn't think he had good taste, he asked the store employees for help since they understood clothes better than he did. When Nina mentioned the blouse had the word Jesus written on it, Caleb got nervous, grabbed the item, and said he would return it to exchange it for another. Nina, however, took the blouse back from his hand and refused, saying she liked it and thought it was a coincidence to have Jesus written on it. She thanked him and said she would wear it. Surprised, Caleb then explained he had only come down to deliver the blouse and then said goodnight and said goodbye. Nina said goodbye back, but didn't understand why he went upstairs in such a rush. Caleb immediately entered his room, opened the closet, and looked at another bag. She took out a blouse he had bought to match Nina's, read what was written on it, and felt surprised and a bit upset since the matching clothes were supposed to be her and me, not Jesus and me. The next day at school, Nina found 2 eggs on her desk. Looking closely, she noticed there were drawings on them, one clearly representing her, and she tried to guess who the other drawn person was. Behind her, Caleb also found eggs on his desk and wondered who could have done that, even considering if it had been Michael. The friends then grabbed Legina and shouted that she and Suno had gone to the movies together. Nina was shocked and asked if it had just been the 2 of them. They confirmed it and even claimed that Suno liked Legina. Legina tried to deny it, but the girls interrupted her, saying she should listen to them when it came to dating. They commented that Suno had surprised everyone by inviting her to the movies, as they didn't imagine he would take such initiative. Suddenly, Suno entered the room and everyone immediately stopped talking. Confused, he asked what they were talking about, and Legina replied it was nothing. However, in her thoughts, she began to wonder if Suno really liked her. But soon concluded that the girls must be mistaken because they were just great friends who had been through hard times together. While Suno talked to Legina, the girls whispered among themselves, commenting that he was kind to everyone but treated Legina in a special way. They said that because Suno was so kind, some girls believed he liked them. But with Legina, everything seemed different. Nina left the room and, upon reaching the door, ran into Caleb, who immediately noticed she was wearing the blouse he had given her the night before. She walked past him and thanked him, calling him by only his first name for the first time. That left Caleb surprised and Nina embarrassed, as she had always treated him formally. Right nearby, 2 young men passing Caleb were surprised and wondered what had happened, as they had never seen him with that expression. He looked visibly nervous. The way Nina spoke left Caleb so stunned that he froze in the middle of the hallway. Until someone bumped into him, and looking at the person, he noticed the necklace. Back at home, Nina asked if Caleb could lend her his notes. He lent them, asking if it was because of the exams, and as he looked at her, he noticed Nina had turned her face away. He called her, asking her to look at him, but she remained silent. Then he asked why she had spoken that way, if she was just going to be embarrassed afterward. Before he could stop her, Nina ran off and locked herself in her room. Caleb asked her to open the door, but she refused. He then said he wouldn't do anything and asked her to open it just for a moment. When she didn't open it, he asked why she had called him by only his first name. Nervous and hesitant, Nina replied that she thought they were close enough to call each other by name, and asked if she didn't have permission to call him Caleb. He replied that he didn't. This infuriated her, and she suddenly opened the door, shouting and asking why. Caleb then explained that it was and wasn't a problem at the same time, because he didn't think he could get used to that kind of pleasant development. Until yesterday, Caleb didn't think leaving the house was a waste of time. Even so, his mind kept thinking about it, that whenever he saw the bus pass, he imagined he wanted to take it with Nina and go home by her side. Whenever he looked at Nina, Caleb thought about the best way to compose himself and find the necessary confidence within to be by her side. He stated it wasn't about separation anxiety, but he knew it would happen, that he would end up getting too attached. For that reason, he did his best to keep his distance. However, with just a few words, Nina had managed to make him lose his concentration all day long. Nina was surprised to learn he couldn't concentrate and stepped closer, saying she just thought it would be a good idea. She remembered Caleb had asked to keep their distance, so she asked if they became more stable in the future, if they would no longer need to keep that distance. He said yes. Then Nina commented that a student's future is determined by results, so she suggested they compare their previous exams and that for every extra point, they would kiss. She said she had thought about it before and considered it a brilliant idea. Caleb questioned if she really wanted to use kisses as motivation and commented that only she would be capable of thinking of something so frivolous. Nina asked what he meant and stated that they would be doing everything the right way anyway. Caleb then said he saw no reason to refuse. Excited, Nina declared she would make sure to raise her grades so much that he would end up regretting accepting. Caleb didn't answer, just thought he would have no reason to regret it, as he would be doing it by her side. At that moment, the phone rang and Caleb saw the photos that had been sent in the study group. Everyone shared their images and commented that the photos turned out great, saying they should meet up again next time. Nina even talked to a classmate she had recently done volunteer work with. The girl asked many questions about her friendship with Legina and Suno, and how hard it was to befriend them, which left Nina had a chance to ask why she was so interested in the two. The classmate Mog ended the conversation, but Nina didn't care much because she needed to study. She was determined to raise her grades to beat Caleb and earn the kisses she wanted so badly. In the following days, both Nina and Caleb studied day and night until they finally took the exam. When they received the results, they went home and decided to compare them together. And both were startled to see the test scores. That morning, the teacher called the students to hand out the graded assessments, and when it was Caleb's turn, he congratulated him for achieving first place in the student ranking. Back in the present, Nina went into shock, realizing Caleb had missed only one question on the test. Unconvinced, she stated that score couldn't be real since the test had been extremely difficult. Nina then commented that he had worked very hard and that Caleb's persistence was frightening. He replied that it was obvious and reminded her that she had also promised to do her best. Then he asked what Nina's grade was. Nervous, Nina started to sneak away, which left Caleb confused. He asked where she was going and went after her, trying to grab the test. Nina resisted and didn't want to hand it over. When Caleb finally got the test, he was stunned to see that Nina's grade was worse than before. He questioned why the grade had dropped so much when she seemed so confident. Visibly nervous, Nina said she had worked hard but the test was too difficult. Then she asked if, since her grade had worsened and his improved, they should cancel the deal and pretend nothing had happened. Caleb took a step forward and said he didn't agree with that. He explained that the sum of the grades wasn't what they had agreed on and that she had decided that on her own. Then he approached Nina, pinning her against the floor, and stated that he had increased his score by 30 points on the test. Nina was shocked and said that had to be a lie. Asking him to show the previous tests, Caleb replied that he had lost them. Nina pulled away, saying she got nervous just thinking about kissing him when they hadn't even set the mood for it yet and that she wanted it to happen more naturally. Caleb then stood up, turned off the light, and approached Nina, saying that lighting was important to create a mood. She pulled away again, stating she wanted a real mood. Then Nina showed the tablet and said she wanted to watch a movie. Caleb questioned her, asking why she wanted to watch a movie if she had done poorly on the test. She replied that he should let her watch for at least 2 hours as a reward. Caleb asked what kind of movie she had chosen. Nina explained it was about a family that was tricked, moved into a cheap house, and ended up discovering the place was haunted. Caleb commented that it sounded like a horror and mystery movie, and Nina admitted she didn't have the courage to watch it alone. When the movie started, Caleb looked at Nina and wondered how a horror movie could create any mood. To his surprise, after a scare, Nina grabbed onto him, and it was at that moment Caleb realized a horror movie really could create a mood. During the screening, Caleb began pointing out errors, talking about records and facts in the film that seemed to contradict reality. This made Nina irritated until she shouted, saying it was a fantasy movie, and asked why he knew so much about the history behind the films. Caleb replied that he had been part of the occult club in high school. Nina then said they couldn't continue watching that way because in just 1 hour, what was supposed to be a natural mood had turned into a history lesson. She asked what they should do now. Inside, Nina was getting nervous just thinking that Caleb was waiting for a kiss, while she wanted everything to happen naturally, without so much embarrassment. Then Nina asked Caleb how he could stay so calm while she was extremely nervous just thinking about the kiss. He replied that he was calm because his score had gone up and hers had gone down, and said they should be analyzing Nina's test errors instead of thinking about movies. She agreed, then held Caleb's face and looked at him closely, commenting that looking at him reminded her of the first time she saw him. Irritated, Caleb wondered if after the movie they would talk about when they met. Nina just asked him to listen to her. She recalled the day she saw him for the first time at the train station. She said she clearly remembered the moment the train arrived at the station and the wind blowing when she saw someone running up the stairs. A very handsome boy wearing the school uniform. Nina confessed she had fallen in love with him at first sight. She said that on that day she had run so she wouldn't miss the train, and that she could have easily waited for Caleb at the other station, or even asked about him at school. Still, at that moment all she wanted was to be alone with him. She confessed she didn't imagine an entire life by his side, but she was sure they were made for each other. Caleb called her name, and the two locked eyes for a few moments. Realizing they might kiss, Nina felt insecure and ended up shouting, saying there was something behind Caleb. In her thoughts, she planned to kiss him from behind unexpectedly, but she didn't expect him to turn his face at that instant. Caleb turned, and the two ended up kissing. It was a kiss that lasted a few seconds, and after that, they looked at each other without a reaction, still trying to process what had just happened. The mood formed naturally. They exchanged looks and many kisses, so many they became hard to count. At one point, Nina found herself in a very uncomfortable position, but when Caleb declared himself and said he loved her, she panicked. Nina asked him to stop because she wanted to catch her breath, but he refused until she mentioned her nose was bleeding. Realizing this, Caleb went into a panic and started looking for bandages trying to help her. Overcome by shame, Nina hid under the blanket. Caleb asked her to come out, reminding her that 30 minutes had already passed like that and they still needed to review the tests. Nina complained, saying she was extremely embarrassed that he had seen her first with diarrhea and then with a nosebleed right in the middle of a kiss. To her, it seemed impossible to live out a romance that way. Caleb tried to reassure her, stating she didn't need to feel ashamed and that it was normal to have a nosebleed when one was happy. Nina denied it, saying it also had to do with her own dignity, and then confessed that had been her first kiss. Caleb tried to hold back his laughter while Nina continued complaining about the nosebleed, but she remembered her lips felt like they had been kissed many times and started daydreaming. The two looked at each other for a moment in silence until suddenly Nina stretched and said that was enough. She got up quickly and stated they should study to cool their heads. Caleb agreed. The next day, on the way to school, Nina was radiant. She walked happily, admiring the beauty of the world around her. Meeting Suno and Legina, she greeted them with excitement. The friend commented that she seemed to be in a good mood and asked what had happened. Embarrassed, Nina replied it wasn't just something good and said he would be surprised to know what great thing had happened to her face the night before. Nina left Suno and Legina confused by commenting that if someone could die of happiness, she should be dead already. Suddenly, a classmate approached from behind and greeted her. Nina reciprocated while the friend spoke to Suno and Legina, who didn't respond immediately. After a few moments, Suno said he didn't want to greet her. Indignant, Nina asked what was wrong with him, and he replied he was just joking, saying that since they were all friends, there was no problem making jokes. Then he and Legina walked off, commenting it was time to go. Nina was confused, feeling that what Suno had said carried another meaning. It seemed like the three of them had fought. Later, Nina went to the bathroom and found the same classmate whose name was Sani, who asked if Nina had also gone to wash her face. Nina replied yes, saying she was sleepy. The two were silent for a moment, and Nina thought about saying something to break the tense atmosphere, but she didn't know what to say since Suno's behavior earlier had made everything strange. Before Nina could say anything, Sani confessed she had been embarrassed when Suno and Legina didn't greet her in the morning. She asked if Nina had noticed how Legina hid behind Suno. Surprised and a bit hesitant, Nina replied it had been an uncomfortable situation, but explained that Suno had said he was just joking, so she was sure he didn't do it maliciously. Nina commented that Legina was like that with everyone, and that she didn't even react very well when Nina herself tried to start a conversation before. It took time for Legina to open up and be friendlier with people. Sandy then asked if Nina had also been looked down upon by Legina. Nina denied it, saying they were friends now and usually ate lunch together and did schoolwork. Sani observed that Nina seemed like the type of person who accepted being looked down upon and commented she was even envious of her, because Nina seemed not to feel anger about anything. Nina replied that she didn't let things slide, but she didn't hold a grudge either. She said judging someone before knowing them based only on a first impression was unfair and explained that Legina was shy and didn't have many friends. However, before she could finish, Sani simply left her talking to herself, which made Nina furious to realize Sani had ignored her on purpose. Seeing her talking to another girl in the bathroom, Nina interrupted and said that regardless, Sani had misunderstood Legina. Then she said goodbye. That left Sani confused, and she called after Nina, but Nina ignored her and walked down the hallway. While humming happily, Nina thought that maybe Sani had taken her anger out on her, or maybe she just didn't like her. And that was fine, because it didn't matter. Nothing could take away her joy because she had Caleb. At that moment, Nina spotted Caleb and started waving to him desperately, making him wonder what she was doing. Caleb looked around and then at her, giving a slight smile before waving back. That left Nina radiant with happiness. Nina felt invincible knowing Caleb was by her side. As long as they were together, she wasn't afraid of anything. Even if everything around them went dark, everything they lived through together only made them stronger. That afternoon, an announcement echoed through the school hallways. The weather forecast warned of heavy rain and sudden changes in the weather, and all students were advised to prepare and take care of their health. After a happy day, Nina and Caleb ended up fighting. It all started when Nina was preparing dinner and Caleb decided to help her. Upon tasting the food, Nina asked if Caleb had put sugar in place of salt. He replied no, explaining that she had asked for salt and that he had used brown salt. Nina then shouted, stating that brown salt was actually sugar. Caleb was speechless, attentive to her reaction, and felt bad because he only wanted to help prepare dinner. Still trying to collaborate, Caleb put onions in the pan, which irritated Nina even more. She shouted, saying he couldn't do that because the onions would get cooked and she liked them crunchy. Once again, Caleb apologized. Nina told Caleb to get out of the kitchen, stating she would make dinner alone. He replied she just had to say what needed to be done and he would help. She then asked him to heat up the instant rice while she handled the rest. Insisting on helping, Caleb offered to fry the eggs after heating the rice. He started preparing them carefully, but Nina began giving numerous orders, saying it was time to flip them, that the eggs would burn, and that he didn't know how to do it, until she shouted for him to flip the eggs. And when that happened, the two were faced with burnt eggs. Caleb was annoyed by Nina's insistence on controlling every step, stating she only needed to say it once and he would understand. There was no need to repeat it so many times. Nina replied she thought he was deaf since he didn't answer, and that's why she kept repeating. She also claimed she hadn't done anything wrong. Caleb said that didn't matter because it had been a long time since they had dinner together. He was expecting a warm and light moment where Nina would praise him and be kind. However, what really happened was that Nina criticized him non-stop. Nina then asked if he was upset. Caleb denied it, but his look made it clear how hurt he was. Trying to ease the tension, Nina changed the subject and asked him to set the table with plates and silverware for dinner. He went like someone who didn't want to be bothered again. At that moment, Nina hurt her hands and Caleb stood motionless. She complained of pain, expecting him to be worried, but realizing he showed no interest, she got irritated and asked him to apologize for being rude to her hands. Incredulous, Caleb apologized, but inside he wondered why he needed to apologize if it was Nina who had been rude to him all day. Determined to make him care, Nina started walking around Caleb, making a drama. She said her hands hurt a lot, that they could get infected and that they would get better if he showed concern. Caleb lost his patience and said the kitchen was small, asking her to get out of the way. This phrase was enough to revolt Nina, who complained, saying that before he didn't complain about space, that he was always around her, and now he said the kitchen was small. Caleb denied having done that, but Nina confronted him and the argument took over the room. Until Nina walked away furious, and when Caleb asked where she was going, she replied she was going to do laundry since he needed so much space in the kitchen. However, after a few steps, Nina got scared and slowly returned. This left Caleb confused, and he asked why she was coming back with that terrified expression. When he approached, he saw that what had scared her so much was Michael standing right in front of her. Michael tried to explain why he was there, but Caleb interrupted him, stating it wasn't necessary. Then Michael bowed before Nina and explained that his parents had found out about the fight and kicked him out of the house. He said that on the day of the argument, his mother forced him to go there to bring side dishes, but because of the fight, he ended up being expelled. He repeated his mother's words about aggression, saying that using a fist against another person was as serious as using a weapon. Nina questioned how a mother could kick out a son for such a silly reason. However, thinking better of it, she commented that children's temperaments said a lot about their mother, and concluded she certainly couldn't be normal. Michael believed his parents would let him come home in 3 days when the anger passed. Then, Caleb asked if he was there to ask for shelter for a few days and stated that was absurd. Michael replied he wasn't talking to Caleb but to Nina, since he and Caleb were in the same situation, both asking her for a favor, and added that if Caleb was bothered, he could simply leave. Caleb shot back, saying he shared the household expenses and almost confessed his feelings for Nina again, but gave up halfway. Realizing the tension between the two, Michael saw an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. He approached Nina and asked if she remembered the old days when they went out together in freshman year. Michael lifted her up excitedly, throwing her up and commenting on how much she liked doing that with him. Caleb was completely perplexed while Michael reminded Nina of a time he spent hours lifting her up, even with sore arms, just because he knew she liked it. Seeing Nina touched, Caleb was overcome by jealousy. He disliked the intimacy she had with Michael to the point where he touched her naturally without any restriction. Caleb was revolted to see that Nina didn't mind having so much fun with Michael, even in front of him. Observing the scene between the two, he said that if she liked Michael so much, then she should let him live there too. Still sitting on Michael's lap, Nina was surprised while Michael showed satisfaction with Caleb's words. Caleb sneaked away, but inside he was frustrated and upset. He felt Nina should consider how he felt and not allow Michael to stay there. After all, that house belonged to the two of them. Still irritated, Nina decided she would let Michael stay. The next day, Caleb woke up startled with Michael throwing himself onto his shoulders. He heard Michael talking in his sleep, believing Caleb was Nina. Suddenly, Nina woke up, startled with the whole house shaking. That had only been the first day with Michael living there. The night before, Michael had gone to Caleb's room to ask to sleep there, saying that if he went home, his mother would kill him. Caleb asked him to leave, but he refused. Irritated, Caleb asked what Nina had said to him. Michael was confused and asked what he was talking about. And then Caleb questioned if Nina had said anything before he went up to the room. Faced with the question, Michael noticed Caleb's discomfort and decided to provoke him. He said Nina had wished him a good night's sleep and was happy he was there. This made Caleb even more uncomfortable. In reality, Nina had only told Michael that if Caleb didn't mind him staying there, she didn't mind either. She also explained they slept on different floors and that she wanted to help Michael until his parents' anger passed. Michael believed Caleb and Nina were already intimate from living together. However, he was surprised to arrive at the house and find them fighting. Michael approached Caleb and commented that they would live like in a school camp, with boys and girls sleeping on separate floors, and asked if there was anything for dinner since the smell of food was very good. Caleb asked why Michael was unpacking his backpack, and he replied it was because he would be sleeping there with him. Irritated, Caleb kicked him out of the room, but when Michael said he would sleep in the living room, Caleb remembered that Nina's room was right next to the living room. So, he pulled Michael back into the room and warned that if he made any noise, he would be kicked out again. Moments later, Nina shouted, calling Caleb and Michael to eat at the table. Michael asked if that was all, and Nina replied she couldn't let him eat simple food since thanks to him they had gotten great side dishes. Caleb looked at the scene and wondered why Nina stared at Michael so directly. Nina was admired as it was rare to see Caleb and Michael sitting at the same table. Michael then asked if they had made fried eggs, and Nina explained she had thrown them away because they were burnt, but added that if he wanted, she could prepare them for him. Michael grabbed the frying pan and said that wouldn't be necessary because frying eggs was very easy. While Michael prepared the eggs skillfully, Nina was shocked to see the juggling he did with the pan, the precise way he sliced the vegetables, and even a small performance with fire. After a few minutes, Michael placed some plates on the table and explained that the ingredients in the fridge, which would likely be thrown away, had served to prepare those dishes. Nina was impressed by Michael's talent in the kitchen, while Caleb felt uncomfortable and commented that it didn't make sense to go to so much trouble to cook, since the food he and Nina bought was more practical and tasty. Nina got upset and asked what was wrong with Caleb, reinforcing that Michael had prepared that food thinking of them. Caleb replied that Michael was the one who should thank him and Nina for letting him sleep in the house. Caleb looked at the food with some contempt, saying it didn't look good. The friend asked Nina to eat everything while pushing Caleb's plate away. In response, Caleb kicked Michael's leg under the table, causing him to startle and spit out the food, which left Nina alarmed, saying that was disgusting. As the two began to argue, Nina asked them to stop, reminding them they were there to eat, not to fight. Tired of everything, Nina went to her room, completely exhausted from the day. Inside, she admitted the fear she felt of Caleb and Michael fighting. And since she liked both of them, she wished they would get along, especially knowing they would sleep in the same room. While walking down the hallway, Nina thought that maybe Caleb was worried about her, afraid of losing her, since Michael was a new man in the house. Even so, she was sure she had no eyes for Michael, as she only liked Caleb. It was then that, passing the bathroom door, Nina came across Michael without a shirt. Startled, she closed the door quickly, questioning why he hadn't closed it. He replied calmly that he had forgotten because he always felt comfortable at home. Nina confessed to being surprised, and at that moment, Caleb appeared from behind, asking what had surprised her and calling Nina a pervert. Inside the bathroom, Michael asked in a mocking tone if Nina had fallen in love with him upon seeing him without a shirt. Nervous, Nina denied it, saying she was just caught by surprise, but Michael insisted, asking if she had turned red and nervous because of it, and she denied it again. Caleb cast a serious look at Nina, who was completely embarrassed. Then, he grabbed her by the arm and told her to stop worrying him. As Caleb walked away, Nina watched for a moment, and in her thoughts, swore loyalty to him. She was determined not to fail. Shortly after, Nina ran into Michael. The two exchanged looks, but she quickly looked away. unable to face him because she knew her love was Caleb. The next morning, Nina went upstairs furious, entered the room, and questioned the two about the dirty dishes they had left the night before. However, her eyes widened. She found them sleeping peacefully, and, although the scene looked beautiful, her anger did not diminish. Nina shouted, saying she didn't have time to wash dishes in the morning and that it should have been done the night before. Caleb and Michael, still sleepy, asked for a few more minutes of sleep until Nina shouted again, telling them to get up. Looking at her, they noticed Nina was wearing a summer uniform. Already at school, everyone was commenting on the arrival of summer. Meanwhile, Michael remembered the conversation he had had with Nina and Caleb in the subway. On that occasion, he had asked why the two used different paths to go to school, questioning if that was really necessary since they lived together. Caleb replied he did it to avoid the emergence of offensive rumors about Nina, and she added that it was also because Caleb didn't like to draw attention. Michael then asked why they were sitting together now, and the two replied at the same time that they were only together because Michael was sitting between them. Nina added that being with Michael made it so she and Caleb didn't look suspicious. The friend commented that the two protected each other so much that it had piqued his curiosity and asked directly if they were dating. Neither Nina nor Caleb were surprised and denied it immediately. He then said it was dangerous for them to live together if they were dating, since two teenagers living in a house without supervision could end up involved in inappropriate situations. Nina remembered the kisses and got extremely nervous, feeling guilty. Michael thought that despite both denying the relationship, it was evident the two had feelings for each other and tried to understand what was really happening between them. He also remembered when Nina had said that if she ever found someone who fit her ideal type perfectly, she would never let that person escape. And Michael wondered if that someone wasn't Caleb. Observing Nina, Michael thought she didn't know who Caleb really was. Despite his handsome and organized appearance, he believed Caleb hid a great darkness within him. His apparently calm gaze concealed many things, and even living together, Nina seemed blinded by love. Nina noticed Michael's gaze and asked what he was staring at so much. He pulled her lightly and began to provoke her. Michael was determined that even if Nina and Caleb seemed happy without him, his presence would make everything more hectic. Later, Michael asked some colleagues if someone who was dating could fall in love with their best friend. And after hearing the advice, he began to engineer his plan. He took Nina and Caleb to a snack bar, bought several hamburgers for Nina, praised her, and said he was so happy to see her eat excitedly that it even made him want to cry. Approaching Nina, Michael asked if she remembered that place. She replied it was where they used to go when they were still freshmen. Michael confirmed, saying he had several photos from that time, and asked if she wanted to see. Nina accepted, which left Michael satisfied. He thought about his friend's advice, who said that maybe a best friend wouldn't be as effective, but the power of memories certainly would be. Michael showed Caleb photos of Nina when she was a freshman. He said they were rare images and asked if Caleb had any photos like those. Photos of Nina with long hair, with braids in different stages. In a provocative tone, he stated that Caleb might even live with her, but he didn't have all that. Nina got nervous and asked him to stop, but Michael continued showing more photos and recalling moments he had lived with her, like when she ran in a competition with sauce on her face, or when she was sad because she lost her headphones. Even when bird droppings fell on her while she was wearing a new blouse. Irritated, Nina asked him to delete the photos, saying not even her parents had so many images of her growing up. Then she noticed she had a lot of ketchup on her face and rushed off to get napkins. Alone, Caleb asked Michael why he was trying to provoke him, wanting to know why he had asked about dating and why he tried to affect him with old photos. Caleb asked if he did all that because he didn't see Nina as just a friend. Michael confessed he also liked Nina and asked if Caleb had a problem with that. Caleb denied it but wondered if by saying he liked Nina he also wanted to kiss her. Michael was stunned and a wave of anger took hold of him. He grabbed Caleb by the collar, questioning what he meant by that and why he had indecent thoughts about Nina. Meanwhile, at the counter, Nina quickly asked for napkins, noticing the discussion was intensifying. Caleb then said Michael had already arrived too late, which left him confused, wanting to know what he meant by that. Caleb approached and stated that Nina was his. Michael became furious, called Caleb a crazy bastard, and the tension intensified. After Caleb claimed Nina belonged to him, Michael pushed him and questioned if he saw Nina as an object to say she was his. The two argued, and Michael accused Caleb of pretending to be a good person, stating that, in truth, he was a complete imbecile, something Michael said he had known since the first time he saw him. Overcome with anger, Michael said Nina had no idea who the person she was living with really was. At that moment, someone approached and asked who Nina was living with, and Michael, without thinking much, replied it was with Caleb. What Michael didn't realize was that Legina had asked the question, but he didn't know her and asked who the hell she was. Shortly after, trying to ease the situation, Michael explained that what he meant was that Nina lived in the same world as Caleb, a smart, tall, and handsome boy. He started showering Caleb with praise to cover it up, although inside he was eating himself up for having said all that. And Caleb wasn't at all happy to hear it from his mouth either. 5 minutes earlier, when Nina realized what had happened, she was furious to notice that Michael had said in front of Suno and Legina that she and Caleb lived together. It was then that she demanded he fix the situation. For that reason, Michael found himself in this situation, but noticing Legina's look toward Caleb, he questioned why she worried so much about Caleb since she was Nina's friend. Then, he asked if it was normal for her to look at other boys in front of her supposed boyfriend, which left both Legina and Suno surprised. Nina was also surprised because she wanted to understand what really existed between the two, while Michael hinted that maybe it was a one-sided feeling since they weren't dating, even after 5 years of walking together. Caleb questioned why Michael kept thinking everyone was dating and said that wasn't the only reason to go out together. Michael replied, there couldn't be a genuine friendship between a man and a woman, and that even in a group of friends, people could date and hide it from everyone. Sajina interrupted, stating she and Suno were just friends and that even if they were stuck alone on an island, they would remain friends until they died. Michael praised her, saying he had never met a girl like her, and touching her hand asked if she felt nothing when a man held her hand. Suddenly, Legina went into shock and fell to the ground. Nina despaired and asked what Michael had done, shouting for them to call an ambulance. Nina began to question if Legina considered even Michael a man, despite him being a stranger, while Suno was just a friend. After a few moments, Legina woke up. Suno approached with a worried expression and asked if she was okay. Meanwhile, Nina scolded Michael, saying they should leave because he had already caused enough trouble. However, Michael replied it was already time to go to the cram school. Caleb asked him to leave soon and only return at the second coming of Jesus. At the bus stop, Suno was still surprised by what had happened and reached out his hand to Legina, asking her to hold it. She asked why and said she didn't want to hold his hand. An awkward silence settled until Suno noticed two friends walking hand in hand. He pointed at them and questioned why Legina had said they would be friends until death, but couldn't hold his hand like a friend, just as the others did. Legina explained it was different from other people and that she didn't like to hold hands, even with family members, because she found it uncomfortable. Suno was not satisfied with the answer and questioned her, saying that even being allergic to cats, she continued to pet them, even if it made her itch. He added that it didn't make sense for her not to be allergic to people, and yet still not be able to touch them. Finally, Suno asked if she didn't want to hold his hand because she saw him as a man, just as she saw Caleb and Michael. And if that wasn't the reason, what would it be? He wondered aloud, saying they were such good friends if she couldn't hold hands with him, and finally asked if she liked him. Nervous with the questions, Legina grabbed Suno's wrist and asked him to stop, saying she had already held his hand as he wanted. She asked if he was satisfied now, and Suno confirmed. Suddenly, their hands truly intertwined. They exchanged looks for a few seconds, but Legina pulled away abruptly right after, saying an insect landed on her hand, leaving Suno confused. Back at home, Nina was trying to kill a fly using a book. She and Michael tried to catch it several times but failed. Michael asked where Caleb was, and Nina replied he had gone out to buy insecticide. Suddenly, the fly landed on a plant, and Nina hit it with a book, but she hit everything except the fly, which escaped again. While Michael worried if something had broken, Nina despaired seeing the fly enter her room. She shouted that they needed to catch the fly quickly before it hid and appeared while she was sleeping, saying she had read in an article that a person could end up swallowing 1,000 insects while sleeping. Then, she closed the door and asked Michael to solve it, but he could only think that now it was just him and Nina alone in the room. 10 minutes later, Caleb arrived with insecticide and asked if Nina had already gotten rid of the fly. He called for Nina and Michael but found only silence and the bedroom door closed. Nina had tried to catch the fly but slipped, and Michael tried to catch her, ending up falling right along with her. From outside, Caleb asked if he could enter the room. Desperate, Nina replied that she was changing clothes and quickly hid Michael. From the other side of the door, Caleb said he wanted to talk, because since Michael had arrived, they hadn't had this moment. He added that even if they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet, he needed Nina to know how much he liked her, and that if anything bothered her, she should say so. Nervous, Nina covered Michael's ears, and at that exact moment, the fly landed on her head. Although Michael tried to keep her quiet, upon noticing the insect on her forehead, Nina got scared and screamed desperately. Hearing the scream, Caleb got worried and entered the room. Finding Nina and Michael so close together, He asked what they were doing. Nina pushed Michael away and explained that while they were trying to catch a fly, it had entered the room. Then she closed the door so it wouldn't escape. But he had arrived at that exact moment. Upset, Caleb asked how she expected him to believe that story. Nina insisted he had to believe her, as there was no other reason for her to be in the room with Michael, and said he just had to look at the fly to confirm her version. Caleb replied that it wasn't about the fly anymore, but about Michael being in the room while he was outside trying to talk to her. Michael watched everything in silence and felt satisfied inside. He realized he didn't even have to try to ruin things between Nina and Caleb, as they were doing it themselves. Then, Michael stood up and said he was leaving, as he realized he was being a nuisance, adding that he would beg his mother to let him go back home. He apologized for the trouble, thanked them for allowing him to stay there, and said goodbye. Nina was in shock seeing him leave after causing all that mess. She ran into Caleb's arms, saying he was the only person she truly liked. However, he pushed her away, apologized, and said he couldn't even look at her at that moment. Nina remained paralyzed as she watched Caleb turn his back and walk out. She called him, but he didn't answer or look back. Meanwhile, Michael left extremely satisfied, happy to have left Nina and Caleb with a huge problem to solve. The next day at school, Nina was crying desperately. Her friends approached and asked what happened, but she said she couldn't talk and just kept crying. Suno, who was also there, realized that something had happened between her and Caleb. To cover for her, he asked if Nina was crying because of another friend. Their classmates wanted to know who it was, and he replied that since they didn't know her, he couldn't say so it wouldn't seem like he was gossiping behind someone's back. Suno then asked what happened to this friend, and realizing he was trying to help, Nina explained that the friend had been caught by her boyfriend alone in a room with another boy, but the boyfriend got very upset and stopped talking to her. Suno immediately understood that Caleb had found Nina alone in the room with Michael, and that since the mess at the burger joint, it was already possible to predict that fight would happen. Nina mentioned that the boyfriend had been avoiding the friend everywhere possible. This was happening on the subway, in the school stairwell, and even in the men's restroom, where he went as far as hiding in a stall hoping she wouldn't show up. Her classmates asked why she was crying if it wasn't even her problem, and Nina replied that she was very upset about the situation. One of the friends said she understood the guy. Nina asked why, and the friend explained that she needed to look at the situation from the other side. She said if it were her boyfriend alone in a room with another girl, she wouldn't even want to talk. She'd break up right then and there. The friend thought the guy was trying to process what happened, and that was why he was avoiding the girlfriend, still very hurt. Nina started to imagine if the situation were reversed. She thought of Caleb with another girl and felt an uncontrollable rage rise within her. On impulse, she ended up punching the table, asking if he wanted to die, startling everyone around her. Then, she left, determined to clear everything up with Caleb before it was too late. On the subway, a girl approached Caleb, said he was handsome, and asked for his number, inviting him out. To get rid of her, he claimed he was part of the Millennial Adventist Church, and asked if she wanted the number of someone involved in a sect. The girl immediately backed away. Caleb heard the girl comment to her friends that if he didn't want to give his number, he could have just said he had a girlfriend and not that he was part of a sect. Hearing this, he realized that's what people usually said and decided to use that excuse next time. Shortly after, another girl approached and asked for his number. Caleb apologized and said he had a girlfriend, without even looking at her. The girl insisted, saying she didn't care, and asked for the number again. He refused once more, repeating that he had a girlfriend, and adding that he was part of a sect as well. The girl then stated she knew he wasn't part of any sect. Caleb was startled to hear the girl say he had gone to her house to destroy the Millennial Adventist Church. When he looked up, he realized it was Nina. With a huge smile, she asked if he wanted to go on a date with her. Surprised and delighted, Caleb answered yes, without thinking twice. Nina got irritated that he gave in so easily while the other girls watched the scene. Holding hands, Caleb asked where they were going. Nina replied that he had to wait, as they would get off at the next station. Nina gathered all her courage and asked Caleb out. And he accepted. Thus, they went on their first date to a bowling alley. Caleb asked why a bowling alley for a first date, and Nina replied that she thought it was a lot of fun. He commented that there was no one there, and she explained it was because it was midweek and still early. Caleb asked if she had played bowling before. Excited, Nina replied yes. She said her parents and her uncle liked bowling a lot, so they had played together a few times and that she was good enough to get the whole family excited. It wasn't by chance that Nina chose the bowling alley. She knew Caleb didn't know how to play and took him there exactly for that reason, as she wanted to teach him and thus be able to hold his hands naturally. She then told him to play first to try it out and get a feel for the game. Caleb picked up the ball, got ready, and threw it, but the ball went nowhere near the pins, exactly the way Nina imagined it would. Nina offered to teach him. She asked to see his hand, saying her uncle had taught her that way. However, upon holding Caleb's hand, she noticed it was very hot. When she looked at him, she saw his face was quite red. Enthusiastic, Nina started teaching Caleb about posture. She explained the ideal distance for the feet, the correct body support, and even the right way to extend the arm. Even so, inside, she wondered if Caleb was actually excited about the date. After finishing the explanation, Nina got nervous feeling Caleb so close and moved away, but he had other plans. He asked her to show him how to do it again, saying he hadn't quite understood. She replied that he just needed to do as she taught and that if he couldn't, she'd teach him again. Caleb threw and got a strike on his very first try. Then, he picked up another ball, but this time he threw it carelessly, making the ball miss the pins again, Nina warned him, saying she knew he had played badly on purpose, but either way, she commented she already expected a good performance from him since he had an athletic build and that if he learned something simple, he could easily advance to a higher level. She stated that since they were at the same level, she wouldn't give any more tips and they would play a real match. Nina gave her best and got a strike on the first try, earning more points than Caleb. She celebrated excitedly while Caleb wondered if this really was a date. In the second part of the first date, they went to a board game cafe. Nina explained the rules of the game and the points needed to win. However, before they even started playing, Caleb held Nina's hand and stated they needed a bet, asking what she would give him when he won. Confused, Nina asked what he meant. Meanwhile, right next to them, two young women overheard the conversation and started making assumptions about the bet. Nina asked again what Caleb wanted and said she didn't have money to buy something expensive, nor had she prepared anything since she didn't know there would be a bet. But Caleb's focused gaze already said it all. Caleb then asked if there was something Nina wanted if she won, and she replied yes. He wanted to know what it would be, and Nina said she wanted Caleb to smile, which left him confused. Meanwhile, the girls in the booth next door were surprised. She confirmed she wanted him to smile and to call her just Nina. This left Caleb speechless, and the expression on his face ended up enchanting Nina. Caleb commented that was very easy and asked if she was sure she wanted that. Nina countered that he said it was easy but never did it, and if it weren't for the bet, he never would. Caleb remained silent for a few moments and then said he would try. He looked at Nina and saw in her eyes the excited expectation of someone waiting for a smile. Then he looked back at her and sketched a slight smile. Nina's heart raced absurdly. Caleb commented that he had already smiled and now all that was left was to call her by her first name. Irritated, Nina called him petty. Then she asked what he wanted from her if he won. Caleb hesitated for a moment and replied that he just wanted a hug. Inside, however, he found it difficult to say what he truly desired. Nina was surprised but also happy, as a hug would be a victory for her just the same. Still, she commented that her wish was harder, so she had to win. Caleb asked if she was good at playing that, stating he had never played before. Nina said he had no choice but to learn as he played. He asked for instructions, but she refused. They started the match, and seeing Caleb completely lost in the game, Nina celebrated inside. For her, victory seemed certain since she had 2 joker pieces. If she wanted, she could end the game that instant, but since it was Caleb's first time, she preferred to let him enjoy it more. She announced excitedly that she had a joker and tried to play it, but Caleb stopped her, stating the rule said if the set time was exceeded, the piece must be excluded and her time was up. Nina complained, saying she would win if he let her, but he stood firm. Caleb stated it was his turn, and Nina said she hadn't even picked up her piece, but he replied he had already memorized all the pieces she possessed. In the end, Caleb ended up winning the match, leaving Nina devastated with her pride wounded. He teased, saying she had been too hard on the bowling amateur and that a match was a match, so now she needed to fulfill the bet. Caleb extended his arms, and Nina asked for a moment, but he refused, commenting that if they were on a date, they needed to do things people do on dates. Far away, Regina remembered Michael's touch on her hands and ended up taking Suno to a cosmetics store, which led him to ask what they were doing there. Back at the cafe, Nina and Caleb hugged. Nina thought that would be easy. After all, she always hugged her friends and had hugged Caleb before. However, both felt something different in that hug. Both were nervous, and it was hard to tell which of their hearts was beating faster. Until during the hug, Nina heard a familiar voice. She got startled, and Caleb asked if it was someone she knew. Nina replied yes, it was San, Regina's friend. Caleb asked if she worked there, and Nina replied she didn't know, but that cafe allowed minors to work part-time. She explained to Caleb that she always heard people usually worked there for a short time, generally during vacations when they needed money, but she didn't imagine someone would do that during the semester since the workload was heavy. While they talked, they heard San in the next booth, serving customers. Before she approached their booth, Nina asked Caleb to cover her so San wouldn't see her. Entering the booth where Caleb and Nina were, San saw the scene of a boy on top of a girl and felt disgusted, as that always happened at that cafe. She remembered there was a notice in the cafe stating that any excessive physical contact or inappropriate behavior would result in immediate expulsion from the premises. Suddenly, San stopped. She recognized the school uniforms and went back to the booth, consumed by curiosity to find out who was there. San entered the booth, saying the tablet was running out of battery and she needed to charge it, indicating where the exit was for them. Noticing that neither of them moved, she asked if they were alive and if she needed to call an ambulance. Inside, San questioned why they wouldn't get up and found it gross. She analyzed Caleb's physique and presumed he was a senior. Nina and Caleb were nervous and so close that their lips almost touched, but they didn't dare move so as not to be caught. Suddenly, San remembered the warning about physical contact and said she would let them leave quietly without expelling them as long as they stopped immediately. They agreed, and San planned to find out who they were when they left. Nina and Caleb were on the verge of kissing, but then Nina stood up nervously, asking if San had already left. Caleb replied yes, and that they would need to be careful when leaving. Meanwhile, at the cosmetic store, Suno asked Regina what they were doing there and if she was going to buy makeup. She replied it wouldn't make sense to go there to sell and that obviously she was going to buy. Regina then explained she was there to buy sunscreen because of the summer and not out of interest in other cosmetics. Suno was surprised while Regina looked at the sunscreen options. He tried to ask why she suddenly thought of buying that, but was interrupted by the noise of some girls at the next shelf. Irritated by the noise, Regina complained about the colorful and shiny packaging of the cosmetics, saying a simple black and white would be better since all those colors and shine strained her eyes. Suno suggested they leave, but Regina finally found the sunscreen she was looking for. He asked why she was suddenly interested in makeup. She replied it wasn't about makeup, but about skincare. She was looking for a brightening cream, but when she applied the cream to her skin, it ended up leaving her face extremely white. Suno asked if it wouldn't be better to use less product and go for a more natural look. However, Regina replied her skin was dry and needed a lot of cream. Realizing her own whitened face, she started looking for something to clean it, and Suno helped her. It was then that both saw Nina and Caleb entering the store, relieved not to have been caught at the cafe. The four ended up meeting. Nina and Suno got excited while Regina and Caleb remained reactionless. Soon after, Nina picked up a sunscreen and started explaining to Regina all the wonderful active ingredients it possessed, saying it protected, reinvigorated, and still didn't leave the skin white. Caleb asked jokingly if that sunscreen had been made by God, and Suno was impressed by Nina's explanation. Regina saw everything without showing any reaction, while Nina waited anxiously for a positive response from her. Suddenly, Regina turned her back, saying only that it must be good. Since Nina used that sunscreen, Nina replied she hoped she would test it. After Regina walked away, Nina told Suno that she and Caleb had seen San and that she was working there part-time. She said San almost caught them, but luckily they managed to leave without being seen. Suno showed a slight shock and, after a few moments of silence, commented it had been a relief San hadn't caught Nina and Caleb together. Nina remembered that Suno and San didn't get along, while Caleb was confused by his strange reaction. Trying to change the subject, Suno said he had a touching story about Caleb. Nina felt relieved, but Caleb realized he just wanted to shift the focus of the conversation. Suno reinforced that it was truly an emotional story, and asked Caleb if it was okay for Nina to know. He replied he had no idea what it was about. Excited, Suno told that in middle school Caleb had saved Regina. Confused, Caleb asked what he was talking about. Nina quickly covered Caleb's mouth and Suno explained that Regina thought he still remembered it. He told that Regina had fought with some friends and instead of drifting apart, they started to intimidate her. Suno said that once on sports day, the girls were getting ready, fixing their hair and applying makeup. Then they asked if Regina also wanted to put on makeup, and even without understanding very well, she ended up accepting. They did Regina's makeup but made her look ridiculous, turning her into a target of mockery that day. The situation was so significant that she swore never to be interested in makeup again. Caleb, who was from another class, found Regina and offered his shirt so she could cover herself and go to the bathroom to remove all that makeup. From that moment on, Regina started to believe that if a real man existed in the world, that man would be Caleb. After that, she washed and ironed Caleb's shirt with all care, left it on the chair where he usually sat, and hid so he wouldn't see her. Caleb found the shirt while Regina remained enchanted by him. Back in the present, Caleb said he had no idea about any of that. Suno asked how he could not remember what happened and stated he was sure he saw Caleb helping Regina back then. Caleb said he remembered what happened, since that situation had been unusual, but explained he didn't know it was Regina. According to him, her face was all messed up and she looked ready to cry, so he just lent the shirt, having no idea who she was. Nina and Suno were shocked by Caleb's kindness, having helped someone without even knowing them. Caleb denied it, saying if there were other people with her, he would have just walked straight past, but since she was alone, he ended up helping discreetly. Suno whispered to Nina that Caleb didn't usually tell that kind of story, but that he would end up telling her as soon as he had the chance. Behind Nina, Caleb shook his head negatively, asking him not to do that. Nina then said Suno seemed to like Regina very much, since he remembered in such detail something that had happened between her and Caleb as if he had lived it personally. She asked how long he had liked Regina and asked that before telling stories about Caleb, he should tell stories about himself. Visibly nervous, Suno said it wasn't how Nina thought, that he liked Regina only as a friend and not the way she was imagining. Nina wasn't convinced by the answer and, startling everyone around, she threw Suno to the ground and started tickling him, demanding he tell the truth. She stated they were too close for secrets to exist and continued with the tickling, saying she wouldn't stop until he confessed, since he knew her and Caleb's secret. It was only fair he revealed his too. Unable to take it anymore, Suno finally gave in and confessed out loud, full of shame, that he liked Regina, remaining with his face pressed against the floor. People around started to comment, and Nina wondered if she hadn't overdone it. At the checkout, Regina watched the scene without understanding what was happening, while Suno called Nina cruel and she said she was just playing. Regina and Caleb stared at each other in silence, but Nina and Suno continued arguing. He asked her to settle everything, and Nina replied that if he had told them sooner, it wouldn't have been necessary to reach that point. Regina got extremely nervous and Caleb surprised. The four left the store together and Suno tried to start a conversation, but the tense atmosphere between Regina and Caleb was impossible to ignore. Later, Nina and Caleb walked side by side, and she asked if they shouldn't help Suno and Regina. She commented that Suno already liked Regina, so half the work was already done. Caleb replied they were already too busy to get involved in those two's lives, but Nina insisted, saying they owed it to Suno. Caleb stated that if Suno wanted help, he would have asked, and that anyone observing the two would realize they were close enough to end up falling in love. Nina disagreed, saying Regina seemed to have more interest in Caleb than in Suno. She remembered the moment Michael had held her hand, and how that nervousness proved she didn't hate men. Caleb said he understood why Nina wanted to help, but reinforced there was no right way to do it, and she shouldn't let herself be carried away only by emotions. He added that even if Nina wanted to help, her priority should be maintaining friendship with both, even though she couldn't tell them that she and Caleb lived together. Suddenly, a motorcycle zoomed past at high speed, and Caleb pulled Nina to himself, preventing her from getting hurt. With Nina in his arms, he said they needed to talk about their own relationship. As Nina pulled away, Caleb commented that if she wanted so much to keep the relationship a secret for fear of her friend's reaction, it would be better if she told them herself sooner or later. He confessed feeling that Nina's friends didn't hate him that much anymore, but admitted not knowing if he would be accepted as her boyfriend. Caleb remembered her friends already talked to him and that Nina had told Suno everything, resolving the situation quickly, despite having been upset for a while. After a brief silence, Nina looked at Caleb, and he stated she didn't know how to keep secrets because her face always gave everything away. She ended up laughing. Excited, Nina asked if she really could tell her friends that she and Caleb liked each other. They exchanged looks, and Nina said she was amazed to like someone who also liked her. Caleb smiled, saying he still didn't believe it. The two smiled at each other, and on impulse, Caleb kissed her. She let herself go, savoring the touch of his cold lips against hers. After the kiss, Nina asked if he didn't think he kissed her too often. Caleb kissed her again and asked if she didn't like kissing him. Nina denied it, stating she felt happy kissing him. Caleb confessed he had become that way because of her, since Nina was the first girl to kiss him suddenly. He said back then they barely knew each other, and he even thought she was really strange. Embarrassed, Nina apologized, but Caleb said there was no need for that. She replied saying he was also strange and that she had even thought about kicking him out. Caleb fell silent, and Nina asked if he knew she was just joking. He replied that when she said she wanted to kick him out, he even thought about going back home. Nina asked what he meant since they were going home. Caleb then explained he was talking about his father's house. That morning, Caleb was startled to see the fridge practically empty. He blamed himself for not having enough money to pay the monthly expenses and wondered where he could get money, though he didn't want to think about asking Michael for a loan. Caleb thought of his parents, but at the same time felt they wouldn't help him. He picked up the phone and considered calling them, but first decided to search the internet for some news to see if they were okay. Looking at his phone, he realized there was nothing new, just an old news piece about signature collection. Caleb discarded options like asking his parents for help or stealing, but then he remembered he could take some things from their house. Back in the present, hearing this, Nina went into despair and tried to prevent Caleb from going alone. He stated that staying home wouldn't pay the bills and said he would go right then because he knew his father wasn't home. Nina held his bag and tried to convince him not to go. Caleb then said maybe it was better for someone to go along, someone who could keep watch in case someone else arrived, since that person could draw attention. Nina wondered if he referred to someone who would draw the attention of the Millennial Adventist Church faithful. Before she could suggest anything, Caleb stated he would never allow her to go along because, to the faithful, Nina was seen as the niece of a criminal. And even without knowing for sure if they would recognize her, he thought it best not to take risks. Nina still tried to stop him, saying it would be a waste of time for him to go there since almost no one used cash nowadays. Caleb remembered there were still people who preferred bills and commented that the church coffee machine only worked with physical money. He reinforced that he used cash instead of cards precisely because cards left records and he knew it could be a problem if people found out he had a lot of money. Nina got even more worried and thought it would be better if he didn't go. Caleb watched her in silence for a few moments and then approached to reassure her, guaranteeing everything would work out. Caleb stated he would only go because he knew no one was home and there was no problem with a son taking money from his own father. However, Nina countered, saying that even so, it was still stealing, she explained. She didn't think it was right to do that and didn't want him to go back to that house. Suddenly, however, Nina had an idea. She suggested that Caleb be accompanied by friends, since the faithful would never recognize them. Caleb didn't like the idea at all, and said there was no reason to involve them as it didn't concern them. Besides, he thought the friends wouldn't agree to go and preferred to resolve everything alone. Nina disagreed and stated he would go with friends whether he liked it or not. At school, Nina told everything to the friends, who got extremely excited and agreed immediately. Caleb asked how she had managed to convince them, but before he could hear the answer, the girls asked if he really would lend his notes and school books so they could get the answers. They also commented that Nina had said Caleb needed company to go to his cousin's house. Caleb felt awkward and, at the same time, irritated with Nina. With no way out, he said he would lend the material, but only to one person at a time since he also needed to study, and everyone celebrated the decision. They asked if it would take long, and Caleb replied it would be quick but reinforced he preferred to go alone. Two friends then decided to interrogate Nina and called her aside. They took her to an alley and asked why she was helping Caleb so much, further commenting that they suspected something. The two reminded Nina of when Suno had confessed to liking Caleb, and how Nina had a completely exaggerated reaction. They said they intended to wait until Nina told them on her own, but they couldn't stand it anymore and needed to know the truth. Then they asked directly if Nina liked Caleb. Nina got nervous, not knowing if she should speak or not. Nina was indecisive about whether they would be disappointed if she said she liked him, since they were worried about this whole situation involving Caleb and the church. They insisted once more, leaving Nina even more nervous. Noticing this, one of them tried to reassure her, saying, "No, one could control what they felt, and it wasn't a crime to like someone. They just wanted to know the truth." Nina asked if they really thought that way, and the two confirmed yes. She felt relieved realizing they had accepted it, but at the same time felt bad for not having fully trusted them and hiding it. Looking at her friends, she thought they were wonderful people. Excited, Nina hugged them and started saying she had something to tell, something that would leave them shocked. However, before she could speak, one of them stated that Nina could even like Caleb, but she couldn't date him. Nina was completely in shock while she heard her friends comment that they knew she liked handsome faces and couldn't resist Caleb's beauty, but reinforced she should never get involved with the Millennial Adventist Church, for Nina knew very well the problems she would face if she got involved with him. One of them asked if Caleb knew Nina liked him, and she answered yes. The other wanted to know if Nina had told him directly or if he had noticed because she made everything very obvious. Nina didn't quite know how to answer. Still in shock, she heard her friends say they couldn't accept Caleb, despite recognizing he was a good person and a good student, but they would never ignore his family history. While the friends spoke, Nina realized Caleb was right behind them and had heard everything. He heard when the girls said friends was too strong a word, as they still felt uncomfortable around him, stating that because he was smart and helped them when needed, they could maintain a cordial relationship, almost one of convenience. But Nina dating him was something completely different. Nina heard everything perplexed, unable to believe it, while Caleb remained silent, listening to the girls saying that one only knows the truth about a cultist by living with one. They stated Nina didn't really know him yet, but would find out as soon as she got closer. Realizing Caleb was walking away, Nina knew she needed to say something as soon as possible, so she shouted that it wasn't true. She said Caleb wasn't the person they described and stated she knew him very well. Caleb, who was already leaving, turned to hear Nina say she had seen him hit the old man from the church. Nina stated she was telling the truth and said Michael had seen everything. She defended Caleb, explaining he had left home out of fear of his father and that the whole situation was strange. With tears in her eyes, she told them she had been hiding this for fear her friends wouldn't understand, and said she should have told everything before but had been a coward. She confessed she was afraid of making her friends uncomfortable and therefore didn't tell. Nina didn't want to cry, but hearing her friends talk that way about Caleb hurt her deeply. Her friends tried to comfort her, and Nina continued defending Caleb. She said he wasn't strange, that maybe he had been a bit spacey before, but now it was different. She also told them she had said to the leader of the Millennial Adventist Church that she wasn't afraid of him. Her friends were shocked and asked how she had the courage. Nina replied it wasn't as scary as it seemed and that it only showed how much she liked Caleb. At that moment, Caleb walked away embarrassed. He walked down the hall with his head down and his face red, leaving everyone around surprised by his reaction. He looked clumsy, which made some boys wonder what had happened, until one of them commented he looked like someone completely lovesick. Sadness took over Nina, who practically fell to the ground hearing her friends speak ill of Caleb. Amidst tears, she said how much she liked him, and when one of the girls tried to continue with the comments, the other stopped her, saying it was unfair to discourage Nina at that moment since she was crying desperately because she liked Caleb so much. The two then started arguing with each other. One defended that Nina was in love and they should support her, while the other insisted that being in a relationship with Caleb was wrong. Meanwhile, Nina declared her love in screams, crying without being able to contain herself. In the end, one ended up convincing the other that a good friend should just support the other when she falls in love, and so they started accompanying Nina while she was with Caleb. Everyone was together at the convenience store, including Suno and Regina. While the four talked, the friends wondered if they were already dating, as they seemed to act like a couple. They noticed Caleb gave his food to Nina, threw her trash away, and turned red every time they exchanged looks, like a typical couple in love. Nina was stressed and wondered if she really should have told the girls about her involvement with Caleb, but at the same time felt relieved to have told and thought they would just need to be more discreet when they went out together. In a playful gesture, Caleb poked her neck with a cold bottle, which irritated her and made her ask him to stop. He got a bit startled by Nina's reaction and apologized immediately. Then Nina whispered that he should go back to looking indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything, at least in front of the girls, claiming Caleb was drawing too much attention and asked him to tone down the excitement. Confused by the request, he reflected for a few moments and then called Nina to question her. However, before he could say anything, the girls called him. They asked what exactly they would do at his cousin's house, and Caleb replied they just needed to wait for him as soon as they entered. Even so, they questioned if that was all. And one of them asked if his cousin was also part of the Millennial Adventist Church, but quickly covered her mouth, realizing what she said. Nina got nervous because even if they got along, talking about the Millennial Adventist Church was still a delicate subject to approach in front of Caleb. Tension took over the atmosphere, and the two girls looked directly at Regina. They asked if she still attended the Millennial Adventist Church. Regina replied no, explaining she went because of a friend but had already left. Hearing this, they wanted to know which of the quirks she still kept. And Regina replied she did meditation and therapy, as she liked to resort to that when she wasn't well or felt unfocused. She commented she had heard that in the Millennial Adventist Church they taught methods more effective than therapy, but stated that was a lie and it had served for nothing in her life. While the convenience store owner watched everything with a perplexed look, wondering what kind of conversation that was, Regina asked if Nina wouldn't like to try doing yoga, saying she had done it and felt renewed. Right there, Regina taught some yoga positions to Nina, while everyone watched the scene with a certain secondhand embarrassment. Caleb then returned to the main subject and clarified that his cousin was not part of the Millennial Adventist Church. The girls were relieved and asked what time they should meet. That night, already at home, Caleb called for Nina and, upon finding her, asked what she was doing. Nina replied she was practicing yoga, repeating the movements Regina had taught. A bit hesitant, Caleb questioned what she had said earlier, reminding her she had asked him to be indifferent. He commented that maybe it was because she felt ashamed of him, which left Nina confused and nervous. Caleb continued, saying he thought they had improved a lot and that he avoided talking too much in front of her friends so as not to make any mistakes. He also said he believed her friends could accept the displays of affection between them well. Suddenly, Nina interrupted and said now she understood why he had been so downcast during the day. She commented her friends were just being attentive out of curiosity and asked if Caleb really hated being the center of attention or if she was mistaken. Finally, Nina stated it was absurd for Caleb to say she felt ashamed of him and, in an ironic tone, asked if he said that just because she wasn't being cute with him at that moment. Caleb denied it immediately. Nina said she remembered several times when Caleb had been attacked without reason after people discovered the Millennial Adventist Church was running scams and that maybe that was why he didn't like drawing attention. Caleb replied he didn't care what others thought of him and that Nina was all he needed. That left Nina enchanted and excited, and she said to herself that Caleb was the only one she wanted. Then she said goodbye, saying it was already late, and wished him a good night. He also said goodbye, but remained reflecting to himself that no matter what happened, he would never let anything bad happen to Nina. The next day, everyone met and was impressed by what they saw. One of the girls commented that since Caleb had said they were going to a cousin's house, they had dressed casually, but that place was clearly a luxury hotel. While Nina and Suno greeted the security guard, Caleb walked with the girls who complained because he had said it was a house. He defended himself, saying it was indeed a house since he himself had already lived there. Upon arriving at a large entrance hall, Caleb asked everyone to wait for him there as he would get the keys. Everyone answered at the same time, and he said they were making him nervous. Watching Caleb walk away, Nina thought to herself that the one who should be nervous and worried was her, since that place was Caleb's father's territory. Even so, she tried to think positively, believing they would leave there without problems. While they waited, Nina and her friends observed every detail of the place until a man passed by them. They were still in the hall, watching the employees dressed in suits and commenting they should have dressed better to be there. Regina spotted a book and started flipping through it. The girls were shocked and asked if she could do that. She simply replied that if the book was there, it was for someone to read. When they turned around, they asked what Suno and Nina were doing, and they replied they were practicing yoga to relieve the nervousness. Shortly after, Caleb arrived with the keys and called them to go. One of the girls, Kate, commented that the elevator was right there, but Caleb explained that elevator led to the hotel rooms and they would use another one. Grouping together, they started commenting among themselves that they had heard hotels with separate elevators serve to differentiate guests from residents, something typical of rich people, and they also wondered what kind of work Caleb's cousin had to live in a place like that. While watching everything in silence, Caleb thought he needed to resolve everything quickly so he could leave as fast as possible. When the elevator opened, two men came out and passed by the teenagers who were talking normally. However, upon hearing the voice of one of them, Nina was startled. She stopped for a moment and paid more attention to that voice. Nina entered the elevator but started looking for the man with her gaze, and when Caleb asked what she was looking for, she replied it was someone familiar. He questioned who it was, but Nina remained silent, thinking that man didn't seem like someone who would frequent a place like that. Suddenly, she thought better of it, and shouted that now she was 100% sure, but when she tried to run towards the man, the elevator door closed, and she ended up hitting her head against the door. The noise was so loud that one of the men asked what that was, while another replied it must just be kids hanging around there. Inside the elevator, Nina fell to the ground and the friends were worried, asking if she was okay and how she had managed to hit her head that hard. Nina was in shock. She couldn't believe it really was him. Outside, the man lit a cigarette when he stopped to think, and was perplexed upon recognizing that loud voice. He wondered if it was his niece Nina, and Nina wondered if it was Uncle Takmen, but both smiled loudly, saying that was impossible. Already at the apartment door, Nina felt a bit relieved, because even being in the place where Caleb's father lived, everything was going smoothly. Now they would just need to wait for Caleb to go in and then come out. But when he opened the door, everyone was startled to find the environment completely destroyed and messy. Caleb asked everyone to stay outside since there were shards scattered on the floor. Nina asked if they shouldn't clean everything up, but Caleb replied no. The friends were confused, realizing Caleb didn't even seem surprised and started wondering what could have happened there. Nina went to Caleb, who was in an office, and he asked if she was surprised, reminding her he no longer had anything to be ashamed of since his father was a cult leader. Nina was without an answer for a few moments, but trying to relieve the tension reminded him that her uncle was a scammer, and there was no reason for secrets to exist between them. Given this, the two ended up bursting into laughter together. While searching the drawers, Caleb asked if they really were thieves stealing money from the church, and Nina replied that saying it that way made it sound very wrong. Shortly after, Caleb found the money and showed it to Nina, who was visibly impressed. Scared, she asked if they were really going to take all that money, and Caleb replied it was better to take as much as possible so they wouldn't have to return. While they talked, one of the girls entered the office and, scared, asked what they were taking, questioning if they were stealing money from Caleb's cousin. Nina got nervous while Caleb just said he could take that money, but Kate questioned why they had to sneak in to enter. Nina, even more nervous, stated that money belonged to Caleb, but the other friend asked if Nina knew from the beginning they were there to steal, leaving her without arguments. Without saying anything more, Caleb put the money in his pocket and called everyone to leave, which left San irritated. She pulled his shirt, stating he couldn't leave with all that money because there were cameras everywhere, and if he were caught, everyone would be in serious trouble. Suno even knelt and grabbed Caleb, begging him to return the money, while San said if he were arrested for theft, he would have a criminal record forever. Nina interrupted, saying there was no juvenile criminal record and they would just be minor offenders, explaining that for a first crime, at most, they would get a scolding. San questioned how she knew all that, and Nina replied she couldn't say. San stated that nothing Nina said would change the fact that Caleb was stealing and asked if he didn't feel ashamed to do that in front of her. That left Caleb in shock. Faced with the pleas, Caleb finally gave in and said he would return the money. While he seemed to return the money, San watched satisfied, thinking Caleb had given up on the theft as soon as she mentioned Nina. However, Caleb wasn't returning the money. He hid it again in his clothes, but looking at the floor, he spotted a paper and picked it up. He read the paper carefully while Nina tried to calm the friend's spirits. Then Caleb called Nina and asked if her uncle's name was really TM. She replied yes and questioned the reason for the question. Caleb looked at the paper again and said that couldn't be the same men. When Nina asked what that paper was, Caleb explained that her uncle had been sent to a juvenile detention center. Nina was surprised while Caleb said that juvenile detention center was the place where his father had been a missionary, which meant his father and Nina's uncle had known each other for a long time. Nina was even more shaken and asked if Caleb thought his father and her uncle had some connection. Caleb replied that his father had spent time in that juvenile center and it wouldn't be strange if they knew each other, adding there was no way the incident of the Millennial Adventist Church fraud was just a coincidence. That left Nina completely in shock, making her fall to the ground, unable to believe her uncle was really involved with the Millennial Adventist Church. Caleb tried to reassure her, saying he knew how she felt, as that revelation had also caught him by surprise. Appalled, Nina asked why her uncle couldn't just scam the church instead of dragging his own family into his dirty schemes. That's when Caleb realized that was why she was shaken. He said they would find out everything when they got home, explaining his father worked with advertising at the time and there should be some article about it where they could find clues. Then, Nina went to the living room and asked Regina and Suno where the girls were. Suno replied. They had gone to the bathroom and asked if they had gotten all the money they needed. Nina asked them to keep everything a secret. Kate and San were in the lobby waiting for the elevator to go back to the apartment and wondered if the hotel would charge for the broken objects while two people behind them talked about cleaning a place. San commented she even thought of supporting Nina, but at that moment she just wanted to distance her from Caleb, and at the same time the two people behind them greeted each other excessively formally. Everyone entered the elevator, and San questioned why they wanted to steal the money. Kate asked her to stop suspecting them, stating Nina would never be capable of stealing from anyone. The girls were surprised to notice the other people didn't press the floor button and asked the reason. They replied they were going to the same floor. Inside the elevator, the girls started to hear the conversation of those people who spoke about family, about cleaning the place, about how the person they were helping was incredible, and about how the church was completely messy at that moment. Those words were enough to leave Kate nervous and perplexed. The two concluded those people were talking about the Millennial Adventist Church. In the apartment, Caleb picked up the paper and called everyone to leave. Suno asked if they could just leave like that, and Caleb replied they needed to go as they had already taken a lot of their study time. Excited, Suno said for him not to worry, stating his notes would already help him a lot and studying like that was better than studying alone. Nina asked to borrow Caleb's notes, and he replied she had access to his notes whenever she wanted, only she always ignored that even though it was obvious. Surprised, Nina asked if she really could take his notes whenever she wanted. And hearing the confirmation, she confessed she had never taken them because they were his things and she thought she didn't have permission. Caleb reassured her, making it very clear she could take them whenever she wanted. Nina was perplexed and wondered how he managed to say that so naturally, thinking sometimes he said things she didn't know how to answer. Suno warned the elevator had arrived and it was probably the girls. Nina then called Caleb and Regina to leave. Inside the elevator, Kate and Sam questioned why those people were going to the same floor and maybe even to the same apartment. Kate tried to calm things down, saying it could just be a coincidence since Caleb had said his cousin didn't participate in the Millennial Adventist Church. However, Sam questioned how she could still trust Caleb after seeing him stealing minutes before. The people in the elevator started to find the two's behavior strange, while they, inside, were desperate, not knowing what to do since the apartment was completely messy. Taking courage, San asked the people if they were going to room 808. The woman was startled and asked how she knew where they were going. Kate and San were completely terrified, realizing they were right, while the two people wondered how those students knew their destination. Nervous, the girls regretted having asked, but soon became confused upon hearing the people say they should know they were without volunteers and maybe they had asked in the church group. Then they questioned if the two friends were part of the Millennial Adventist Church, and with no way out, they replied yes. The two people greeted the girls and said they were happy they were there to help with the cleaning. Distressed, Kate and San wondered how they could get out of that situation. When the elevator door opened, the rest of the group was outside waiting. However, before they could enter, Kate and San came running out and pushed Caleb, which left everyone confused. Nina asked what was happening, and Kate replied the people behind them were from the Millennial Adventist Church, leaving Nina scared. San pushed Caleb, who asked what was happening. She replied those people were from the church, that they were there to clean his cousin's room. She pointed her finger at Caleb, claiming he was lying the whole time, but said they would talk about it later, and at that moment he needed to hide. Caleb was without reaction, but soon got worried seeing Nina writhe in pain. She clutched her stomach and fell to the floor, leaving Caleb extremely scared while calling for her. However, Nina signaled everything was fine, indicating that was just a distraction so Caleb could flee. Even so, he was so worried he didn't realize she was faking. Caleb was so shaken that from that day on, Nina swore never to fake being sick in front of him again, even if just for fun. While Nina was down on the floor, she felt immediate relief. She considered the idea brilliant. Those people, even being cultists, would never ignore a student feeling ill. That would give Caleb enough time to flee. However, seeing her stretched out on the floor, he went into complete despair. Even with the girls trying to stop him, he approached her, but San held him for a moment. Shortly after, Caleb managed to approach Nina with a shirt over his head, asking distressed if she was okay. The woman then questioned who he was, while Nina tried to maintain the act but was furious to see him there when he should be fleeing. San covered Caleb's face as a precaution and Kate praised her attitude. Caleb picked Nina up in his arms and, completely nervous, asked where it hurt. Mentally, she replied everything was just acting. Suno tried to approach and whispered Nina was just faking, but Caleb got furious and shouted asking if she really looked like she was faking. Scared, Suno hid behind Regina saying Caleb was scary, while the girls watched the scene with apprehension. A man approached Nina and said he knew a nearby hospital, stating if they took her there, they would take care of her and cure her without leaving sequelae. Regina questioned immediately, saying if he was talking about the Millennium Clinic, that was a complete farce. She commented they said it was free, but in the next consultation, they charged absurdly high fees. The man asked how she knew that and commented to his companion that those children seemed to know too much about them. Nina continued maintaining the act but was nervous. Inside, she begged for Caleb to flee through the emergency exit. Meanwhile, he called for her, asked if it was the stomach that hurt, and she squeezed his fist, trying to make him understand everything was just a performance. The hotel employees arrived hurriedly, saying they were calling an ambulance. They touched Nina, asked how long she had been unconscious, and stated they would take her to the Millennium Clinic. Her friends, however, said firmly they would never accept taking her there. Nervous, Caleb took her in his arms and stated they shouldn't discuss that there, but in the hall, while waiting for the ambulance. Hearing that, Nina realized everything had gone completely out of control, and at that moment just wanted to shout that everything was just acting. Already at home, Nina told Caleb how scared she was, thinking she would be taken to the clinic. He remembered they were already in the ambulance when she said she was better. Nina stated all that happened because he overreacted and asked if he really didn't realize it was just acting since she was fine moments before. She added that at least San and Kate had taken care of everything, but now they were massacring her with messages for having lied to them. Caleb confessed he really thought she had fainted from pain. Nina questioned how she could have felt pain so suddenly. However, stepping wrongly, she tripped on the sheet. Caleb caught her immediately and asked if she was okay. Confused, Nina questioned what had gotten into him. Desperate, Caleb wanted to know if she had a fever and said she looked weak, but Nina replied he was worrying for nothing. Then, she asked if he had apologized to Suno for shouting at him. Caleb confessed he had forgotten, as he was out of his mind. Nina demanded he apologize, saying Suno looked hurt. Caleb asked why Nina was putting the sheet on the floor. She replied she had something to say, but was so tired she just wanted to lie down. When asked the reason, Caleb said it was nothing. He confessed he thought the church members were bothering Nina and commented that finding her uncle's documents in his father's office meant his father knew who Takmen was, and at that moment he believed she might be hurt. Nina said she was also surprised to see the documents and couldn't understand how her uncle was such an idiot to scam the Millennial Adventist Church. After reflecting for a moment, she asked Caleb what they would do from there. He replied that changed nothing. They had no other option but to stay in that house, and as they were just students, the most important thing was to do well in their studies. Nina asked what would come after that and questioned if Caleb would like to live with her when they became adults. Surprised, he looked at Nina and realized how excited she seemed with the idea. Nina continued smiling, and then Caleb asked if she knew that when she smiled like that, he couldn't say no. Irritated, she questioned if in case she didn't smile, would he refuse. He replied no and declared himself, stating he wanted to live with her. Inside himself, Caleb admitted he always believed being alone was enough. However, he didn't even realize how lonely he was until he started living with Nina. Now the house seemed empty without her. There was a place for Nina inside him, a space only she could fill, a void that only made sense with her presence. The more he liked Nina, the more space his heart seemed to create. But he knew two people could never become one, that there would always be a gap between them. But in fighting to fill it, he discovered that gap could be taken by love. He thought Nina showed him there was a price to pay to be loved. He held Nina's hand and called her a few times, but she didn't answer as she had fallen asleep looking at the one she liked so much. Caleb gently squeezed Nina's cheeks, trying to wake her up. She woke up and asked when she had fallen asleep. Suddenly, Nina commented that it felt like a school field trip, where instead of sleeping, everyone stayed up lying down and talking all night. Caleb asked what they used to talk about on those trips. Surprised, Nina asked if he had never been on a school trip. He replied that he hadn't. In disbelief, she questioned what kind of life he had led to never have gone on one. Then she asked him to go get a sheet, saying she would give him a taste of what a school trip was like. Nina turned off the lights, grabbed a flashlight, and explained that the highlight of any trip was telling horror stories. She then began to tell a story she claimed to have witnessed. Caleb asked if that had happened to her, and Nina denied it, saying that was just the introduction. She said the story happened during a suffocating summer when the temperature reached almost 36 degrees, and along with her friends, she had taken a trip to a valley. The water was crystal clear, to the point where you could see the bottom of the river, and as soon as she saw the valley, she prepared to dive in, but a friend approached with a serious expression and told her not to move even 1 centimeter. That friend was known for seeing ghosts, since his mother was a shaman. Still, despite the warning, she went ahead and prepared to jump into the icy river water without any hesitation. However, at the exact moment she was going to jump, the friend insisted, warning that it was extremely dangerous. Nina was about to show off an impressive jump to her friends when the friend held her back. And that made the classmates who were already in the water think they were dating. Emily said there were many ghosts in that valley and explained she hadn't mentioned it before so as not to be a bother, since the spirits didn't seem interested in them. However, when she was about to jump, all the ghosts started watching her. Saying this, Nina jumped toward Caleb, trying to scare him. However, he didn't show any reaction. Frustrated, she complained that she wanted to have scared him, but Caleb said he hadn't been surprised and asked how he was supposed to react. Nina questioned how he couldn't be scared, given it was a story about ghosts, and asked if he knew anything more terrifying than that. Caleb replied yes, saying that wars, famine, and plagues, in addition to the final judgment and the end of the world, were much scarier than that story. Frustrated, Nina told him to forget about it and, stretching, commented that she wanted to make everything feel like a school trip. Suddenly, a wind passed through the room and Nina asked if she had suddenly felt cold. She said she had goosebumps and commented that it was very strange. Scared, Nina screamed, saying something had moved in the room. Caleb calmed her down, explaining it was just the shadow of the tree, and asked if she wanted to sleep in the living room, like on a school trip. Since she was so scared, Nina complained about the noise of the refrigerator, but hearing a noise in the room again, she decided to sleep right there. Caleb stood up and said he would go get pillows. Nina asked why, and the two exchanged apprehensive looks. It was then she realized he meant they would sleep together in the living room. She noticed Caleb had turned red, but told herself it was fine. After all, they already lived together. There would be no problem sleeping in the same room. So she asked him to get sheets as well. Nina tried to calm herself down, repeating mentally that it would be just like a school trip, where boys and girls slept in the same space and that there would be no problem. However, Caleb commented that he was going to lie down near her. He looked at Nina and asked her not to worry, saying he didn't have any strange habits while sleeping. Inside, Nina thought that it would never be like a school trip, because Caleb was not like the boys at school. Suddenly, she hit him with the pillow and said they wouldn't stay up talking under the covers, and that he also shouldn't lie down just to keep staring at her. He started laughing, which irritated Nina. She asked him to stop laughing and go back to having that cold expression, but he replied that he couldn't hold back the laughter. In an ironic tone, Nina asked if she should pretend to be sick again, since when she looked sick, Caleb had become really serious. She further said she was sure she could be more convincing this time than before. Looking at him excitedly, she asked where it would be hurting this time. Caleb became serious immediately and asked her not to pretend to be sick for the sake of a joke. Nina asked why he had suddenly become serious and stated she was strong, saying he didn't need to worry. Then, Caleb replied that last time she was lying down like that because of intense stomach pain, and confessed that his heart had truly been hurt thinking she was suffering, and asked if she thought it was funny seeing him worried. He added that they were very different and that what meant nothing to her was something he couldn't face lightly. They stared at each other for a few seconds until Nina asked if he thought she was taking everything as a joke. Caleb denied it and said he had expressed himself poorly, asking if she knew what he really meant. Nina replied that she did, and then more relaxed, commented that maybe the jokes had gone too far that time. She said he had become so serious it caught her by surprise. Caleb apologized for appearing rude and asked her to stop with those jokes. They remained lying down for a few moments until Caleb stood up and decided to sleep in his room. Nina didn't quite understand, but accepted it. Once alone in the room, Nina couldn't sleep. She kept wondering what that feeling was. She recalled Caleb's words and questioned if he had really expressed himself poorly or if that was a slip-up of something he kept inside. She wondered if Caleb really thought she took everything as a joke. She spent the night immersed in thought, trying to understand everything that had passed through Caleb's mind. The next day, Suno arrived excitedly at school, saying good morning to everyone and commenting on how much he liked summer. However, Nina and Caleb tripped over a chair, fell to the floor, and started cursing at each other. That left Suno surprised, even more so hearing those insults coming specifically from them. Nina reflected that the same words could have different meanings depending on who said them. She imagined Sally and Kate saying the same phrases as Caleb, which for her wouldn't have caused a great impact. Later, she imagined the class president saying that he wasn't like her, so he couldn't take things lightly the way she does, which left her slightly irritated. And she even imagined Regina saying those words, which scared her. Finally, she imagined Suno saying it and concluded it would be shocking to hear them from him. However, coming from Caleb, those words had really hurt her. During lunch, Nina asked the girls what she should do when someone said something vague during an argument. Kate asked if it had been one of them, and Nina denied it. Sari questioned if after some time she had felt better regarding the words, and said if it was possible to move on normally, that was what she should do. And Kate advised that thinking too much would only make her hurt herself. While they were eating, Sari spotted Caleb and called him over. Nina asked why she had called him, and she replied that Nina had apologized after what happened at the hotel, but Caleb hadn't. He approached the table and, leaning the tray slightly over Nina's head, asked what they wanted. Sari questioned if he had nothing to say, since besides lying and taking them to the hotel, he had disappeared with Nina while they stayed behind to clean everything. Then he thanked them for going along and for helping. Sari stated she would only let him leave after he bowed. Suddenly, Michael and his group arrived commenting that they looked like freshmen and that even the apologies were cute. The girls in the cafeteria stopped to watch. It seemed a sun was shining in the room when Michael and Caleb were near each other. Caleb asked if Michael was going to eat there, and he responded by questioning if there was any problem. Caleb then turned his back and walked away. Michael asked where he was going, and Caleb only replied that he was full. Michael questioned him, saying he hadn't even taken a bite of the food, and asked if he had become satisfied just by looking at him. Caleb remained silent and continued walking away. Surprised, Michael commented that Caleb really seemed to hate him to the point of wanting to stab him, and added that if he left like that, Nina might end up upset. Michael prepared to sit next to Nina and asked what had happened between her and Caleb, since the tension between the two was evident. Nina replied it had been something silly. He commented that even a small snowball could roll and become giant, but Nina stated there was no snowball rolling. Michael said he didn't believe that and commented that he knew Nina didn't care about silly things, but asked if she had provoked Caleb to the point of making him irritated and wanted to know what he had said to her. Nina interrupted him, saying he didn't need to worry, as that was her business and didn't concern him. The response surprised everyone, and Michael apologized, saying he was just worried. After a few moments of reflection, Nina felt ashamed for taking her irritation out on Michael, since she had been repeating to herself that it was nothing. She then apologized, and Michael replied that it was just a silly thing and that she didn't need to worry. Nina looked at him with a small smile. He stared at her for a moment, but soon looked away. Nina confessed that talking to him always lowered her stress significantly, and commented that there was a time when Michael was a very difficult person. He asked if she was talking about that period. He didn't cite it directly, but referred to the fight with Caleb. Nina asked what time he was talking about. He and his friends were surprised, and he complained, saying she was worried about something silly minutes before, but didn't remember something important that had happened to him. Nina asked him to wait because she was trying to remember. Regina then commented that Nina should remember at least a little, because someone might end up getting irritated with her. Suno was surprised to see Regina take Michael's side, that being the first time she had positioned herself so firmly. Michael asked if Regina was the girl from the snack bar, and stated he recognized her only by her voice. This interaction between Michael and Regina left Suno extremely uncomfortable and jealous. To get Regina's attention, Suno tried to offer a fried sausage to her, taking the food to her mouth, while Nina and Michael watched the scene perplexed. While everyone ate, Nina thought that maybe it was a good idea to buy a snack to share with Caleb when they were going home. She imagined all that tension would disappear as soon as they shared something simple. She observed Suno's care for Regina, but at the same time wondered if Caleb wouldn't think she was stupid for bringing a snack suddenly. Still, she didn't understand why she was walking on eggshells, given it had been Caleb who said something he shouldn't have. His words wouldn't leave her mind. Meanwhile, Kate asked what Suno was going to eat, since he was giving everything to Regina. At that moment, Annie arrived suddenly, commenting it was nice to see everyone together. Some greeted her while she told Regina that she had bought a new laptop. Annie put on her glasses and explained she bought them because they blocked blue light, stating that now she was going to dedicate herself even more to her studies. Michael commented that she looked better without the glasses, and she replied dryly that she hadn't asked for his opinion. Soon after, everyone also stopped to notice the buzz caused by Caleb's presence in the cafeteria. One of the boys commented that he was really popular, since all the girls seemed to go crazy for him. Another said that Caleb had a look that stood out anywhere. Michael observed that most of the girls around were second-year students, and that they really differentiated themselves, while Nina writhed with jealousy. Michael commented that nobody sat next to Caleb because nobody wanted to be in a place where everyone was looking at you. Looking to the side, he noticed Nina was no longer there, but sitting next to Caleb. Surprised, Caleb looked at her, and Nina returned the look a bit awkwardly and said she thought that was her spot, which is why she had sat there. Caleb showed a slight smile and, a bit embarrassed, said that really was Nina's spot. Meanwhile, Annie thought Nina was kind for sitting next to Caleb so he wouldn't be alone. And Kate and Sally commented that the two were very obvious. Given Michael's comment, Nina concluded he was right in remembering how the girls were interested in Caleb, even on the bus. She recalled a morning when Caleb woke up earlier and she asked him to go ahead. However, as soon as he left, she went after him and saw that he was surrounded by several girls on the bus. That infuriated her. She thought he left earlier specifically to enjoy his own popularity. She got irritated for having lowered her guard because they were living together and decided she wouldn't let that happen again. She needed to win that battle of love. Smiling to herself, Nina had already advanced halfway to winning Caleb's heart, since he also said he liked her. Determined to win him over for good, she started staying by his side all the time. She cornered Caleb so that no one would approach. She didn't even let men talk to him and still looked for him madly everywhere. Observing Nina from the second floor, Caleb wondered what she had been doing all day. He didn't know what she wanted, but realized she had been following him all the time. Caleb showed a slight smile, but suddenly 2 boys who were coming up the stairs praised Nina, saying she was very cute. One of them commented that he had worked with her at a school festival and that she was a very nice person. Caleb was surprised to hear the boy say he thought Nina was kind to him out of interest, but that he soon gave up on that idea because she was kind to everyone. That left him relieved. However, the relief was short-lived. The boy confessed that seeing her again had been very good, and his friend advised him to ask for her number and try to get close. Even so, the boy hesitated, saying she was in her final year and that maybe it was better to try after the entrance exams. Caleb turned pale and speechless hearing that dialogue, especially when the friend encouraged the boy to approach Nina, stating he just needed to confess until she accepted, as he was sure she would accept, because she is very soft-hearted. Unable to contain himself, Caleb approached the 2 boys and stated that Nina had a boyfriend and that they had plans to be together for their whole lives. The boys were perplexed, while Caleb stared at them. Immediately they apologized, saying they were just talking among themselves and didn't intend to actually do that. They left wondering if Caleb was close to Nina and if he would tell her what he had heard. While going down the stairs, Caleb heard the broadcasting group talking excitedly about the school festival. They were arranging to produce a great promotional video, recording every detail of the party, couples forming, breaking up, getting back together. Everything should be captured by the cameras. The filming location was already defined, as was every detail necessary to finish the recordings that same day. The words of the 2 boys from before wouldn't leave Caleb's head, and, looking to the side, he saw a couple walking hand in hand and started telling himself that maybe Nina didn't like him for who he was. He wondered if she would still like him if the boy she met on the train hadn't been him, if he hadn't gone to her house that night, if they didn't live together. He thought if some of those boys insisted on getting close to Nina, maybe she would accept because she was very soft-hearted, as they said. He thought about putting Michael in his position now and started visualizing the 2 together. That image of the 2 sharing the same space overwhelmed him with his own insecurities and delusions. Then Caleb went to Nina, who was with some friends, and called her, saying that the teacher was asking for her. Nina looked confused and asked why the teacher would be calling her, questioning if she had done something wrong. Caleb didn't answer, just held Nina's hand and led her to the library. Upon arriving there, Nina asked why they were there, but without any warning, Caleb pressed her against a bookshelf and kissed her. The act left her surprised and embarrassed. She put her hand to her mouth and said they couldn't do that at school because someone might see them. Caleb stared at her and asked what she would do if someone declared themselves to her. Without understanding, Nina asked who would do that, questioned if some boy liked her, and wanted to know who it was. Visibly bothered, Caleb said no one liked her besides him. Inside, Nina got nervous but commented that there were many nosy people at school, and that it made no sense for them not to be dating if they were already kissing in there. Caleb confessed to himself that he wanted to tell everyone that Nina was his, but that he couldn't, so he held her hand and asked her to say with her own lips that she was his. Nina was surprised, and Caleb insisted, asking her to say she was his. Scared and embarrassed, Nina asked how she could say something like that. He questioned why she couldn't, and she replied it was embarrassing. He only commented that she was good at saying embarrassing things. That caught Nina off guard. She looked, trying to understand why he was acting that way, more stubborn than ever, and wondered if he was anxious. So she held Caleb's hands and stretched her arms wide. When he asked what that was, Nina replied it was just a little exercise and that she would help him. Caleb sighed and said he preferred another kind of exercise. He approached to kiss her again. Nina commented that if that worked, then fine. The 2 exchanged affectionate kisses until the kiss intensified and ended up knocking some books to the floor, almost causing them to be discovered, as the library secretary asked for silence. While Nina picked up the books, Caleb approached again. She asked him to be careful so they wouldn't be seen, but Caleb kissed her again and Nina ended up accepting. What they didn't expect was that the microphone of the broadcasting studio was on, recording every word. Meanwhile, Suno was walking through the patio when something bumped into him. It was the filming equipment of the broadcasting team. They apologized quickly and moved on. One of the girls in the group asked if the equipment was configured correctly, and one of the boys replied yes, saying you just had to press to record. She commented she didn't trust him, and the boy asked if he had turned off the library microphone. While walking through the hallways, Suno thought that he always went to the cafeteria with Regina, but that lately he had been doing it alone. He hadn't managed to talk to her all day because Regina was with Annie. While he was happy that Regina had made a friend, he felt sad realizing she seemed increasingly distant, but decided he would continue supporting her. Suno remembered how he used to be stuck in the library until Regina took him out of there, so he also wanted to help her grow. Upon entering the room, he heard Annie comment that she had practiced those makeup skills since she was little, watching videos on YouTube. After finishing, Annie called Suno and asked what he thought of the Regina she had transformed. He was perplexed to see Regina completely different, so dressed up she looked like another person. Suddenly, Regina put on her glasses, saying she couldn't see without them. Annie complained that she had given her best in that makeup and ordered that Regina buy lenses and get rid of the red glasses. Suno couldn't take his eyes off Regina, and when Annie asked again what he thought, he replied that she was beautiful. Suddenly, the students began to hear something strange through the school speakers. At first, it was a muffled sound and hard to understand, but soon it became clear. Everyone stopped to listen. It was Nina and Caleb's voices in the library. Nina was saying that would be the last time, and the students wondered what was happening. The broadcasting group was in shock, realizing that the audio from the library was being broadcast to the whole school, in the students' room, in the teacher's room, and even in the principal's office. Everyone heard Nina and Caleb discussing the kiss. Nina's friends recognized her voice immediately while they were in the cafeteria. And even in the bathroom, people were shocked. Even the courtyard speakers were broadcasting. Everyone clearly heard Nina's voice saying she couldn't say she was his. In the courtyard, Michael's friends also recognized Nina's voice and began to wonder who the boy with her was. Michael ran out to find them. But not only him. The whole school wanted to find out who was kissing in the library. Nina and Caleb left the library noticing the intense noise in the hallways, until Michael appeared and pulled the two away. He hid the two while the students ran toward the library. Nina asked what was happening, and Michael explained that the whole school had heard the two. Nina and Caleb were paralyzed with fright, while Michael explained that the broadcast had spread the audio from the library across the school. That made both of them fear what could happen from then on. They were desperate, but one thing was certain. Any path they chose from then on, whether the most difficult or simplest, would never be the same. Nina panicked and wanted to leave the school immediately. After having been heard by the whole school, Nina was completely desperate and ended up deciding to drop out of her studies. However, Caleb said she couldn't give up because the two still needed to graduate together. Suddenly, two people began calling for Nina, who hid quickly. She covered herself with a shirt and said she didn't know anyone by that name. They replied that she didn't need to hide because they were from the broadcasting group. The leader of the broadcasting group grabbed Nina's hands and proposed that they help each other, which left Nina quite confused. Throughout the school, everyone had already recognized Nina's voice, but they were wondering who the boy with her was, since he had a deep voice that was hard to identify. Nina's friends watched all that buzz and wondered what Nina would do to get out of that situation. In the teacher's room, the teacher questioned if that broadcast had really been accidental, and if it had happened during a rehearsal for the festival. The leader of the broadcasting team confirmed it and explained that since the festival was the following month, they were preparing a new program called Confession Time. However, a recording error had happened right at the opening. The teacher asked if the voice everyone heard was Nina's, and nervously she admitted it was, starting to explain what had happened in the library. 15 minutes earlier, when the broadcasting team sought out Nina to try to reverse the situation, they explained that if the news about the error spread, they would be expelled. They also said they knew Nina didn't want to admit that embarrassing situation. Faced with her silence, they asked her to say something. Nina replied she was trying to pull herself together after that broadcast disaster and asked them not to bother her. At that moment, she was trying to balance her chakras. Even so, the broadcasting team promised they would make that disaster disappear if she cooperated with them, which left Nina quite surprised. In shock, she asked how they would do that, and the team replied they would say Nina was acting according to a script. They would use the excuse that they were preparing for the school festival. Nina was admired that they actually had a plan, and stated she couldn't think of anything better. Caleb then questioned how the administration would believe that excuse since only freshmen and second-year students participated in the festival. However, the dialogue was interrupted by the screams of other students who were looking for Nina insistently. The leader of the team calmed him down, saying they didn't need to worry because all they needed was something similar to the script of a famous film. Michael then said that Nina and Caleb needed to do what they could, since at that moment they weren't in a position to be picky. Caleb questioned if he could really trust them, since the broadcasting group was known for using these cases as gossip to generate buzz around the school. Nervous, they stated that it was a matter of life and death for the group, and that he didn't need to worry because at that moment, everyone was in the same boat. The broadcasting team said that if they explained the broadcast fiasco had happened because of a small error by Nina, the administration wouldn't apply a severe punishment. So they asked her to help them. In the teacher's room, Nina apologized and stated she had operated the microphone without realizing it, but inside she just wanted to flee. Disappointed, the teacher stated she had known Nina since her first year, and that she still behaved like the same child as always. Next, she asked if she wanted that situation to reach the principal. Nervous? They said they would accept any punishment. But the teacher replied that in any case, the reason for that entire disaster had been the carelessness of the broadcasting team, who didn't look after the equipment properly. Finally, the teacher completed by saying that the faculty had decided the punishment would be a cut in the funding of the broadcasting club. Those words left the leader of the team confused, who tried to reverse the situation, but the teacher soon interrupted her and said she should be thankful they were released with only a light warning. The teacher explained that the situation was so absurd she had never seen anything like it in her 20 years of teaching career, and finalized by saying that the funding for the broadcasting group would go to another sector and that they should no longer question the decision. Nina listened to everything and played it off, acting as if she knew nothing. However, right next to her, other teachers also heard everything and asked who she was with in the library. They also questioned if that had really been acting, since it seemed very real. Irritated, Nina claimed it was all a performance, while Michael watched the scene from afar when someone called him. As soon as he turned around, he came face to face with Caleb, who thanked him, stating that because he had gone fast, the two managed to avoid bumping into the other students. Michael was perplexed and uncomfortable with Caleb's informality in speaking about Nina, and said he would never help him if it weren't for her. He asked if accepting that help didn't hurt Caleb's pride and stated he had been the only one capable of putting his own girlfriend in trouble. Michael then withdrew, saying he had already helped as he could and that from then on the situation was in his hands. With a slight smile of someone who had won, Caleb said that was perfect, which left Michael surprised. He turned and asked if Caleb was laughing, but he denied it, saying he was just breathing. Michael didn't believe it and questioned why he was smiling, but Caleb claimed that was just a figment of his imagination. Michael then asked Caleb to stop being careless and threatened him, saying he would have problems if he put Nina in danger again. At the classroom door, Nina hesitated before entering, asking herself if the classmates had heard the broadcast. She thought not, since that wasn't something they paid much attention to. Even so, she felt confident in herself to maintain the story of the acting if they had listened. Nervous, she opened the classroom door and came across her classmates, imitating everything they had heard from her and Caleb during the broadcast. They sneered, asking them to bring microphones to make confessions too, and even rehearsed a romantic scene. At that moment, Nina cowered. She was so embarrassed she wanted to run away, even if it was through the window. But her friend stopped her and started shouting at the other students, asking them to stop mocking her, because Nina was already embarrassed enough. Nina replied she wasn't embarrassed. She stated she had no reason for that, since it hadn't been her who said all those things. Confused, the friends asked who would have spoken then and began to make suppositions. They remembered that the last time she changed seats in the cafeteria, it was to sit next to Caleb. And so they concluded that the person who was with her in the library could only be him. At that moment, Caleb entered the room with a firm posture, leaving everyone in silence. He sat down, stared at the classmates, and with crossed arms asked if anyone had something to say. Nina got nervous, wishing he would remain quiet. Meanwhile, the buzz started. Some said Caleb wouldn't be capable of saying such cheesy things and that the voice didn't sound like his. One of the girls asked if it was actually Michael who was with Nina in the library, since the two were close. Perhaps it was obvious he would be the chosen one to be with her. Nina was shocked to see that everyone was thinking Michael was with her. While the students continued making suppositions, the teacher entered the room and told everyone to sit down. Soon after, he made a joke, saying the room was agitated because there was a celebrity there. Referring to Nina, she got irritated and asked him not to touch the subject, while Caleb turned red and the whole room burst into laughter. Despite being very tense, Nina felt relieved because no one suspected Caleb, and decided then to take advantage of that situation. As soon as they finished the script, She would tell everyone that it had only been an act. After all, there would be no other way out, since the classmates didn't believe her. In thought, Mina began to wonder how much longer it would take for the script to be ready. She just didn't expect that in one of the school corridors, the broadcasting team was hanging letters that represented their last hope, since the festival funding was the main strength of the group. Honestly, they believed none of that would have happened if Mina hadn't gone to the library that day. Therefore, she would need to help them again for a bit longer. And so, with posters spread across the school, they asked who the protagonist behind that voice was. Through the hallways, everyone looked surprised at Nina as she walked. Passing by them, she heard the buzz of people commenting what they were doing at the moment of the broadcast. The girls laughed and whispered, asking what they were doing in the library to talk like that. They also questioned if she would tell the truth if she were interrogated and repeated the phrases said during the broadcast, mainly the part where Nina said she was his. On the court, Mina was desperate, stating she hadn't said that. Her friends tried to calm her down, but indignant, Regina commented that the boy was very clueless for saying obscene things in a sacred place like the library, advising Nina to break up with him. Next, Regina asked who the boy was. Nina and Suno were surprised, and he questioned if she really didn't know who the guy was. He turned to Nina and asked if he could tell. She allowed it, stating that Regina would find out sooner or later. When Suno said that the boy who was with Nina in the library was Caleb, Regina was completely in shock. Stammering, she asked him to stop joking, stating that Caleb would never say those things to Nina and that she would believe it more easily if he said it had been Michael. Nina wondered why everyone thought it was Michael and not Caleb. Suno then said he would prove he was telling the truth and shouted, calling for Caleb. He approached, and Suno asked directly if he was Nina's. Caleb backed away immediately, leaving everyone surprised. With his face completely flushed and visibly embarrassed, he asked if everyone had heard that and ran out. At that moment, Suno stated he was right. All this time, he was just pretending to be cool. Then, Nina threw herself on the ground and asked if there was any way to make everyone forget the broadcast fiasco. Kate said the seniors would probably forget quickly since they were about to take their graduation photos, and Nina agreed excitedly. Sally commented that Annie had said she would wear a dress in the photos, and Nina excitedly asked if she should also wear a dress. Kate replied that many girls would be in dresses, so they had thought of something different, like a mafia look. Mina said she also liked that style. In silence, Regina observed the conversation while questioning why she would take graduation photos with them, since they weren't close enough for that. She thought that since Suno would take the photos alone, she didn't see a reason to do the same. It was at that moment that Nina looked at her and asked if she also agreed with the mafia clothes. Nina said they could choose a different concept if Regina didn't like the idea, and the friends agreed. A bit nervous, Regina replied that if it were so, she liked the proposal quite a bit, as long as it wasn't something flashy, but added that since they were graduation photos as seniors, she would also follow the mafia concept. That left Nina, Sally, and Kate very excited, and they all celebrated the decision of the clothes for the photos together. Suddenly, Annie approached Regina, and with irritation reminded her she shouldn't tie her hair back. Regina replied that if she left it loose, it would stick to her face and bother her. Annie said she would get used to it with time. While watching the scene, Nina asked what Annie liked in Regina, which left the two surprised. Composing herself, Annie replied she used to visit fortune tellers frequently, and that one of them had said she should find a person with a red item and stay close to them during the year. Since the only person she knew with something red was Regina, because of the glasses, she ended up getting close to her. She hugged Regina and said that, even without that luck, she asked if Mina didn't think Regina was cute even when she tried to pull away. Annie confessed she loved that way of hers. Nina and Suno said they understood what was happening, but suddenly Annie commented that a boy from the class next door had asked about Regina and wanted to know if she would be interested in meeting him. Suno was surprised and visibly bothered. While Regina said she had no idea who it was, Annie then replied she would help her if she were interested. At that moment, Suno grabbed her blouse, which left Regina confused. She asked what he wanted, but Suno hesitated and said it was nothing. The girls were shocked and thrilled to notice his attitude, wishing him luck. That night at home, Nina and Caleb talked about the broadcast. Caleb asked if the team had confirmed they would write the script, and Nina said she thought they were already working on it. He wanted to know if she was sure, and she replied that everything had happened only the day before. Caleb said he tried to reach them at school, but they were talking too loudly to answer, as if they were avoiding the subject, and confessed that something about that story seemed wrong. Nina hesitated a little, but said the broadcasting team had stated that everyone was on the same team. Caleb then asked if Nina was okay, since she had been teased at school. She replied, it was impossible to be okay with everyone staring and whispering whenever she passed by. She said that even though it seemed unfair, in a way it was also her fault, since because of the two of them, the broadcasting team had gotten into trouble, but she was happy Caleb hadn't been discovered. Caleb then questioned if she was happy because she didn't want to be involved with someone from the cult. That left Nina surprised and irritated, and she stated she had never thought that, asking who he thought she was. She explained that the students had no idea it was Caleb, but were making 1,000 suppositions and that she didn't even want to imagine what they would do if they found out the truth, especially after Caleb had said he didn't want to attract attention. Caleb commented that in any case, the broadcasting team had gotten off without disciplinary punishment and he hadn't been discovered. The one with the biggest problems was Nina, and yet she was there worried about others. He confessed he wished she cared more about herself, but Nina replied it was enough having Caleb worrying about her. Caleb then pointed the hairdryer at her face and told Nina to turn her head. He blew hot air on her face and asked if she still thought he was part of the Millennial Adventist Church, confessing then that he didn't want her to be called the girlfriend of a cultist. At that moment, Caleb promised that from then on he wouldn't do anything that attracted attention at school, and that was why they should take the graduation photos without him. Nina was surprised and asked why. Caleb explained that any boy who got close to her would be suspect, except Michael, and that if he took the photos with the group, it would be like announcing he was the man who was with her in the library. Incredulous, Nina asked how he could say he would take the photos alone, given those were the final photos of the last school year. Moving away, Caleb said the photos weren't important to him, but Nina shot back, shouting that she wanted a photo with him and with all her friends. Caleb suggested taking a photo with the cell phone, but Nina replied it wasn't the same thing. She asked if he would really take the photos alone. He confirmed and she questioned again if he was sure. Caleb replied yes. Nina then said that Suno had told her they could use that as a duo. Confused, Caleb asked what she was talking about. Nina showed the cell phone and asked if even with that he would still refuse to take photos with everyone. Nina showed Caleb the mafia outfit and asked what he thought, if he was curious, if he wanted to see how she would look wearing those clothes. Despite that affecting him a little, Caleb pulled away and said it didn't matter what he did. She would wear the clothes anyway. Nervous, Nina promised she would get a photographer to take photos of the two in secret, in a place where no one would see them. Already in bed, Caleb reflected on the graduation photos. He remembered a moment from the past when the teacher announced that the photos would be taken at Neverland, explaining that for those taking group photos, it would be necessary to decide the concept of the photos in advance, and that revealing clothes would not be allowed. Faced with the complaints of some students, the teacher said that for those who didn't like group photos, it would also be possible to take photos alone. Caleb sat up and questioned if he really needed to decide a concept at that moment, since that didn't matter much, as he would take the photos alone. He observed the class talking about clothes and the weather forecast for the day of the photos, and wondered what was so fun about that, since they were just photos. When the day came, the classmates looked with surprise at Caleb. Noticing him wearing only the school uniform, the students asked if he didn't know that everyone should dress casually for the photos, and some even mocked him, saying if they were him, they would go home. But Caleb didn't feel shame for wearing the uniform, and when the class president asked if he wanted to go home to change for the photos, he replied that he didn't need to, that he would take the photos just like that. He sat on a bench and stated he had nothing prepared, so he didn't care if the photos were that way. The class leader ended up agreeing. While the classmates laughed and said he tried to seem indifferent, Caleb just ignored it. Some commented that wearing the school uniform in an amusement park wasn't something so strange, so there shouldn't be any problem. While the buzz about Caleb's appearance continued, the photographer announced that the photos were about to start and asked the groups to define their poses. He looked at Caleb and asked if he would take a photo alone. Besides questioning if he had already decided the pose, Caleb greeted him and only asked him to take the photo quickly. But the photographer refused, saying he wouldn't accept someone like him taking photos any old way. To everyone's surprise, the photographer began to guide Caleb, showing some poses and taking several photos of him with his arm raised, with his hands together, and with a more intense look. He stated that Caleb still seemed a bit shy before the camera, but that he had much talent. That generated discomfort in the other students who asked for the photographer to stop taking photos of Caleb and start the group photos. After the graduation photos, Caleb was on the Ferris wheel, reflecting. Before, he thought it would be embarrassing never to have ridden a Ferris wheel and seen the park at night. He thought observing the city from above would be something special, but in the end, it was just the view of a common city. In any case, Caleb had never bought a school annual, so he had no idea how that photo turned out. He also wasn't curious about it, but this time maybe he would end up buying it. Caleb felt the need to see Nina's photos and keep them in memory. He thought it would be good to flip through the yearbook beside her, since a photo of Nina's graduation was important to him. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs invaded the room. It was Nina calling for him, asking him to listen. She said she was lying down, imagining a future where she flipped through the pages of the yearbook. Then, upon finding the page with Caleb's photo, she thought he looked very alone in that image. She entered the room and stated she didn't want Caleb to be so alone and that, for that reason, she would take the photos with him. She didn't care if he called her selfish or anything else. Caleb interrupted her, saying it was kind of her to think of him, but that invading the room of someone who was about to sleep, shouting that way, was also a form of selfishness. Nina apologized, and Caleb added that, since she was there, they should talk about her habit of entering his room without knocking. After all, every time he went to her room, he knocked before entering, while she didn't do the same. While he squeezed her cheek, Nina apologized and confessed that as that was her uncle's house, she ended up getting used to acting in a more comfortable way. Then, she asked if he had thought better about the photos. Caleb was silent for a few moments before saying he didn't like being photographed. Nina was surprised, as she hadn't imagined that. Caleb explained that he had never bought a school yearbook and that he had been thinking about the reason he didn't like taking photos. He said it was because whenever he looked at a photo, he ended up remembering things he had already forgotten. He confessed that, seeing photos of himself with other people, he remembered the conversations, the looks, how he felt, and everything involving that moment. Things he didn't want to recall. However, this time, the reason was different. He had made that choice because Nina had gone through difficult moments when he acted on impulse. After that mistake, Caleb said he was decided to be more careful and commented that if Nina wanted to take photos, they could do that at home and that he didn't mind not appearing in the yearbook. Caleb asked if Nina wouldn't think it was cool to have a graduation photo that only the two of them knew. She was surprised and asked if it would be like a secret photo session. Excited, Nina said she loved the idea of having graduation photos just for them, taken at home. She stretched out her arms and approached quickly, but soon realized that was Caleb's room. After being frozen for a few moments, she made a gesture with her hand and said goodbye, saying she wouldn't bother him anymore, thinking a hug there could be dangerous. Even so, looking around, she commented it was the first time she had entered Caleb's room and praised the organization of the place, asking him to keep everything always clean like that. Caleb stared at Nina for a moment, which made her think about how insistent he could be. Suddenly, Caleb wrapped her in a sheet and pulled her close to him. She was a bit startled and, looking up, she met Caleb's eyes, who asked if now she understood. Nina was speechless and asked what he meant and, with a huge pout, trying to kiss him, said she hadn't understood anything at all. But Caleb didn't want to kiss her. He pushed her out of the room and told her to go back to her own room and understand that from that moment on, she should knock on the door whenever she went to his room. While going down the stairs, Nina thought that Caleb was right, that she was very impulsive, and decided that from then on she would try to be more rational. Even so, she thought it a pity they weren't going to take graduation photos together. She reflected that, even living under the same roof, they were completely different things. At the same time, Nina thought about what it would be like if Suno and Caleb wore clothes similar to theirs. When she entered the room, Nina's phone received a message warning her not to be surprised, but she didn't see it. At school, all the students were surprised by a specific poster. They entered the room while Nina was being teased and asked if she was just pretending to be embarrassed in front of them. Confused, Nina asked what they were talking about, and they said it was about the poster in the hallway. Without understanding anything, Nina went to the hallway and came across several students in front of the bulletin board. When she approached, she was terrified to see the poster talking about the man whose confession had echoed through the whole school. It was like a promise that he would appear soon. Furious, Nina immediately went to demand explanations from the broadcasting team, stating they hadn't said anything about that to her. Scared by her reaction, the team leader said she had sent a message the night before, asking if she hadn't seen it. Still irritated, Nina shouted that she had only seen the message that morning and that it had been just a notice, not a question. Next, she questioned when they had prepared all that because she thought everything had ended when she took the blame for the microphone error. The leader replied that she also thought it would be the end, but remembered Nina had heard what the teacher said. the funds intended for the festival projects had been suspended. She also said Nina should know that the student council and the broadcasting team didn't have a good relationship, and that even with all the group's contributions, the funding had been totally cut. She continued saying the school festival had become a topic in the city, in forums, and had even gotten thousands of views on YouTube, and that, even without recognition, all that was thanks to the broadcasting team. Nina didn't want to know about that. She asked if the reason they were without funds was because of what she had done. And if it was, she asked the leader to say how much it had cost, because she would pay so they would tear up the poster and cancel that program. The leader then replied that the amount was 1,500,000 won. That left Nina perplexed and completely speechless. She asked if it wasn't just 50,000 won, but the broadcasting team leader explained that the group received 300,000 won, which was more than other teams because they worked a lot with the student council in preparing the festival. In a matter of seconds, Nina did the math mentally, while the leader explained that normally the subsidy money was delivered when the team presented receipts. However, thanks to what had happened with Nina and Caleb, she believed that process wouldn't happen this time. With her hand on her chin in a mocking tone, the leader commented it was rare for high school students to have so much money, which is why they had the idea to create that program. Next, she stretched out her hands and said that since Nina wanted to help, she should contribute 500,000 won. The leader insisted that it would be better if Nina paid that amount, and commented that if she were in her place, she would do a fundraiser. Nina was in shock and got irritated, questioning who would pay for that. The leader then showed her cell phone and stated many people would pay. She said she didn't know exactly the reason, but many people were thinking the voice behind the broadcast was Michael's. Since he was known for being sincere and had the image of someone untouchable, it seemed many people wanted to pay to hear a recording of him talking like that with his girlfriend. Shocked, Nina asked if they weren't afraid of that situation, since they had dragged even Michael into all that. The leader replied that it was the group's specialty to bring shocking news to the school. With a nervous smile, Nina reflected she had never imagined they were that way and that the future seemed increasingly dark. Walking through the school, Nina thought everything was a mess, and that maybe she also had to apologize to Michael. She remembered the team leader saying they could record as soon as the script was ready. And indignant, she reflected on how they were acting differently than what they had promised. She tried to calm herself, telling herself that it was worth 500,000 won and that was nothing compared to all that money. Michael was standing in the hallway when a student called him and asked if it was true that the broadcast voice was his. He replied that he had already said several times that he was in the courtyard at the moment of the broadcast. Suddenly, he stopped and the boy ended up bumping into him. Michael stated that he and Nina didn't have that kind of relationship and that because he was the boy closest to her, people ended up making suppositions. The boy didn't seem to believe it and said goodbye, saying they would confirm everything soon, which left Michael bothered. Looking to the side, he observed Nina walking down the hall, while some female students intentionally bumped into her. One of them was revolted by the poster, saying she liked him first, and wondered if the broadcasting team had done that on purpose, as if they were celebrities spreading posters all over the school. Michael heard the girls' entire conversation and turned to them, but noticing his presence, they got scared and left quickly. Meanwhile, Nina thought she had no idea who else people would imagine the boy on the broadcast to be, but she hoped it wasn't Michael. After all the girls who had liked him in the last 2 years since they became friends always talked to her, even saying several times she had no interest in him. With everything that happened, they might think Nina had acted behind their backs and was a horrible person. Nina was terrified, imagining they could stop her in the hallway or even bump into her on purpose, as they had moments ago. While walking toward her, Michael remembered the help he had given the two on the day of the broadcast and thought he had already done enough. So he turned back and said to himself that from then on, the boyfriend was the one who should take care of the situation. At the burger shop, Nina explained to the group how the broadcasting team had resolved everything. Caleb got nervous and asked how that could resolve anything if the problem had only increased. Suno said he didn't want to see them in that situation, but that the broadcasting team was scary, even more so for having asked for over 1 million won. But Nina stated she just needed to hold out until graduation. At that moment, Suno commented that Caleb also needed to save Nina. Caleb asked why, and Suno shot back asking what he meant by that question since it was May. Without understanding, Nina and Caleb looked at Suno. It was then he asked if he really didn't know what it was about. Finally, Suno revealed that the day of the graduation photos would be May 10th, the day of Nina's birthday. Sometime earlier, when she was in her room, Nina remembered that her birthday was approaching. Next, she left the room and asked what Caleb was looking at. He replied it was a scholarship application. Nina wanted to know when the teacher had distributed that, since she hadn't received hers. Caleb explained that scholarship form was intended only for students with good grades, and added that there was a limit to the amount they could spend, which was why he was looking for all possible scholarships and trying to take everything he could get. He sighed and commented he had heard that the electricity bill would increase the following month, and that would be even worse if the weather stayed hotter than it already was. Nina thought it wouldn't be a good idea to talk about her own birthday at that moment, since they were low on money. She knew that the way Caleb was, he would think too much and push himself beyond his limits to buy a gift for her. Nina didn't want to receive something that required so much effort on his part, so she decided she would only tell him on the actual day of her birthday. That way, he wouldn't have time to think of any gift. But despite this decision, many things ended up happening in the following days. So many things that Nina herself ended up forgetting her birthday. Back in the present, she asked how Suno knew the date, since she was sure she had turned off the birthday notifications. He replied he had checked before she hid the notification. That seemingly kind act of Suno's ended up becoming a problem, because Caleb got irritated discovering that Nina hadn't told him anything about the birthday. Suno commented that if Nina wanted anything, she just had to talk to him, and Regina added that Nina should have told them sooner because she had no idea what she could give as a gift. After a while, Suno and Regina said goodbye. As soon as they left, Nina commented she still couldn't believe Regina was actually thinking about giving a gift to her. Maybe now she was more comfortable in her presence. Then she looked at Caleb and commented that maybe Regina no longer had interest in him. Caleb, however, pulled her by the collar, saying they would talk when they got home. On the bus, Suno knew Nina's birthday was close and he needed to think of a gift. Regina replied she also needed to do that. Excited, Suno suggested they buy a gift together and asked if they could go the next day. Regina was silent for a moment. She remembered when a friend had said Nina was a very nice girl. On the occasion, Regina asked why she was saying that, and the friend explained she had run into Nina in the bathroom exactly at the moment she didn't yield to San. The friend then told of the unpleasant comments San had made about Regina, but Nina defended her immediately, even though Regina wasn't present. The friend confessed she herself hadn't managed to say anything at the time because she was scared of San. However, seeing Nina defend Regina that way, she felt ashamed of herself. She was also impressed with the fact that Nina wasn't intimidated by San. In that instant, she concluded Nina really was a good person. After remembering this, Regina asked Suno if Nina would accept a gift given by her. Charmed. Suno replied with enthusiasm that he was sure Nina would love the gift. Meanwhile, at home, Caleb put Nina against the wall and asked why she had removed the birthday notification. Faced with her silence, he insisted and asked why he had to find out from Suno about her birthday and why she hadn't told him sooner. Nina replied she was planning to tell him, but Caleb didn't totally believe it. He asked why she had spoken about the birthday until that moment and wanted to know if she intended to tell him only on the day itself. Nina tried to dodge the conversation, but Caleb continued pressing, saying that if she had told him sooner, he would have prepared a gift for her. Half hidden and embarrassed, Nina ended up confessing that was exactly the reason. She knew he would buy a gift, and that's why she preferred not to tell him. Caleb was completely speechless for a moment and then showed a certain discouragement, realizing she had done that because of the money. Nina tried to calm him, saying it was fine if he didn't give any gift, but Caleb asked how he could not give a gift to her if even Regina and Suno intended to give her something. Changing the subject, Caleb took a box and commented that would be the packaging for her gift, and that he still needed to think of something. Nina insisted it was fine, and excitedly took the box, saying inside was her graduation outfit. Caleb asked if she wasn't going to try the outfit on, but Nina replied that if she did that, he would see it ahead of time. Next, she asked if he was going to rent the outfit along with Suno. Caleb explained they had decided to cancel that and that he would just wear a suit, since it was considered casual attire. She commented she was sure Caleb would wear the uniform, but he explained Suno wanted to be sure to match Regina and therefore had chosen something similar for both of them. After a few moments of silence, Nina confessed she kept wondering when Regina would discover Suno's feelings for her and thought it would be fun if they had a double date someday. Caleb quickly discouraged the idea, telling Nina to stop daydreaming and worry first about her college exams. Nina didn't accept that answer. Shaking Caleb slightly, she said Suno was the person closest to Regina and that she must feel something for him, even if it was a small feeling. Nina asked if Caleb thought there was any chance of them becoming a couple. He replied there was no way to know because that kind of subject wasn't his specialty. Unsatisfied, Nina questioned how they could be just friends if they practically only had each other. Later, Sari commented that maybe it was because of the comfort they felt, since Suno was a responsible guy and really loyal to Regina. Even if someone like that didn't make the heart race, at least a feeling of comfort she would certainly feel. She commented it seemed Regina dreamed of that kind of comfort, a kind of security that only Suno managed to offer. However, she said she had seen with her own eyes a moment when Regina had lowered her guard, leaving the friends shocked and curious to know when that had happened. Then, she explained it was on the day Annie had put makeup on Regina. She thought Suno had liked the transformation, but had the opposite impression. Surprised, Nina asked why Suno wouldn't want Regina to appear beautiful. The others commented that maybe he hadn't liked seeing her so different, since there was one thing he could never do: satisfy Regina's desire for the opposite sex. Despite all the clear signs of feelings on his part, Regina didn't see Suno as a man. Hearing that, Nina stood up quickly, unsatisfied, stating that that didn't mean Suno had no chance. Excitedly, she said that all they needed to do to resolve that situation was to make Regina start seeing Suno as a man. At home, Nina shouted for Caleb, asking if he had ironed the suit. He confirmed it. And soon after, she also asked about the autumn uniform. Caleb replied he had already ironed it, but questioned why they would need to wear that uniform in this heat. Nina explained they would take group photos and they had no choice, adding that everything would end along with the photo session. Caleb commented that he much preferred having classes to participating in that photo session. Nina replied he was very strange for thinking that way. After that, the two put on their shoes and prepared to leave. Caleb seemed completely bored, while Nina was full of excitement, as that was the day of the graduation photos and also her birthday. Caleb then asked if they should buy the cake when they got home, and Nina accepted the idea excitedly. At school, the girls noticed Nina's arrival, who entered the room excitedly greeting everyone and asking where the others were. She approached them and commented they had arrived very early, as there was still plenty of time for the photo session. Annie explained she had barely been able to sleep thinking about the photos, and therefore woke up earlier. Excitedly, she told Nina she had heard they would do a mafia concept for the photos. She thought that was very cool and asked if Nina would take photos with Suno and Regina. Nina confirmed and showed the sunglasses she had borrowed especially for the photo session. Then they looked out the window and saw the first group going to take photos. They commented it looked almost like an amusement park, and spoke about how excited they were. Suddenly, Suno and Regina entered the room. Annie was completely shocked to see Regina with her hair tied back, while Nina made a point of praising Suno, saying how much he looked taller than he normally looked. Putting her plan into practice, Nina commented that when she looked at him up close, she had the feeling he possessed a mature aura that many people his age didn't have. Suno was quite embarrassed, but Nina continued commenting that his feet and even his slippers were very large. Next, she approached Regina excitedly and asked if she didn't think Suno was quite a man. She replied dryly that he was a man, since he possessed both X and Y chromosomes. Nina agreed, but explained that wasn't exactly what she meant. Even so, all that situation left Suno a bit scared because Caleb was watching intensely. If that continued, he feared Caleb would end up hating him. Trying to change the subject, Suno commented he still didn't look like a man. He told that once in middle school, a teacher had confused him for a girl because of his high voice. Nina didn't accept that idea. She stated that was irrelevant because now he had become a man, and added that even she being a woman could end up having a crush on him. The declaration completely shook the room. Caleb was perplexed. Suno became extremely nervous and asked what Nina was doing because he didn't understand why she was acting that way suddenly. While this was happening, Regina simply left the room. But on the way to the bathroom, someone called for her. It was a boy from the class who, with a very shy manner, approached and offered a drink, saying she must be very hot wearing the autumn uniform right in the middle of summer. Regina asked then why he was giving that drink to her. The boy replied he had thought of it because it was very hot. He became nervous and said that when girls became more confident, they used to wear makeup, and asked if that had happened with Regina. She stayed thinking about what makeup had to do with confidence. The boy then continued saying that now she had started to dress up more. Maybe she should try to smile more too, because boys liked that. After that, he said that was all and left, commenting that his advice was more useful than the girls'. Regina didn't give much importance to what he said. She only observed that the drink was already hot. When she went back to the room, she heard several excited shouts saying Nina was very cute. However, Nina raised her toy gun and stated she was too mafia-like to be called cute. A boy in the room asked to see the gun in action, and Nina replied she would deal with him, since he seemed to be testing her. She pointed the toy gun and began to pretend to shoot, while some classmates pretended to be hit. The game continued for a few more moments until she pointed the gun at Caleb. Everyone was shocked when she hit him and began to wonder if he would join the game. Caleb was speechless for a few seconds, then soon after brought his hand to his mouth and looked away. Nina was surprised how cute he looked. Meanwhile, right behind her, Regina offered the drink to Sono, saying she didn't like the drink and therefore was offering it to him. Shortly after that, the teacher announced it was time to take the class photos and asked everyone to put on their autumn uniforms. In the hallway, the girls commented it was still hard to believe they were about to take the last photo as teenagers. That seemed a bit surreal to all. Nina commented everything seemed more real now because graduation day was closer and closer, and the girls agreed. While walking, Nina reflected that would probably be the last time she and her friends would wear school uniforms. Taking photos together for the last time was fun, but also brought a slight sense of melancholy. She observed every corner of the school while walking through the hallways, looking at the rooms and environments with attention. Some classmates joked, saying she looked like the protagonist of a dramatic monologue. That comment made Nina remember also the joy she felt at finally leaving that school. Meanwhile, inside the room, Sari organized the preparation of the cake. At the moment, everyone should enter, she spotted Michael and asked if the guitar he was carrying was his. Michael confirmed and asked why she wanted to know. She then approached and whispered something in his ear. After hearing it, Michael said he understood and would take care of everything. Outside, in the hallway, Regina was alone. She remembered Nina's excitement talking about Suno earlier, and began to wonder if Nina perhaps had some crush on him. Her thoughts, however, were interrupted when Suno called her. She then asked if the cake was ready. He confirmed that Sari had warned they could enter, that Nina didn't have the slightest idea of the surprise, and asked if he should already light the candles. At that moment, Regina looked fixedly at Suno until he called her again. She then commented that something seemed different about him. Suno was embarrassed, took his hand to his hair and explained that some people had touched up his hair with a spray they brought, asking if it looked strange. She replied, "It looked great." That unexpected praise left Sono completely surprised and charmed. Excitedly, he commented he would start fixing his hair more frequently if Regina preferred it that way. She asked what he was talking about, explaining she had perceived the work it took to straighten hair when she saw Annie using a flat iron. She thought it unbelievable that someone fought with a hot hair iron at 180 degrees Celsius every morning, and said unless the person felt some satisfaction in doing something so laborious, they shouldn't spend so much time on it. While lighting the candles, Suno commented he washed his hair every day and adding another 10 minutes to the routine wouldn't make that much difference to him. Regina replied that was exactly what she meant, that there was no reason to waste time on that, and remembered that in middle school, Suno had shorter and finer hair, which was more convenient. So, she asked why he insisted on keeping his hair long. Suno confessed he did that because she liked long hair. She was completely speechless hearing that. Suno smiled and said the fact she liked it was already reason enough for him to continue wearing his hair that way. Suddenly, Suno's phone rang. He commented it was Sari and said they were probably already ready. Next, he called Regina to enter, and she agreed. So, the two walked together to the room. When they entered, they surprised Nina. She was marveled at the surprise and, very moved, thanked her friends. Some of them asked why she had hidden her own birthday, saying they only found out thanks to Regina and Sari. They remembered that the year before Nina had made a point of announcing her birthday a week in advance. Nina tried to play it off, imagining Caleb's reaction, saying she didn't remember doing that. Shortly after, the friends handed her some snacks and birthday cards. They said it wasn't much, but they had prepared everything with affection. Nina ran to hug them, moved, saying she loved all of them and would read every card when she got home. Suddenly, a small box fell to the floor. Everyone was surprised to see inside there were macarons. They began to wonder who had given those to her and commented about how famous the cafe that sold those macarons was. While the friends spoke about the snacks and cards, Nina turned and looked at Caleb. On the day before Nina's birthday, Caleb had gone to that cafe. There, he ran into some classmates who suggested he buy a snack for her birthday, since everyone was buying something. Caleb asked why he would have to participate in that if they were the ones organizing everything. In the background, he thought that in any case he would eat cake with Nina at home. That response surprised the classmates. They commented that Caleb seemed not to understand the concept of give and take, as they considered it a waste to buy a snack for Nina, even her being so kind to him. Caleb observed while the classmates tried to remember what Nina liked. One of them took a bread and stated that was her favorite, explaining he knew that because they were classmates since the first year. However, Caleb thought they were completely mistaken because Nina's favorite snack was macarons. For him, it was irritating to hear someone claim they knew her well. Therefore, Caleb wanted to show them that, even without saying anything, he knew Nina better than anyone. Back in the room, Caleb looked at Nina with the expression of someone who was certain he was right. However, soon Nina commented she had eaten many macarons recently and at that moment wanted something different. She took another snack and noticed she had received that from the broadcasting club. A classmate explained that a member of the club had gone to them and, upon discovering it was Nina's birthday, handed over the snack and left. Everyone was curious to know what was written on the back of the card, but Nina quickly hid the snack and said it only said happy birthday. Actually, on the card they asked her to get ready, probably referring to the recording. Meanwhile, in the teacher's room, the delivery man arrived with the drinks, and one of the teachers announced that the coffee had arrived. While preparing to pay, a teacher observed the delivery man and commented he seemed very young, asking if he was still a student. The delivery man replied no. The teacher commented he looked very much like the student from class 4. The teacher agreed and said he looked like a shorter Caleb. The delivery man observed that conversation with strangeness. He thought about how those people managed to talk like that in front of a stranger. While observing the students around, he thought he should be taking his own graduation photos instead of doing deliveries. Leaving there, he lamented that if his mother hadn't been tricked by a sect, he wouldn't be working in that kind of service. Suddenly, he tripped over a pile of papers. The teachers told him to take care and look where he was walking. Some laughed and commented that in that aspect he was different from Caleb. The delivery man cursed the teachers intensely and left the room. He reflected that when he was still in school, he used to admire teachers, but now there were just a few more irritating customers. He was decided to save enough money so that he and his mother could leave the house where they lived, which to him looked more like a doghouse. Suddenly, he heard a familiar name a bit further ahead. Some girls praised Caleb, saying he was very handsome and elegant. The delivery man looked at Caleb and wondered if that really was the same Caleb he knew. He lowered the helmet visor and heard some boys commenting it was unbelievable to see girls praising a cultist. The youth then was surprised to realize Caleb attended that school. While going up the stairs, Nina noticed she had forgotten her glasses. Sari told her to go back to the room and get them, as the glasses were very important for the mafia concept. At that moment, Caleb commented he had also forgotten something and would go back to fetch it. Annie took the opportunity and asked him to get her glasses and the lipstick that were inside the desk. Nina said she herself could go get them, but Caleb replied her group would be next to take a photo, so she should go with the others. Nina insisted that since it was her who forgot, she should go get them and would also get Annie's items. Then, Caleb gently touched Nina's face and said that on a day like that, she should let him do that for her. Nina was surprised and asked how he knew what she wanted, if he had enough confidence to fulfill anything she asked. She pointed to Caleb and stated he would have to keep his word. Caleb replied with irony, saying that sounded a bit scary. The girls called Nina and she ran toward her friends. Meanwhile, Caleb began to go down the stairs. At the same time, someone watched. It was the delivery man. The youth approached, holding a broom handle in his hand, and asked if Caleb remembered him. Caleb looked startled at the youth, but before he could react, he was surprised by a blow. The boy hit Caleb with such force that he fell to the ground. Still on the ground, Caleb looked at him while the youth spoke with anger about how the Millennial Adventist Church had been ruined by fraud. And yet everything seemed to go on normally for Caleb. Dominated by revolt, the boy hit him again and asked why he was attending school and pretending he was a normal person. The youth said that God must have placed him right there to punish Caleb. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared right before him at that moment. Next, he took a run up to hit him again with all his force, but Caleb reacted startled and defended himself, kicking the boy to push him away. Next, he managed to immobilize him and said that punishment story made no sense at all, as he didn't remember doing anything that justified so much resentment. The boy then asked if Caleb really didn't care about anything related to the Millennial Adventist Church. Caleb was speechless. The youth tried to headbutt him and asked if he had ever stopped to think about the people to whom he owed the luxurious and comfortable life he had led for years. He stated Caleb had never thought of that because if he had, he at least would have asked for an apology. Taken by fury, he took the broom handle and went back to attacking, demanding Caleb return all his family's money. Caleb commented, so that was about money. The boy explained that in the beginning he had thought it a great idea for his mother to participate in the church. Since she had no friends and started meeting new people, she seemed happier and smiled more frequently. He confessed he had even thought of stopping her from continuing to go, but gave up when he saw that the church people treated his mother well. The youth told that, to please his mother, he let her attend the cults, imagining everything would be fine as long as he could keep an eye on her. At the beginning, it even seemed almost funny. However, when he realized what was really happening and wanted to regret having allowed it, she had already handed over her own bank account. He explained the mother said that when the kingdom of the new god arrived on earth, everyone would have eternal life and would no longer need money. To him, that obviously was a big nonsense, but the mother was already so involved that it seemed to make sense to her. Because of that, he ended up having to drop out of school because there was no more money to pay for studies, nor time to do anything besides try to survive. All that happened because those people said they needed the money to finish the construction of that abomination they called a temple. Then he told something that made Caleb recognize himself a bit in the situation. The boy said he ended up leaving home because he felt that the more time he remained there, the more he would end up destroying himself. He couldn't let that cult continue ruining his own future, and decided he at least needed to survive on his own. Caleb remained in silence, listening to every word. The boy continued demonstrating his revolt. Seeing Caleb living normally, going to classes as if nothing had happened, and asked if everyone was simply pretending the church had disappeared. Caleb then apologized. That surprised the boy. With his head down, Caleb confessed he had no idea his mother had been dragged into that church. He admitted he didn't know if that would serve as consolation, but guaranteed the Millennial Adventist Church had really ended. He said the person responsible for the fraud was a fugitive, and that if captured, some way to resolve that situation should exist. Before Caleb could continue speaking, the boy clenched his fists and prepared to attack him again. However, at that moment, Michael and some friends appeared. Caleb and the boy looked at them immediately. Michael noticed Caleb's dirty clothes and also noticed the bent broom in the boy's hand, a clear sign that a fight had happened. Then they asked who that boy was. The youth then told Caleb there were many more victims than he imagined, and if Caleb really spoke the truth when he said he was sorry, he should answer when he got back in contact. Then he lowered the helmet visor and left. Michael observed that and asked if Caleb knew that guy, since they seemed to be the same age. Caleb continued in silence, thinking of the words of the boy who said he would return to get in contact. He had no idea what that youth wanted and continued wondering what the reason would be. Near there, Nina was irritated. She couldn't accept that with so many places in the school, the photos had to be taken exactly in the library. She felt she could go crazy because that place always made her remember what had happened there. Her classmates still made a point of mentioning the incident in the library, which left Nina even more stressed. Suddenly, Caleb appeared. Annie asked why he had taken so long. He didn't answer, only handed her lipstick. When he approached Nina, he noticed she had a silly expression, remembering the place where the two had kissed and asking if he felt embarrassed to be there. Caleb only handed over her sunglasses and left, but when he turned his back, Nina noticed his jacket was dirty and asked what had happened. He replied he probably had leaned against some dirty place while looking for the things. Annie was impressed and commented there was quite a bit of dirt on his clothes, as if he had rolled on the ground. Caleb dodged the subject, saying it looked worse only because the clothes were black and the dirt would come off if he cleaned it. At that moment, the photographer called the next group to take photos. Nina thought it would have been cool to take a photo beside Caleb, and that at that moment nobody would stop it. She and the friends then made the pose for the photo all together, forming a perfect image. Even so, Nina felt uncomfortable. She didn't know exactly what had happened while the photographer guided the class for the photo. Caleb remained isolated a bit further away. Nina was so bothered by that she felt like calling him. Sari asked if Caleb was going to take photos with other people and commented that if he wasn't going to take any, he could photograph with them since they were wearing similar attire. Nina asked if it was okay for everyone if Caleb took photos along with the class. She confessed she wanted him to participate in the photo with them, but before she finished the sentence, Regina completed, saying Nina seemed worried about what others would think. She added that everyone was already graduating and it wasn't like Nina was going to see those people that many times after that. Regina commented then that they couldn't simply take photos alone and said Caleb should stay with their group instead of ending up being placed in a group of another class. Nina asked if individual photos weren't allowed. Sally replied the teacher had forgotten to warn and commented Caleb seemed to not have the slightest idea of that. Sally said they should join him because leaving him alone gave the impression they were isolating Caleb. So Nina asked the photographer to wait a moment and said excitedly that Caleb would take photos with them. Nina knew if she let that chance of having her graduation photo with Caleb pass for fear of what others would think, she would end up regretting it. She preferred to follow her own heart and do what she wanted, instead of acting like an idiot who later would lament not having done anything. Nina stretched out her hands and called for Caleb. He was surprised, but looking around, he realized everyone was occupied talking with their own groups. Some girls spoke about photos and albums. Some boys commented about crooked ties, while another group discussed what they intended to eat after the photo session. Each one seemed concerned only with themselves. Then Caleb walked to the group and positioned himself for the photo. He had never understood very well why people gave so much importance to graduation photos, but at that moment, he thought he finally understood. Getting nervous before the camera, posing for the photo, having friends fixing his clothes, looking at the photos together later and living intensely that small moment they shared, knowing it would never return. The graduation photos kept all those memories. Later, at home, Nina was completely exhausted. She complained that the day had been too long and said she didn't even remember how many times she had changed clothes. Even so, she commented that many good things had also happened, like the free cake they had received, and after living alone, she had learned the importance of getting things for free. She also told that Suno and Regina had given gifts to her. Suno had said he gave her a room spray so that when she was stressed studying, the soft aroma would help leave her more relaxed, and there was still a body spray in the bag as a bonus. Caleb asked why Suno had given her a perfume that matched her. Nina replied that maybe it was because he didn't know exactly what she liked, so he chose something that matched her. Upon spraying the perfume, Nina confessed she had loved the smell. It was a fresh and fruity aroma, and she asked if that was how Suno thought about her. Caleb asked to feel the smell and held Nina's wrist with curiosity. She asked what he thought. He smelled the perfume for a few moments and said he wasn't sure. Nina replied then she would spray a bit more. She was confused while Caleb seemed clearly bothered, but soon after he let a small smile escape. That made Nina's eyes shine and her face turn red. To hide the embarrassment, Nina tried to pull her arm back, saying Caleb wasn't even really trying to feel the smell. He held her arm and said he was feeling it. Nina replied that his expression made clear he was lying. Nina became nervous and tried to let go, but Caleb looked at her with an ironic look and soon let go of her arms. After a second of silence, Nina asked what had really happened to him. In the same instant, Caleb's smile disappeared and gave way to a tense expression. She commented he seemed beaten since he came back from the room when he went to get her and Annie's things, but he seemed fine when they were together on the stairs. So she asked if anything had happened to him in that interval. Caleb remained in silence for a moment, and then said nothing had happened. Nina replied she would trust his word, but confessed that still bothered her. Inside herself, she had a bad feeling about that. Suddenly, Caleb approached Nina's face and placed a necklace on her. That surprised her deeply. Startled, she asked if that was his gift. Caleb confirmed. Enchanted, Nina asked where he had gotten that necklace. Beautiful and remembered, she had said he didn't need to give anything to her, but Caleb replied it was her birthday, so it was natural he wanted to give her a gift. Inside himself, Caleb thought that was a special day of the year, Nina's birthday. He felt he shouldn't worry her with anything on that so happy day. So he said that in the following year he would give an even better gift to her. Nina asked if he was serious. Caleb asked why she said that. If it was because it still lacked much time, Nina confirmed. Shortly after, Nina commented about the photos they had taken that day and confessed she had begun to think about the future. She explained that until then she always had a general idea of what would happen the following year, but after graduation, what would really happen? She confessed she had no idea what would come in the next year, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that the passage from 19 to 20 years seemed like a huge change. She didn't know if it would be something good or bad. The turning point was right before her, but Nina didn't feel prepared. So she asked Caleb if all people felt fear before something like that. Caleb replied that, from his point of view, it wasn't necessary to fear the turning points of life. He said that could seem only a specific moment, but that for him, those points appeared in many different forms. He explained that, for example, he had believed that everything had ended when the Millennial Adventist Church finished constructing the temple. At that moment, he thought the chance to stop that had disappeared. However, at the same time, it seemed Nina's uncle was ready to turn his back on his father at any moment. And even without realizing, A turning point had arrived in his life. That was how Caleb met Nina, and when he looked at that period now, he realized that it had really been a turning point in his life, even if he hadn't realized at the time. Nina listened attentively while Caleb said she didn't need to fear the turning points of life, because that wasn't something for which anyone could really prepare, only reflect on it. Nina replied, that seemed like good advice, but a bit nervous. Asked if he meant that meeting her had been a turning point in his life, and if that didn't seem a bit exaggerated. Approaching her face, Caleb denied it, and said his life without her would have been only an endless cycle of negative things. And that's all for today. If you liked the work and want the continuation, let me know in the comments by writing unwanted guest. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and activate the bell to follow the next parts. Thank you very much for watching until here and until the next video.